Ding! The system detects that the host has activated the happy employee system. The happier the employees, the more your balance increases. Just now, you stood in the office of the Golden Glory building, having just completed the company registration process. You posted a few job listings and felt incredibly happy inside. The school requires an internship certificate. Why not just rent a space, start your own company, and stamp it yourself? As a new generation, you couldn't tolerate the exploitation of a lousy company, so you packed up and left. Just as you were feeling pleased, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Is anyone there?" a sweet voice asked. Turning to look, you saw a group of young people at the door holding resumes, led by a girl who looked like a comic book character. "Who are you?" you asked, looking confused. "We saw on the job site that your company is hiring, and we wanted to give it a try," the sweet girl replied, her eyes filled with anticipation. You thought to yourself, this script is wrong. Didn't I just post the job listings? Based on the detection of the host activating the happy employee system, as long as employees feel a sense of belonging to the company, they can earn points redeemable for cash. Currently, the points redemption ratio is 1-to-1. Would you like to bind it? Hearing the system's notification, your eyes lit up instantly. Binding is a must. The happier the employees, the more points they earn, and points can be exchanged for money. This is a guaranteed win. Then you cleared your throat and said, feigning seriousness, "I am the founder of Cheese Eye Company. While our company has a relaxed attitude, the benefits are definitely solid. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are fully covered. Starting salary is $5,000, and there's no cap for exceptional talent." Everyone's eyes widened as if they had seen an alien. Usually, during interviews, they were offered lower salaries, and getting $2,500 was already considered good. Where could they find a starting salary of $5,000? "Everything you mentioned will be included in the contract," a girl named Lu Ruyan said, clearly a bit skeptical but still polite. "Of course, we are a legitimate company and won't play tricks," you said confidently. "Also, the regular work hours are 4 days a week, 8 hours a day. On weekends, there's triple pay, and no overtime is allowed at night. You earn more by working more." "Since that's the case, when do we start the interviews, boss?" Lu Ruyan asked, half convinced. "Right now," you replied. Although you had never been an interviewer, you had seen enough to know how it works. Out of this group, a total of 10 people were hired. Expertise didn't matter as much as character. You registered a software development company, which can operate freely. Once the software is developed, it can be directly launched on the platform, simple and straightforward. When signing the contract, Lu Ruyan and the others were a bit surprised. They originally thought you were just making empty promises, but the contract clearly outlined the company rules and salary details. After signing the contract, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. It turned out you were not just making empty promises. Keep in mind that these are legally binding. If you go back on your word, you can be taken to court. Ding sensed the change in employee emotions. Ding's sense of belonging increased by 1, then by 3, then by 5, and the system's notification sound kept ringing. You felt overjoyed and quickly checked the points. The company had just been established, and you already had 63 points, equivalent to 6,300 yuan. You immediately exchanged it for cash, and a bank message arrived. Your account ending in 1888 received 6,300 yuan, with a balance of 13,600 yuan. With this system, who needs to work? You immediately decided to expand the company and improve employee benefits. Lu Ruyan, you have great professional skills. Be my secretary and assistant. The company has just been established, and there's a lot to do. Check what equipment we need and procure it. Lu Ruyan nodded. "Okay, boss. Starting tomorrow, you all officially begin work." Although it was your first time starting a company, that same evening, you researched a lot about running a business. Just after you left, the employees began to discuss among themselves, is the boss reliable? With such good benefits, could there be a catch? This was a relatively experienced intern who said, "Hold on, guys, stop guessing. Before I came here, I checked this company's background. Their paperwork is quite complete, but new companies usually require overtime. Doesn't the contract state that overtime is voluntary and that there are fees for it?" The intern then scoffed. "The contract says that, but the workplace is about interpersonal relationships. Sooner or later, the boss will take the moral high ground and force us to work overtime. As for overtime pay, there will definitely be some for the first few hours, but after that, there won't be any. Whatever, it's the same everywhere. At least here, we have the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund as a guarantee." Every employee thought that there must be a catch in this company. In today's workplaces, what everyone fears most is overtime, which has long become the norm. The next day, after a night of research, you determined the direction, developing a mini-game development platform. With so many people, they need to have work to do. It's worth a shot. You held a brief meeting, finalized the plan, and everyone immediately got to work. In the office, you told Lu Ruyan, "We'll put this chart on the wall every day. and install a punch clock outside. Employees can work up to 3 hours of overtime each day, calculated at 1.5 times the hourly wage. They will fill in their overtime hours after work. Okay, boss. I'll hang up the chart shortly. Lu Ruyan sighed internally. Capitalists are all the same, and even a new company can't escape the order of overtime. Once the overtime chart was posted, the employees erupted in protest. We start work at 8 a.m. and finish at 5 p.m., with a 2-hour lunch break in between. Anything after 5 p.m. counts as overtime at 1.5 times the pay. It seems like we can't escape overtime anywhere, one employee murmured. Regardless, this company's boss is quite decent, signing a contract directly upon joining, and I've heard that the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are already being processed. Many companies don't even provide minimum benefits. This company's welfare is already quite good. However, Lu Ruyan hesitated because she had something to do that night, but it wouldn't look good to not work overtime on the first day. After weighing her options, she decided to ask you, boss, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? You said without looking up from your computer. I have something very important to attend to tonight. Can I skip overtime? His voice was quiet, afraid of upsetting you. You looked up in surprise. Whether or not to work overtime is up to you. Didn't I say that overtime is voluntary and that you earn more by working more? You can decide for yourselves. Okay, boss, Lu Ruyan thought to herself. The boss is using this tactic. It already carries a hint of threat. Despite this, she still planned not to work overtime that night. Other employees gathered around Lu Ruyan, asking, what did the boss say? The boss said to handle it myself, and Lu Ruyan's response left everyone a bit confused. Soon it was time to get off work, and Lu Ruyan packed up and left. Wow, he really left work. He's in trouble. The assistant disrespected the boss on the first day, and the boss will definitely make things difficult for him. You stepped out and saw everyone pretending to work overtime, and you exaggeratedly remarked, wow, so many people are working late. Yes, boss, I still haven't finished my work. This proposal just came out, and I need to put in more effort. I'll stay until 11 p.m. if I have to, but I will finish it before leaving. There are indeed many people caught in this competitive environment, but you don't want your employees to fall into such a vicious cycle. You glanced at the overtime schedule. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm running a bank? This company just started. I don't have that much money for overtime pay. At most, we can work until 8 p.m. The employees working overtime were taken aback. They clearly didn't expect you to say that. Someone tentatively said, it's fine, boss. We're all volunteering for overtime and don't need the extra pay. You shook your head and said, no way, this is a legitimate company. I can't not pay for overtime, and you can work a maximum of 3 hours of overtime each day, no more than that. It's getting late, go eat first. Even when working overtime, you need to have your meal. We have a half-hour lunch break. The company is very considerate. After saying that, you smiled and added, you guys can keep working overtime. I'm heading home. As soon as you left, the office became lively. The boss said we can only work overtime until 8 p.m., and voluntary overtime without pay is unacceptable, really? The employees exchanged glances, clearly astonished by your approach. It's not that they don't believe in a good boss, but such situations are indeed rare in the workplace. When you got home, you didn't play games. Instead, you went online to research. The company had just been established, and lacking experience, you needed to learn from others' successes. The next morning, Lu Ruyan arrived at the company early, still worrying about not working overtime yesterday. He feared you might hold a grudge, so he planned to perform well today. As you entered the office, he hurried over to greet you, saying, boss, you must have worked hard. I'll get you a glass of water right away. Is everyone outside gathered? You asked casually as you took the cup of water. Everyone is here, boss, Lu Ruyan replied a bit nervously. When Peng Jiao entered for the meeting, your attitude left him a bit puzzled. He wasn't sure if you were still mad at him. It didn't take long for the few people to gather. You cleared your throat and said, the company has just been established, and the system isn't perfect yet. Today, let's discuss something, our meal arrangements. Does anyone have ideas or suggestions? Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Meal provisions? Many small companies don't even provide meals. How could a new company afford such benefits? Boss, do you mean we will have provided meals? One employee asked cautiously. Absolutely, you replied with a smile. I saw everyone working late and not eating last night, which isn't good for your health. For the sake of the company's long-term development, I plan to provide meals for everyone. What suggestions do you have? As soon as you finished speaking, applause and laughter erupted in the office. In the Magic City, prices are high. A box lunch starts at dozens of yuan. For interns like them, low wages make eating a problem. You're providing meals? That's quite a benefit, but no one dared to speak up. Everyone was waiting for your specific arrangements. If there are no suggestions, let's order from the fast food restaurant downstairs. They can deliver directly upstairs. More enthusiastic applause followed. Alright, that's settled. The finance team will come in tomorrow to handle the social security contributions. Everyone, prepare your documents. Everyone rushed out of the office, their faces beaming with smiles. Wow, the benefits at this company are truly excellent. Besides the social security contributions, they're providing 3 meals a day. This was unexpected. Don't overthink it. As for the meals provided by the company, don't worry about whether they taste good or not, just being able to fill your stomach is good enough. In my view, the boss must have some business dealings or agreements with the owner of the fast food restaurant downstairs, which is why he's arranging meals for us. You kept Lu Ruyen behind, and Assistant Lu laid out the recruitment information. Besides hiring new staff, they also needed experienced individuals to establish a human resources department. Boss, you want to establish a human resources department? Lu Ruyen was even more confused. Does a small company like this really need one? Considering our company's current space is insufficient, I plan to rent the adjacent office area. You'll be responsible for hiring for the HR department, and you can also oversee the interviews, okay? Okay, boss, I will do my best, Lu Ruyen nodded. In his heart, he wondered if the boss was retaliating against him or genuinely thinking of the employees. But he could only follow orders. Employee emotional value changes, sense of belonging increased by 50, then 65. The system notifications sounded continuously. You were overjoyed and quickly checked your points. Wow, you gained 365 points this time, equivalent to 36,500 in cash. It seems that providing meals was the right move. You immediately exchanged the points for cash. You already had over 40,000 on your card. Earning over 40,000 in 2 days was incredibly efficient. Next, you plan to continue hiring to gain more sense of belonging and work hard. First, rent the adjacent office area. The office building's location is decent, but the market is indeed sluggish. Especially for internet companies, many have gone bankrupt, leaving many places in the whole building vacant, and the landlord is as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. After talking to him, it was easy to finalize the deal. You paid a 20,000 deposit, and that space was yours. After the employees learned about it, they discussed it among themselves. The boss is really planning to make a big move right at the start of the company. Who knows what's going on? The boss must have his reasons for doing this. But that's fine. The larger the company grows, the better off we will be in the long run. While everyone was discussing, it was lunchtime, and the fast food restaurant downstairs delivered meals for the white-collar workers. Typically, a box lunch costs over 10 yuan, but this time, the delivered meal wasn't an ordinary box lunch, it was a standard set meal of 2 dishes and a soup. When the employees saw the meal boxes, their eyes lit up. Oh my, this is roasted goose leg rice. Is our boss really that generous? Everyone was very satisfied with the meals, enjoying them with great enthusiasm. You stepped out of the office and greeted everyone who was eating. Boss. Everyone responded enthusiastically, even Lu Ruyen smiled. You shared the good news with everyone. The adjacent office area has been rented. We will make adjustments to the positions and prepare to move over. It's spacious for work, and we are also establishing the HR and finance departments. Benefits will be gradually implemented, you announced with a smile. Applause erupted as everyone cheered, and the atmosphere instantly lifted. Additionally, the meals will be modest for now, as the company is starting small. As we grow, we'll have a cafeteria and, when the staff exceeds 100, we will arrange dormitories. You need to foster a sense of belonging. Benefits must be in place. Will the company provide dormitories? Boss, you're amazing. Another round of applause followed, and the enthusiasm soared. Alright, everyone, let's eat first. You smiled and returned to the office, planning to take a nap after lunch. You had been exceptionally busy these past 2 days and needed a good rest. The employees happily dug in. This meal standard was much better than the neighboring company, where they only had meals costing over 10 yuan, and many employees brought their own lunches. Oh my, if every meal is like this in the future, this job is becoming increasingly promising. Lu Ruyen thought to himself as he quietly ate. These capitalists today are getting more conniving. They paint a beautiful picture. Just now, he almost got persuaded, but experience told him not to fully trust. Benefits that haven't been received don't count. After lunch, everyone took a 2-hour break. Those living nearby went home to sleep, while others rested their heads on their desks for a nap. Seeing this scene, you felt secretly pleased. The current financial resources were indeed limited, but you planned to meet employee benefits step by step, starting small and gradually enhancing their sense of belonging. At 5 p.m., the fast food restaurant delivered dinner according to the same standards as lunch, completely astonishing everyone. The boss is serious. Dinner is also at this standard. At this time, some sharper employees hurriedly stopped the delivery guy, asking, "Hey, brother, I want to know what standard your company uses for these deliveries." "The standard is 35 yuan. Our boss has signed a contract with your boss, so from now on, we'll have deliveries every day at this standard. Your boss is really generous. Employee meal standards are this high, while we usually eat meals costing over 10 yuan. Everyone cheered upon hearing this, and even Lu Ruyan was surprised. The boss is serious. He felt a change in his heart. It seems this boss is indeed different from the others. The employee emotional values continued to change. Sense of belonging increased by 100, then 120. You felt great as you walked out of the office and saw employees still working late. Everyone is staying late. That's good. The more you work, the more you earn. Let me emphasize again, I don't know about other companies, but in mine, working overtime is entirely voluntary. If you like working overtime, stay. After all, you can earn more money this way. If you don't want to work overtime, you can leave anytime. There are no workplace rules. Applause erupted again. Assistant Lu came in and said, "There are some things I want to discuss with you. Mr. Chen, please feel free to give your instructions. The HR and finance departments are established. Tell HR to recruit externally. Find a few people to buy desks and chairs for the adjacent office area. The budget will be provided to finance tomorrow. You can get it from them." Lu Ruyan looked at you in surprise. "Recruiting externally for the HR department? But boss, our company doesn't seem to have much business, and the software isn't developed yet. What's the matter? I'm preparing for a major expansion. Do you think the current staff is insufficient?" You said matter-of-factly. "Then, boss, how many people do you plan to hire? Have HR assess the capacity of the office area, hire as many as possible, focusing on those with a sense of responsibility." You understood that the more responsible people were, the stronger their sense of belonging would be. If there aren't enough, hire anyway. Experience isn't important, enthusiasm is what matters. Alright, that's settled. Relay this to HR and finance. You can head home now. You ignored Lu Ruyan's surprised expression and left after packing your things. He was left bewildered as Lu Ruyan didn't understand your reasoning but had to carry out your orders. The next day, he promptly informed the finance and HR departments. "Give the prepared company account to finance. Last night, 100,000 yuan was transferred into this bank account." Although there were only 3 people in the HR department, each was experienced. The HR manager, Lin Jean, in her 30s with 10 years of recruitment experience, was stunned when she heard your requirements. You emphasized that when hiring, character is the priority, Lu Ruyan stated firmly. "What about skills and work experience?" Ling Jia asked. "The boss says character is more important," Lu Ruyan replied. "Those are secondary, the compensation will follow the contract," Lu Ruyan added. When Ling Jia saw the contract, she almost dropped her jaw. "Interns will earn 5,000 to 8,000. And full-time staff will start at 10,000. This compensation is incredibly tempting. Normally, skills and experience should be valued more, so why is it so lenient?" Ling Jia questioned. "Is there a problem?" Lu Ruyan asked. "No, Assistant Lu, I want to ask if the boss is quite young," Lin Jia tentatively inquired. "The boss is very young. He looks like he just graduated from college," Lu Ruyan explained. Lin Jia realized and nodded. He has rich experience and knows many powerful bosses like to exploit employees. She has met several young bosses like him and always thought they were clueless rich kids. Because the compensation advertised for recruitment was great, many job seekers came for interviews. They filled 20 positions in one day. If there hadn't been a limit of 20 hires per day, they could have hired 100 today. The people coming for interviews today almost broke the threshold of their company. There were already 35 people in the company, which could be considered a small company with some scale. Although the equipment was still a bit rudimentary, you weren't in a rush to make money, you decided to take it slow. First, you established a work group so that all employees could join, making it easier to assign tasks. Looking at the group of over 30 people, you felt it was time to say something. "Hello everyone, I'm your boss. I have a few words to share today. Welcome everyone to our company family. Please feel at home here. If you need help, just let me know. We can work together to find solutions for overtime issues." Let me reiterate, other companies might have internal competition, but here, that's not allowed. Each person is responsible for their own work, and the results will be what they are. Everyone has 3 hours of overtime each day. Whether you work it is up to you, it depends on your needs. If you want to earn more, work overtime. If not, you can leave on time. That's all for today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Lu Ruyan. The message you sent made the new employees feel very comfortable. This company is genuinely good. Putting everything else aside, these benefits are the best I've seen in any company. Seriously, you can choose to work overtime or not, and if you do, you'll receive overtime pay. Lu Ruyen quickly replied, yes, there are overtime forms on the bulletin board. You can choose to work overtime freely, and the overtime pay is 1.5 times the standard wage. Upon hearing this, the employees were thrilled. Wow, I found a great company. My resume and skills aren't that impressive, but the boss is willing to give me this opportunity, and the pay is so high. Now there's freedom for overtime, and there's overtime pay. The work group was filled with expressions of admiration. You watched quietly as the system voice chimed in your mind, detecting changes in employee emotional values. Sense of belonging increased by 20, then 25, and then 30. The recruits today included not only interns but also seasoned professionals. Such high-paying jobs with great benefits are rare, so the seasoned workers recognized the good benefits, strengthening their sense of belonging. This time, you received 2,580 points, equivalent to over 250,000 in cash. For a newly established company needing funds, this was like a timely rain. With this 250,000 in the account, the employees were naturally happy to come to work, and finance smoothly allocated funds for purchasing work equipment. After all, equipment is the foundation for operations. However, your next move left everyone puzzled. With funds available, instead of rushing to invest or negotiate deals, you prioritized purchasing equipment for the employees, such as desks, chairs, and computers. After doing all this, you instructed HR to continue hiring. Even Lu Ruyen began to wonder, what's going on? Shouldn't we be discussing business when starting a company? Is hiring the only focus? Experienced Lin Jie also remarked that the boss's approach was strange. She had never seen a company that focused solely on hiring while continuously improving benefits. There are usually two reasons, either he's a wealthy heir or a fraud. Surely he can't be a fraud, especially in broad daylight? Some employees secretly discussed this. Many seasoned professionals in the company remained cautious, believing that something unusual must be going on. No company operates like this, but with such high salaries and good benefits, they could only remain cautious. The HR department didn't say much now. They continued to hire according to your instructions. After a week of continuous hiring, the company expanded to over 100 employees, and you now had 1.2 million in your account, finally ready to make a significant move. These 100 employees indeed provide a strong sense of belonging, and it's not a one-time thing. Employees generate a sense of belonging every day, and the opportunities for this are infinite. The office area was also full, so you decided to pause hiring and start focusing on employee benefits. You called Lu Ruyen and said, Assistant Lu, there's a restaurant for sale within 100 meters of our company. Go negotiate and try to secure it at a low price. Boss, you want to acquire that restaurant? Lu Ruyen was quite surprised. Over the past half-month, he found you increasingly hard to read. Your actions were always puzzling. The office area is now well equipped. Even the break room is stocked with more than just a few water barrels, unlike most companies. In your break room, there's not only a water dispenser but also a variety of good teas and coffee. Even more impressive, there's someone dedicated to serving other employees. You previously mentioned establishing a cafeteria for everyone. Now that the funds are sufficient, it's time to fulfill that promise. Prepare to acquire that restaurant and convert it into a cafeteria. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, momentarily unable to process what he just heard. Most importantly, have a few people go negotiate. We're newly established, and the business is just right. It'll test their abilities, so let them handle the talks. Keep the chefs who want to stay. I've eaten at their restaurant before, and the food is quite good. Once you secured the cafeteria, the whole company erupted in discussion. Oh my, I thought the boss was just joking and painting a pretty picture, but he's actually serious. Long live the boss. In an instant, all the employees in the company became incredibly happy. You could feel the enthusiasm in the office. The system detected fluctuations in employee emotions. Sense of belonging increased by 10,000, then 2,000, leading to an emotional surge. You received a direct allocation of 12,000 points, which translates to 1.2 million in cash. Acquiring this restaurant only cost you around 300,000 to 400,000, resulting in a massive profit. Initially, you considered simply partnering with the restaurant and letting employees eat there at lunchtime, but then you reconsidered, as cost issues needed to be addressed. The self-service restaurant across the street was already on the verge of closing down. Taking over as the company cafeteria would make management easier and allow you to retain the original restaurant staff, a win-win situation. The restaurant owner saw your sincerity and agreed to sell for only 200,000 yuan. You retained 15 staff members, 5 chefs and 10 servers. You told them, brothers and sisters, from today onward, you are now employees of our company. We'll need to sign contracts. Compensation and benefits will be restructured. Those who want to stay can sign the contracts, and if you don't want to, that's fine, feel free to seek other opportunities. The HR department presented the contracts, and when the chefs saw them, their salaries jumped to 15,000 yuan previously, the highest was 10,000. The servers' salaries also increased from over 6,000 to 8,000. With full social security benefits included. Everyone was stunned on the spot, unable to believe this was real. Boss, are you sure there are no mistakes in this contract? You assured everyone, the contract is absolutely correct, it's legally binding. If there's a violation, you can come to me for accountability. They examined the contract closely, which included full social security benefits. One woman, almost 40, was both surprised and delighted. You explained that the base salary in the contract is the amount after deducting the social security benefits. The people present gasped again. As soon as the woman heard this, she immediately signed the contract. After completing the paperwork, she would enjoy full social security benefits, and she was overjoyed. Seeing this, the other employees quickly signed as well. No one wanted to miss this golden opportunity that felt like a pie falling from the sky. All the employees from the restaurant signed the contracts, each beaming with smiles, and handed the contracts to Lin Jia from HR. You cleared your throat and said, once you sign, you officially become members of our company. Work will proceed according to the previous processes at the restaurant. The head chef and the procurement manager stepped forward, one in a chef's uniform and the other looking like an ordinary worker, asking, Boss, what are your instructions? You instructed them both to continue doing business according to the previous restaurant standards. In a bit, I'll prepare a batch of meal cards. Company employees can use them to eat, and they can choose their dishes and portion sizes. The head chef looked puzzled and asked, how many portions should I prepare? You smiled and replied, including you, there will be a total of over 120 people in the company. Prepare according to that number. As for other customers, adjust according to daily circumstances. Understand? Understood, boss, the head chef nodded. He went back to prepare and would sort out the materials to go to HR for processing later. After speaking, you turned and left. Once you were gone, the head chef turned to Lin Jia, puzzled, and asked, what big move is the boss planning? Lin Jia replied, I have no idea either. He mentioned before that he wanted to establish a cafeteria, but I didn't expect him to actually do it. I can only say this boss is genuinely good. The head chef stroked his chin and muttered, the food costs several tens of thousands a day, and there are only over 100 people in the company. It hasn't even been a month since establishment, and the boss seems to be focusing on the cafeteria. It's truly puzzling. Lin Jia smiled and said, if you're curious, just ask him directly. The head chef sighed helplessly and followed Lin Jia to complete the onboarding procedures. The news instantly spread like wildfire in the work group and among colleagues. Aside from this work group, the employees secretly established another work group. In fact, it shouldn't even be called a work group, it should be called a colleague group. This colleague group has already exploded with excitement. There are many young people in the company now, including quite a few who are post-2000s. Oh my god, the boss is really too generous, he actually booked us a cafeteria. I thought the boss bought that restaurant to expand the business, but I didn't expect he actually turned it into our cafeteria. That's not the point. The point is the boss has already told the chef and the procurement team that our meal standards will follow the self-service model of their restaurant. Wow, does that mean we'll have self-service meals every time? It's not just self-service, the boss also said that our meals will be unlimited, ensuring we can eat to our heart's content. That's amazing. In this situation, all I can say is, long live the boss. In an instant, everyone in the colleague group was praising Qin Tian. They had never experienced such treatment before, especially those seasoned employees in the company, who were even moved to tears. This wave of actions directly gave Qin Tian a strong sense of belonging. Sitting in the office, Qin Tian received notifications from the system. Detected fluctuations in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 200. Detected fluctuations in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 300. Detected fluctuations in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 500. Accompanied by the continuous sound of system notifications, Qin Tian opened the system points interface to take a look. Goodness! This wave of emotional value directly reached over 13,000. If converted to cash, that would be over 13 million. With such a gain, Qin Tian felt an excitement he couldn't put into words. It seemed these benefits were truly the best belonging harvesters for the employees. It looks like the company's benefits really need to be improved. Now that he had money on hand, Qin Tian was definitely going to go all out. First, he converted all of the over 13,000 points into cash. Then he directly transferred 10 million to the company's account. For a company of 100 people, having 10 million in the account was like giving everyone a sense of security. Given the current salaries of over 10,000 for the employees, Chin Tian needed to pay over $1 million in salaries each month. Having money in the account meant there was money to pay the employees. The number announced by the finance department excited everyone in the company. The next day, during lunch, all the employees went downstairs to the cafeteria. Goodness, the employees were overjoyed. The boss is really generous. There are a full 38 dishes. Yeah, the food is really delicious and visually appealing. This benefit is even better than the cafeteria at the big company I used to work for. I don't think any company can compare to ours. Look at our food. We can choose whatever we want. Most importantly, the meals are unlimited, and I really like that. For a moment, all the employees were chatting excitedly, their faces filled with smiles. There were some big companies with decent meals and a bit of choice, but the options were very limited. Moreover, many big company cafeterias focus on profitability, but the cafeteria Chin Tian established has no profit motive, it's purely for the employees' service. Ah, this is just too comfortable. I'm so full from this meal. Me too, I'm stuffed to the chest. I just want to ask our boss one thing. Is he doing charity work? In the past, many people thought that Chin Tian was just making empty promises, but now he has fulfilled everything he said. So what can be said now? The colleague group exploded once again. The boss is serious. This meal today was truly satisfying. If I could eat like this every day, I think I would definitely gain a few pounds. To be honest, this is the best food I've had among all the companies I've been to. Could it be that our boss is really a rich second generation just experiencing life? At this rate, to be honest, I'm a bit afraid the company might go bankrupt. After more than half a month of contact, they found that working in this company was truly very free. All employees could feel the joy of working here. First of all, overtime here is not unpaid, it is all subsidized by overtime pay. Just as Chin Tian said, the more you work, the more you earn. If you want to make more money, then work overtime. If you don't want to earn money, then go home and rest. In the past half month, there has never been any forced overtime, and more importantly, their work is quite relaxed. This made many people feel that working in this company is really enjoyable. It is precisely because of this sense of belonging among the employees that Chin Tian earns millions every day. The area where Chin Tian's company is located is already a place where many white-collar workers reside. The benefits provided by Chin Tian's company have made many nearby white-collar workers deeply envious. Have you heard? The Chin Tian company next door has very good benefits. They provide 5 insurances and 1 fund upon hiring, and all overtime is paid, plus you can choose to work overtime freely. Of course, I've heard. Their company's benefits are really good. Look at what kind of shifts we have now. I work overtime until 11 every night, exhausted, and still haven't received any overtime pay. Look at how their company operates, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, with a monthly salary over 10,000. I heard even the interns earn 5,000. Not only that, what makes me most envious is their overtime model. I heard they never have mandatory overtime, everything is done according to the contract, and there are only 3 hours of overtime each day, with 1.5 times the overtime pay. Besides that, they can choose whether to work overtime or not. Wow, such a company is just too good. You think that's good? Have you seen where they go for lunch and dinner every day? They seem to go to that fancy restaurant. Exactly, I heard their boss has rented that restaurant as their cafeteria, and the employees eat a la carte every day. Damn, I went to check their food last time, and it was really good, 38 dishes. I heard the employees in their company have 5 dishes and a soup every day, with unlimited rice. It made my mouth water. When will our company have such treatment? Don't even think about it. With our boss being so stingy, he won't even give overtime pay during overtime. Stop talking, if you keep going, I might just jump ship. With the discussions from the outside world, more and more people are coming to apply at Chin Tian's company. It feels like they really want to trample down the threshold of Chin Tian's company. Not to mention, Chin Tian's company now has nearly 18 million in its account. Such funds allow all employees to feel at ease. However, the number of employees the company can accommodate is limited. Chin Tian did not directly expand outward but chose to maintain the status quo for now, because Chin Tian knew that if the number of people became too large, it might be difficult to manage. Although there was 18 million in the account, such money was still not enough for the normal operation of a company. Therefore, Chin Tian's idea was to first implement the current benefits and then expand outward later. Now that the response from the employees regarding the cafeteria was so significant, Chin Tian could sense the potential rewards in this. Next, Chin Tian planned to further enhance the company's benefits to see if it could bring an even greater response. Although the funds at hand seemed plentiful, once the benefits were implemented, the amount of money needed would be substantial. So at this moment, it was better to accumulate more funds before expanding outward. The priority now was to improve employee benefits. Originally, Shin Tian intended to build employee dormitories, but with the funds he had, it was completely insufficient, so the construction of dormitories had to be temporarily shelved. After some thought, Shin Tian ultimately decided to provide some compensation to the employees. Today, Shin Tian directly called in Xu Mingyue using the landline on his desk. Compared to before, Xu Mingyue was now a competent assistant. Mr. Shin, may I ask what you need? Xu Mingyue respectfully spoke after entering the office. In a bit, I plan to talk to everyone about the company's benefits. You can take notes and then go to finance to create a specific plan for me. Okay, understood. Xu Mingyue nodded, as this was part of her job as an assistant. However, she was somewhat puzzled about what Shin Tian was planning to do this time. After this period of interaction, she found Shin Tian's actions truly difficult to grasp. Just like the incident in the break room, Shin Tian had said something similar, and at that time, Xu Mingyue thought he had some special plan, but it turned out to be the establishment of a break room. In fact, Xu Mingyue was quite anxious about the company's business issues. On the surface, it seemed that Shin Tian was expanding the company's scale, but the business problems had remained stagnant. The software and games they developed had all been uploaded to various platforms, but the current issue was that the sales of these developed software and games were not significant. There were only a few sales. It should be noted that the company's daily expenses were at least several $100,000. How could they sustain themselves with just a few software and game sales? Boss, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Xu Mingyue hesitated slightly. Feel free to speak. In my company, we have freedom of speech. Do you have any suggestions? Shin Tian asked while organizing the materials in his hands. Boss, the sales of the software and games our company has developed are currently poor, and our company's income is only a few $dozen. I think you should focus on the development and sales of the software. Xu Mingyue was genuinely worried about whether the company could hold on. What kind of company only spends without earning? Hearing this, Shin Tian couldn't help but sigh. So, you don't understand these matters. My current thought is to respect the talents in the company. As long as we solve the talent issue, will we still be afraid of not making money? In business, one shouldn't be afraid of these obstacles. If something breaks, we can always start over. As long as we have talent, we need not fear losing money. Faced with Shin Tian's words, Xu Mingyue found herself momentarily speechless. It sounded quite reasonable. However, she was also pondering in her heart. Was Shin Tian really cut out for business? What exactly was he up to? Although there was money in the company's account, if Shin Tian continued like this, the company's closure would only be a matter of time. Could it be that Shin Tian really has some other scheme? This can't really be a scam company, can it? Such a thought involuntarily popped into Xu Mingyue's mind. As the saying goes, where there's strangeness, there's a ghost. Shin Tian's way of running a company is indeed too bizarre. Others start companies to make money, but Shin Tian has been losing money, basically subsidizing it himself. One could say that all the money in the company's financial accounts comes from Shin Tian's own account, never having earned a single cent. Earlier, Xu Mingyue had suspected that Shin Tian might be some rich second generation out to experience life, but gradually she realized that Shin Tian didn't seem to have any particularly strong background. While Xu Mingyue was lost in these thoughts, Shin Tian had already arrived at the work area. Shin Tian clapped his hands. Alright, everyone stop what you're doing and listen to me, let's have a brief meeting. Recently, I've noticed an increase in the number of people arriving late to work. You should know that this issue of tardiness is very important for the company. Upon hearing the word late, many employees lowered their heads. Boss, I'm sorry, I promise I won't be late again. Yes, boss, we don't want to be late either, but my place is a bit far from here. And sometimes I wake up late in the morning, so I end up being late. Please give us another chance. Boss, we know we were wrong. Whatever the company decides to deduct from our pay, we have no complaints. Most of the employees in the company are post-2000s. Nowadays, these post-2000s are harder to manage than Sunmyukong. After work, they always like to play games until midnight, and then they wake up late the next day. Their homes are also quite far from the company, which leads to this tardiness. Hearing this, Shin Tian nodded. Very good. Your attitude in admitting your mistakes is quite sincere. Since that's the case, I won't hold you accountable for the recent tardiness. Of course, I'm not here to scold you or to settle accounts with you. I just want to discuss how to solve the issue of tardiness. At this point, Shin Tian looked at all the employees present. Does anyone have any suggestions regarding the issue of tardiness? The people present looked at each other, and not a single person stepped forward to speak. After all, no one can guarantee they won't be late one day due to unforeseen circumstances. No suggestions, huh? If there are no suggestions, then I'll share my thoughts with you. I know that many people are renting places to live, and it's not easy for everyone to come out and work. The places to live are relatively far from the company. I've worked before, and I can understand your hardships. After all, places close to the company have high rents and are hard to find. What I'm considering now is how to provide transportation subsidies for everyone. Ha! What's this? Transportation subsidies for us? All the employees present had 1,000 question marks in their minds. For a company's boss, employees arriving late is a negative impact, so bosses usually think of ways to encourage employees to be more conscientious. The so-called method is to raise the fines within the company. As long as the fines are high enough, they won't dare to be late. But now Qin Tian is saying he wants to provide them with transportation subsidies? What's going on here? Now many people walk to work, and walking takes too much time. I'm considering whether to provide you with transportation subsidies or to save that money and have the company arrange a bus to specifically pick you up and drop you off for work. Regarding this, I still hope everyone can give an opinion. After all, this concerns everyone's welfare, so I want to ask which option everyone agrees with. Another thunderous question was thrown out. Everyone present widened their eyes. Boss, are you suggesting we have a dedicated car for commuting? Xu Mingyue looked at Qin Tian in disbelief. I've been considering this issue for a long time, but I don't know what everyone thinks. After all, some people want transportation subsidies, while others want a dedicated car service. It really depends on what everyone thinks. I know many opinions are not unified, so today I want everyone to make the decision, with the majority ruling. In an instant, all the employees began to discuss fervently. This is just too good, right? As office workers, how could they not know how tough commuting is every day? The houses they rented were already quite far, and they were unwilling to take taxis. Many people squeezed onto buses during rush hour, some even walked the whole way, and others rode bicycles to work. The long-term exposure to wind and rain was indeed uncomfortable. Having a dedicated car would make a huge difference. Boss, if possible, we think a dedicated car service would be better. I also think a dedicated car service would be better. In fact, many times we are late because we wake up late and the distance is far. If we had a dedicated car service, it would be different. I also support a dedicated car service. In no time, everyone in the office area was raising their hands to vote, and the vast majority were in favor of the dedicated car service. After all, this benefit of a dedicated car service was just too good. There were already some companies that provided dedicated car services, but there were certain conditions attached. Seeing so many people raise their hands to vote, Qin Tian didn't say much and directly began to tally the votes. After all, Qin Tian's strategy was for the minority to obey the majority. As long as most people agreed with this approach, he would implement the decided strategy. Great, since everyone agrees on the dedicated car service, let's go with that. Previously, we had already selected a plan regarding this. I have calculated that our company currently has 120 people, so we would need about 3 cars for the service. I will also hire 3 dedicated drivers to pick everyone up and drop them off every day. However, there are still significant issues regarding the details of the pickup and drop-off, so I need you to coordinate that. How about this? Each group can tally up and discuss the specific pickup and drop-off issues. Is that okay with everyone? Facing Qin Tian's inquiry, everyone responded without hesitation, no problem, no problem. The voices were incredibly loud. Are you kidding? Who would have a problem with such a great benefit? Since that's the case, Assistant Chu, I'll trouble you to run around a bit more regarding this plan, coordinating with the people in the company to see how we can manage the pickup and drop-off. Qin Tian turned to Chu Mingyue and instructed. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I will coordinate with everyone. Chu Mingyue respectfully nodded. Additionally, Sister Mei, the Human Resources Department will also start external recruitment, preparing to hire 3 drivers. As for the salary, just go with the market price. Okay, boss, I understand. Sister Mei nodded at this time as well. With Qin Tian's departure, all the employees present cheered. Wow, our boss is really generous. I thought he would deduct our wages for being late, but instead, he arranged a dedicated car service for us. Generous, really too generous. If we have this dedicated car service, we won't be afraid of being late anymore. The place I live is just too far. Let's not talk about whether it's late or not. Having a dedicated car service can completely avoid the issues of wind and rain. Alright, this boss is really too good, but will this plan actually be implemented? I've heard before that some companies have dedicated car services, but those are super large companies, specifically catering to skilled workers with strength. We're just ordinary employees. Is the boss really planning to do this? Many employees harbored doubts. After all, such treatment is not common, and the cost of hiring a car is not low. Many wondered if the boss would approve this plan once it's made, as it would need to go through financial calculations, and the specific expenses would be detailed in the plan. Ultimately, whether it would be approved would depend on Qin Tian's decision. Chu Mingyue acted quickly and submitted the complete plan to Qin Tian the next day. Qin Tian didn't hesitate and directly opened the plan to review it. I must say, the plan was quite well done. It clearly listed the addresses of the employees and specified the routes for the car service, ensuring no employee would be overlooked. The financial department also included a budget in the plan. Goodness, if we hire a car, one vehicle would cost at least 10,000 a day. President Qin, this is the specific plan, and the finance department has calculated the funds needed by the company. If we really hire a car, our company will incur nearly 500,000 in expenses each month, Chu Mingyue said, her tone clearly hesitant. But after a moment's thought, she placed another plan on the table. This is an alternative plan created by the finance department, which provides transportation allowances for employees. If we go with this plan, our company would spend a maximum of over 200,000 each month. It was evident that Chu Mingyue was also somewhat worried about the car service plan. After all, the employee benefits that Qin Tian was implementing were already outstanding, and as an assistant, she was very aware of the company's situation. Chu Mingyue even worried that the company might not be able to sustain it. It's alright, let's proceed with this plan. The car service is a choice made by all employees, and we must respect everyone's opinion. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively and then picked up a pen to sign his name on the plan. Now instruct the finance department to start allocating funds immediately. Also, arrange for someone to negotiate the car service. The HR department must act quickly. These 3 drivers need to be thoroughly vetted. They must have complete documentation. This concerns the safety of all employees, and it cannot be taken lightly. Seeing Qin Tian's resolute expression, a sense of guilt rose in Chu Mingyue's heart. To be honest, the employee benefits at the company were already off the charts. Suddenly, Chu Mingyue felt an immense sense of happiness. In fact, her family background wasn't very good, and the apartment she rented was quite far away, so she had to wake up early every day to catch a ride. Now, with the dedicated car service, it truly saved her a lot of trouble. After all, the company's car service is different. Whether it's windy or rainy, the company's car arrives on time, unless it's a holiday. Most importantly, the company's car doesn't mind if you miss your stop. As long as you reach your destination, someone will call you to get off. She could just get on the car and fall asleep immediately. This was a great blessing for many employees. Previously, Chu Mingyue had doubted whether Qin Tian was running a shell company or a scam. Now, thinking back, how could she not feel guilty? Alright, President Qin, you can rest assured. I'll have them implement this plan immediately. You're right, what you just said is absolutely correct. Tell the HR and finance departments that what I want is speed. I need this plan implemented as quickly as possible. Qin Tian's words were filled with determination. This was enough to demonstrate Qin Tian's resolve and plan. Chu Mingyue no longer said anything. She took the plan and went directly to find out when the HR and finance departments would execute it. Don't underestimate Chu Mingyue as an assistant. In fact, many matters in the company were handled through her. After all, as the boss, Qin Tian couldn't personally manage everything. Most of the work was done by the assistant. The business department worked very quickly. The plan issued today was already completed by the next day. They specifically hired 3 luxury buses and employed 3 full-time drivers. These 3 full-time drivers were responsible for picking up and dropping off employees. Therefore, their workload was quite light, but the pay for such charter work was inherently high. Their contracted salary was over 18,000, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund. For these 3 full-time drivers, it was like finding a great bargain. When the 3 luxury buses and the 3 full-time drivers were in place, the sense of belonging among the company's employees surged instantly. Oh my God, our boss is too fast. The plan was just issued yesterday, and it's already done today? Look at those 3 luxury buses. I can't imagine having such transportation for commuting every day. My life is going to be so wonderful. I suddenly feel lucky that I joined this company, otherwise, I wouldn't enjoy these benefits at all. To be honest, after working in the industry for so many years, I've never encountered such a good boss. I've been to more than 10 companies before, but which one offered such benefits? Those previous companies either made you work overtime or deducted your salary for being slightly late, squeezing you to the limit, unlike this company that offers various benefits. Honestly, I've never worked in such an easygoing company. The atmosphere here is so good, there's none of that deceitful back and forth. Whoever's job it is, they handle it. If something goes wrong, you just find the person responsible. The company's rules and regulations are truly excellent. The key is that the work is easy, the salary is high, and the benefits are fantastic. From now on, we need to work hard. Exactly, we need to work hard to earn money for the boss. The boss treats us this way, we can't let him down. At this moment, over 100 employees silently vowed to work diligently. The sense of belonging among the employees was off the charts. Although Chin Tian was sitting in the office, he was overjoyed at this moment, because the sounds coming from the system were like heavenly music to him. The better he treated his employees, the more rewards the system provided. Especially when he saw the system points rising rapidly, Chin Tian was in a great mood. This time, for the special transportation service, the system directly awarded him 54,000 points. If converted to cash, that would be 54 million. Goodness! Spending just a few $100,000 to set up a special transportation service and directly reaping over 50 million was definitely worth it. Moreover, seeing such a large sum of money credited made him feel delighted. Chin Tian immediately walked out of the office. Alright, everyone, please quiet down. Recently, I've been in a great mood. Considering that our company has been open for almost a month now, to celebrate our 1-month anniversary, I've decided to organize a team building event this Saturday. This is our company's first team building event, so everyone can feel free to suggest where we should go. We already have a dedicated vehicle for transportation, so even if it's a bit far, it's acceptable. Don't hold back, everyone, just speak up. Chin Tian's voice was loud and clear, and the smile on his face indicated that he was in a very good mood. Boss, you said you want to take us for team building? Then I would like to ask what the criteria for this team building event are? A finance employee quickly stood up to inquire. What criteria? As long as it's fun, that's all that matters. If you don't have any suggestions, my idea is to find a fun place to hang out. It's fine, everyone, feel free to say where you want to go. Boss, I heard that the water park in the Magic City is really fun, but the tickets are a bit expensive. A young female employee stepped forward. Water park? That sounds like a good choice. What does everyone think about this water park? What's so fun about a water park? Boss, if you can accept it, I think going to the resort in the West would be better. Yeah, I also think the resort in the West is better. I heard there are many fun places there, and the scenery is beautiful. I heard there are many shows at night. Once the first suggestion was made, more suggestions started to come in one after another. At this point, Chin Tian was also considering the employees' suggestions. However, being a young man himself, Chin Tian had his own ideas. Although the water park and the resort sounded nice, he felt that such outings were too mundane. If they were going to have fun, it should be something more enjoyable. So, Chin Tian had already made up his mind. I have a suggestion now, let me see what everyone thinks. I heard before that Yunnan has a lot of fun things to do, and the scenery there is particularly beautiful. I've always wanted to go see it. If everyone has no objections, how about we go to Yunnan for some fun? After all, now that his wallet was full, Chin Tian could afford to be a bit more generous. He had long wanted to visit Yunnan, and this was a rare opportunity. Yunnan? That sounds great. I've wanted to go there for a long time, but I never had the chance. Boss, that's a good suggestion. Boss, but I heard that the cost of living in Yunnan is quite high. Some employees began to hesitate. You don't need to worry about that at all. Since it's a company team building event, all expenses for food, drinks, and entertainment will be covered by the company. Since it's a team building event, we should have a good time. I hereby announce that all food, drinks, and entertainment will be fully covered by the company. Chin Tian was feeling quite generous, and many people in the company agreed, but a considerable number of people chose to remain silent at this moment. Boss, if we're going to Yunnan, then please don't count me in, it's just too far. Yeah, boss, I won't go either. I happen to have something to do this week. A portion of the employees suddenly spoke up to refuse. Chin Tian didn't mind their refusals. After all, he planned to go to Yunnan for some fun. It's fine, this company team building event is not mandatory. If you want to go, just sign up. If not, we won't force you. Alright, this team building event is set. Assistant Chu, please compile the list and hand it over to finance. All employees of our company can participate in this team building. Understood, General Manager Chin. Okay, everyone, back to work. Chin Tian was in a good mood and naturally paid no attention to this, humming a little tune as he returned to his office. At this moment, no one dared to openly discuss the matter, they could only inquire in the colleague group. Oldly, what was that about? The boss is paying for the team building, and you actually refused? Do you have a problem? The company is covering all expenses for food and fun, we could go on a free trip to Yunnan, why not go? I say, Xiao, you're still too young. You don't know the dangers of this society. One must always be cautious. Haven't you heard that saying? If the boss were going to other places for team building, I would definitely go without hesitation. After all, it's a company event, and not going would be a waste. But if it's to Yunnan, then we need to be a bit careful. Putting everything else aside, although the scenery in Yunnan is really beautiful, there are also many scammers there. Exactly, the reason I'm not going is that I'm worried about this issue. There's something I'm not sure if I should say, but honestly, I have some doubts about the current situation in this company. The boss is too good to us at Weiming, the benefits keep getting better, yet the company's performance hasn't improved at all. Now the boss suddenly says we're going to Yunnan for team building, of all places. Now that you mention it, I really feel something is off. Yeah, of all the places, why Yunnan? Many people have been scammed there and ended up in northern Myanmar for organ trafficking. Could it be that? For a moment, the entire colleague group was discussing this matter. After all, the recent actions of Chin Tian's company were indeed quite strange, completely out of place for capitalists in today's society. With this said, many people became alert. There were even many who kept tagging Chu Mingyue at this time. Assistant Chu, come out and say something. What's going on? What is the boss thinking? Yes, Assistant Chu, you're often by the boss's side, please tell us what's going on. Chu Mingyue, actually, I don't know what's going on either. This was a sudden decision from the boss, and I'm quite puzzled. The company's performance is really poor, we clearly have over 100 employees, but the monthly income hasn't exceeded 1,000. Chu Mingyue, yet the boss keeps giving us benefits, which I find strange. What does the boss want? Finance Xiaolu, however, one thing is true, there's nearly 20 million in the company's account, but this money comes from the boss's personal account. What is going on? Is the boss a scammer? If we go to Yunnan with him, will we end up being scammed for our organs? I really don't know, and I'm not clear on that. I think it must be true, after all, which capitalist is this generous? When things seem strange, there must be something wrong. The boss wouldn't want to sell us like pigs, would he? Oh no, you're making me a bit scared. I was planning to sign up for the trip to Yunnan, but now that you've said this, my heart is racing. I don't think it will come to that. With so many of us going, it's unlikely we'd all be sold, right? I still have to give it a try. If something special really happens at that time, we can just leave directly. Yes, I also think we can't miss this opportunity, but if anything seems off, we will retreat immediately. Now, there are indeed some people who do not want to miss this chance. Although some employees' speculations make them feel scared, they do not believe that Chin Tian would act so recklessly in broad daylight. There are various anti-fraud slogans everywhere, and the crackdown in this area is quite severe, unless Chin Tian is willing to risk everything. The next day, the employees truly enjoyed the benefits of being picked up and dropped off by a special car. They no longer had to wake up early to squeeze onto a bus or ride their bikes, they just needed to arrive at a designated spot and wait for the company car to come and pick them up. Such a scene left many people in awe. What's going on with them? How do they have a special car service? Who knows? It seems to be that Chin Tian company. I heard their benefits are really good. Not only do they have a separate cafeteria, but they also have special cars for commuting. Their boss booked 3 cars right away and hired 3 dedicated drivers just to take these employees to and from work. I heard they also have 5 insurances and a housing fund, and the salary is particularly high. Oh my god, this benefit is just too good. Who says otherwise? I'm currently considering whether to apply to their company. You're thinking too much, their company has already stopped hiring. What a pity. A company like that, everyone would want to get in. Brothers, hurry up and find out when they will start hiring again. Now, the benefits of Chin Tian company have spread around. After all, the employee benefits that Chin Tian company has provided are evident to all. For many workers, aside from the salary they care about the most, the benefits provided by the company are naturally important. Leaving other things aside, although the company is not very large, they have established a dedicated cafeteria, a tea room, and even allow flexible overtime. Just for this, many people are envious and jealous. Today happens to mark 1 month since Chin Tian company was established, which also means it's time for the employees to receive their salaries. The finance department was extremely busy early in the morning. After all, once all the employees received their pay slips, they had to sign them, and after the finance department verified them, the bank would directly transfer the salaries to the employees' cards. This was a day worth celebrating for the company's employees. When everyone held their pay slips, their faces were filled with joy. The boss really keeps his word, the salary is exactly as stated in the contract. How much is your salary? I have 6,008. How come you have so much? Why do I only have 5,003? You never work overtime, you run out to party as soon as you finish work. You should see how much overtime I've put in this month. Look at that guy who hasn't worked a single day of overtime, his salary is also 5,000. Yeah, I really didn't expect that. I haven't worked a single day of overtime in the company, and I still got 5,000 when the salary was paid. The one speaking is the youngest employee in the company. the younger people tend to play more. This young man has truly not worked a single day of overtime since joining the company, and because of that, he never lasted more than half a month at other companies. But now, he has completed a full month here and successfully received his salary, even feeling that there is no pressure at all working in this company. Xiaodong, I've been working with you for over a year now, and this is the first time I've seen you successfully receive your salary. One of the friends who came along with the young man couldn't help but exclaim. You should know that this guy hadn't received a single paycheck in a year of working. This is also my first time feeling what it's like to get paid. To be honest, it feels really good, said the young man named Xiaodong, his spirits lifting. You should really thank the company. If it weren't for this company, you wouldn't even know if you'd ever get a paycheck in your life. That's true, that's true. Not to mention, I really feel this company is great. First of all, working here never requires any social maneuvering. Whoever's job it is, they do it, and if someone makes a mistake, you go to them. This kind of rule is really nice, especially the flexible overtime system, which I find very satisfying. I've decided that as long as this company doesn't go under, I'll keep working here. Xiaodong genuinely felt that the company's system suited him very well, especially since the post-2000 generation is known for their strong personalities. Although there are many jokes about the post-2000s reforming the workplace, the reality is that society isn't that simple. The adult world is always filled with hardships. The unspoken rules in the workplace are not something an average person can handle. No matter how wild they are, they will eventually be tamed. Yet, in Qin Tian's company, they could experience the dream workplace life they longed for, which was truly delightful. Now, all the employees in the company had received funding from the company. With the arrival of these salaries, all the employees were thrilled. Those who didn't work overtime were very satisfied, and those who did were even more pleased. Such news quickly spread around the company. People from other companies envied Qin Tian's company's system and benefits. With Saturday approaching, everyone in Qin Tian's company was considering whether to travel to Yunnan with him. After all, this trip posed a certain level of risk for them. This was something the employees had to think about carefully. It wasn't until Friday morning that the company's statistics were released. Nearly half of the employees chose to travel to Yunnan with Qin Tian. For many young men, the opportunity to travel was an irresistible temptation, and they didn't want to miss out on such a good chance. Although many were worried about being scammed and sent to northern Myanmar, they decided that if anything seemed off, they would report it immediately. With anti-fraud campaigns everywhere, everyone's awareness was already very high. If they encountered a situation where their phones were being taken, they just needed to report it and stay alert. After all, going out for team building shouldn't require collecting phones. As long as they paid attention to these small details, they could see what Qin Tian was up to. In fact, this was also because they had just received their salaries, and many wanted to embrace a playful mindset. However, there were still many seasoned employees in the company who were quite clever. Even though they had just received their satisfactory pay, it didn't cloud their judgment. Usually, such things could be pre-arranged traps. So, half of the people chose not to sign up for the team building event. Looking at the list in his hand, Qin Tian nodded. Alright, since only half are going, let's go with half. Let them prepare. We'll set off after work today and meet at the company entrance at 6 o'clock sharp. Okay, President Qin, I'll notify them right away. Chu Mingyue nodded at Qin Tian and then walked out to inform everyone. Chu Mingyue was also preparing to participate in this team-building event. After all, with so many people going along, there was nothing to fear. If anything did happen, they could think of other ways to handle it. Surely, they wouldn't be sold out in broad daylight. Since they were traveling to another city, they needed to go home to pack their luggage, so they decided to meet at the company gate at around 6 o'clock. 2 large buses were already waiting at the company entrance. At 6 o'clock, Chu Mingyue began to call the roll on time. Once she confirmed that everyone had arrived, she reported to Qin Tian, Mr. Qin, the number of people has been counted, and it matches exactly with our list. Everyone is here now. Good, since everyone is here, let's set off directly, Qin Tian said, getting on the bus without hesitation and signaling for the other employees to board as well. Once on the bus, some employees felt a bit anxious, while many others wore expressions of vigilance. If anything seemed off, they would immediately call the police. Oh, right, I almost forgot something. Qin Tian suddenly spoke up while playing on his phone. Oh no, how could I forget such an important thing? At this moment, he looked very anxious, which startled Chu Mingyue and the others on the bus. Boss, what did you forget? Chu Mingyue asked cautiously, her hand tightly gripping her phone. If Qin Tian showed any signs of something being wrong, she would call the police immediately, and the other employees shared the same attitude. I forgot to have you book the hotel for our trip. With our departure time, we'll arrive at the destination in the middle of the night. Where will we all stay then? Shin Tian slapped his thigh, realizing he had been too happy lately and had forgotten this matter. Oh, I see, boss. You really scared me. It's still early, so we can book now, Shu Mingyue said, patting her chest. The other employees also let out a heavy sigh of relief. Good point. So why are you still dawdling here? Hurry up and check online to see which hotel is suitable, then start booking the rooms, Shin Tian urged. That's definitely not a problem, but boss, do you have any specific requirements for the hotel? Requirements? A regular hotel will do, as long as the environment isn't too bad. The best would be one with a good cost-performance ratio. I remember there's a hotel that has triple rooms, right? Book according to that specification, 3 people per room will be fine, Shin Tian said after thinking for a moment. Generally, when companies go for team building, they usually book inns because they are relatively cheaper, which is why many companies choose this option. Now that Shin Tian mentioned booking a hotel, even though he said a regular hotel, such conditions and treatment seemed a bit too good, didn't they? Mr. Shin, do we really need to book a hotel? The prices for hotels are relatively high, the finance officer sitting nearby cautiously asked. It's fine, a little more expensive is not an issue. The main thing is to be comfortable. Oh, and remember to book a hotel that includes breakfast, otherwise, how will so many of us have breakfast there? Just rest assured and book it, Shin Tian assured them. With Shin Tian's promise, Shu Mingyue didn't think too much and immediately started browsing hotels online, then began booking rooms. In fact, booking rooms wouldn't cost much. There were only 56 people in total for the trip, and booking about 20 rooms would be enough, totaling just over 6,000. However, with Shin Tian's attitude, the employees felt much more at ease. Soon, Shu Mingyue had booked the hotel room. By the way, just tell the hotel we want to book for 2 days. When we're done having fun, we can go back to work directly. We'll just stay at this hotel to avoid the hassle of changing hotels later. At that moment, most of the employees felt much more at ease. Because if Shin Tian was booking the hotel directly, it meant he really wanted to go on a trip. Moreover, this hotel was not arranged by Shin Tian himself, but was booked by his assistant, Shu Mingyue, which made them even more reassured. As the car slowly drove along, Shin Tian felt a bit bored and simply lay down to sleep. For most people now, taking a car meant getting in, sleeping for a while, and then arriving at the destination. Shin Tian, being a young man, naturally had this habit as well. Seeing that Shin Tian had fallen asleep, the employees began chatting in their colleague group. Wow, it seems the boss isn't planning to do anything. He really looks like he's here to travel in Yunnan. Now the boss has already booked us a hotel, and it has to include breakfast. Assistant Chu, how's the hotel situation going? Don't worry, the hotel is already booked, and there shouldn't be any major issues. I asked the boss when I booked it, and this hotel has a very good environment. Nice. Oh my god, the boss booked you a hotel. Is there going to be an explosion in there? Yeah, you guys need to be careful. Don't let anything happen. For those of you who didn't come, stop saying these sour words. We came here with the boss, and he's just here to travel. He's never been to Yunnan before, and the hotels he booked for us are all very famous. You can check it out if you don't believe me. The colleague group was noisy. However, Shin Tian didn't care about all that, he just kept sleeping. It wasn't until around 3 in the morning that the car finally arrived at the hotel. After getting out of the car, Shin Tian directly asked Shu Mingyue to arrange for everyone to rest, while he hid in his room and fell asleep immediately. Sitting in the car all day was indeed tiring. For these employees who came out for team building, it was also a very wonderful night. The next day, after everyone finished breakfast, Shin Tian took the employees out to have fun. Yunnan is a tourist destination with many enjoyable activities. It was Shin Tian's first time here, and he was curious about many things, so he had a particularly great time. However, Yunnan is a high-cost place, and many entertainment activities require money. Shin Tian didn't care about that, he let the employees enjoy themselves freely. It must be said that this was a tremendous blessing for these employees. Shin Tian covered all the food, drink, and fun, even better than if they had come on their own. Happy times always pass so quickly. 2 days went by in the blink of an eye, and now it was time to go back. The employees all looked like they were still wanting more. After all, they were young, and when it came to having fun, it was always particularly different. Time goes by too fast. I feel like we just came out and now we have to go back to work. It was so much fun, really too much fun, the time just flew by, and I haven't even had enough fun yet. Looking at the employees, each with a lingering sense of enjoyment, Shin Tian shook his head and smiled. Alright, everyone, don't make such faces. I know you all haven't had enough fun, but it's okay, we will have another opportunity next time. When our company's performance improves, we'll organize another team building event. Thank you, boss, we will definitely work hard. We must strive to join the next team building event. Let's not mention anything else. After we return this time, we will definitely work well. The employees were all in high spirits, as they had dispelled all their doubts. After these 2 days of interaction, they realized that Chin Tian was genuinely there to have fun, and he was a very approachable person. It was impossible to call Chin Tian a fraud. Among them, Xu Mingyue had the most contact with Chin Tian, and now she could see clearly what kind of person he was. Chin Tian was indeed a good boss, without any ill intentions. The team building he proposed was truly a team building event, purely for the sake of having fun. Just from the fact that Chin Tian booked the hotel, one could see his character, and during these 2 days of fun, Chin Tian had covered almost all the expenses, just to ensure the employees had a great time. Perhaps this was what Chin Tian meant by respecting talent. Now, the guilt in Xu Mingyue's heart was continuously rising. Well, since that's the case, let's not talk too much and get going, Chin Tian said, taking advantage of the early hour. If they set off now, they should be back in the Magic City by 8 or 9 in the evening, allowing the employees to rest and then return to work the next day. The journey was smooth, and by 10 o'clock at night, everyone had safely returned home. The next day, everyone returned to work as usual. However, as soon as they arrived, the entire office area erupted. You have no idea, I almost broke my ribs from regret over these past 2 days. What a great opportunity, and I didn't go. I'm so envious, jealous, and resentful. If I had known it would be like this, I should have gone with you all. Those who hadn't gone were now proudly lamenting. Meanwhile, those who had attended were beaming with pride. Who told you to doubt the boss? I'm telling you, the boss isn't trying to do anything illegal. He genuinely wants to provide us with benefits. Yes, he is a truly good boss. Let's not think about those things anymore. If there's another team building event next time, I will definitely be the first to sign up. No need to say more. If there's another team building event, I will definitely sign up too. I truly regret missing this one. Many seasoned employees felt as if they had suffered a great loss. And those who had benefited from the event saw the expressions of the seasoned employees and couldn't help but laugh even more. You have no idea. Everything we did there was reimbursed by the company. All the food, drinks, and entertainment were covered by finance. It was even more comfortable than traveling on my own. Yes, we hardly spent any money and had so much fun. It was simply delightful. It seems this time we really underestimated the boss's intentions. Not to mention, our company's boss is definitely a good boss. I've seen it this time, and I swear I will work hard in the future to create benefits for the boss. Yes, the boss told us that when the company's performance improves, there will be another team building event. Soon, Chin Tian arrived at the office. Chin Tian was currently pondering how to harvest the next wave of employees' sense of belonging when Xu Mingyue respectfully walked into the office holding a cup of water. After returning safely this time, Xu Mingyue had dispelled all her suspicions about Chin Tian. In her heart, Chin Tian was now an unequivocal good boss, not only establishing the company's rules very well but also placing great emphasis on employee welfare. This was certainly a good thing. President Chin, please have a drink of water first. Okay. Chin Tian unceremoniously picked up the cup and took a sip. At this moment, Xu Mingyue picked up a document beside her and handed it to Chin. President Chin, I have a proposal here that I worked on with several experienced employees in the company. This proposal is beneficial for the company's development, and I hope you can take a look at it. If you find it acceptable, it could be adopted. I don't think I asked you to come up with a proposal, did I? Chin Tian said, puzzled, as he opened the document to read. President Chin, you didn't ask us to come up with a proposal. This is something we voluntarily wanted to show you, mainly because the company's performance is really poor right now. The software and games we've developed are not getting promoted at all. Our current idea is to establish our own platform and put our software on it. Xu Mingyue directly expressed her thoughts. Your idea is quite good. Alright, I will take a good look at this proposal, and if it's feasible, we can implement it. Chin Tian nodded, but his focus was not on these proposals. He still prioritized employee welfare. What do you think about our company's current welfare system? Chin Tian raised his head to ask Xu Mingyue. President Chin, our company's welfare is already very good. If you think the welfare is too costly, I believe you can consider reducing some of these benefits to save on company costs. To be honest, Xu Mingyue was even a bit worried about the company's financial sustainability. Not to mention anything else, just the cafeteria's monthly expenses were over several $100,000. In Xu Mingyue's view, this was completely unnecessary. It was enough to provide employees with some release subsidies. Many companies were doing this now. Cutting costs for the company is not acceptable, absolutely not. How can I treat my employees poorly when I open the door to do business? To me, the employees are the foundation of the company, so I will never exploit my employees, nor will I allow any internal competition within the company. I must respect talent. Qin Tian spoke decisively once again. Such an attitude instantly touched Xu Mingyue's heart. The boss was just too good. Thinking about how young and capable the boss was, and how kind he was. For a moment, something special stirred in Xu Mingyue's heart. But the company's operations are so poor right now, with almost no income. If this continues, the company won't be able to sustain itself. This was what Xu Mingyue was most worried about. At this moment, Qin Tian laughed heartily. You can rest assured about this, there won't be any problems. Since I want to respect talent, I definitely have my ways. You just need to focus on your work, and don't worry about anything else. By the way, I've noticed that many people come to work looking sleep deprived. I'm considering whether to push back the working hours a bit. Push back the working hours? I want to delay the start time to after 10 o'clock, so everyone can sleep a little longer and won't look so tired when they arrive at the company. Qin Tian often noticed that employees came to the company looking tired, as if they hadn't fully woken up, and their mental state was indeed poor. In fact, Qin Tian had worked before, and he was very aware of the state of these workers. When he used to get up, he was completely unwilling. Since that was the case, why not push back the start time by 2 hours, allowing everyone to sleep a little longer? Boss, I don't think that's feasible. If we push the time back by 2 hours, the end time will also be pushed back by 2 hours. If we finish at 7, many people will probably be unwilling. I never said the end time would be pushed back. My idea is this, I think working 8 hours is a bit too long. How about we start at 10? That way, we work 6 hours a day, and the remaining time counts as overtime. Can you ask everyone for their opinions? Xu Mingyue? Qin, are you joking with me? 8 hours a day is the company's rule. Right now, we have an 8-hour workday, and there's still a lot of work left unfinished. If we cut 2 hours, we really won't be able to finish the work. This time, Xu Mingyue truly didn't understand. Generally, bosses hope their employees work longer hours, but Qin Tian wanted to shorten the working hours? How would the company increase its efficiency this way? Wouldn't it go bankrupt in no time? I'm not saying we should shorten the working hours. What I mean is that the 2 hours between 8 and 10 in the morning should count as overtime. I think this is a very good approach. First of all, many employees are currently in a state of exhaustion, and such a mental state often affects their work. So, what I'm doing is quite humane. If employees feel tired from sleeping late, they can come in at 10. If they wake up early, they can come in earlier, and that counts as overtime, which can increase employee motivation. I believe this policy of mine is definitely correct and can better stimulate the enthusiasm of talent. The moment Qin Tian said this, Xu Mingyue found herself at a loss for words. It sounded reasonable, but she always felt something was off. Alright, don't say anything else. Just do as I say and go ask the employees for their opinions now. Xu Mingyue opened her mouth to say something, but the words were all swallowed back. Because at that moment, she really didn't know what to say, so she could only follow Qin Tian's instructions and went to the department to announce it to the employees. What? Assistant Xu, you're not joking with us, are you? The boss wants to shorten the working hours from 8 to 6? If we start work at 8 in the morning, that means we're working 2 hours of overtime. This can't be real, right? Assistant Xu, are you sure you're not joking with us? If that's the case, we'll finally be able to get a good night's sleep. I've always fantasized about finding a company that starts work at 10, and I didn't expect to encounter it now. So, does that mean the time between 8 and 10 in the morning also counts as overtime, and we can choose whether to work overtime or not? The employees became increasingly excited. This is what President Qin said himself. He asked me to come out and ask for your opinions to see what you all think, Xu Mingyue said expressionlessly. At that moment, she didn't feel much joy, instead, she began to worry. Following the company's regulations and operational methods like this, Xu Mingyue was genuinely afraid the company would go bankrupt. Wow, if that's the case, if we come to work at 8 in the morning, won't our salaries be higher in the future? Now many people have just received their salaries and are savoring the sweetness of it. This one, 5 times overtime pay is really enticing. Especially for those seasoned workers, what they love most is doing this kind of overtime work. After all, the more hours they work, the more money they earn. Originally, an 8-hour workday already comes with a fixed salary. If they add 2 more hours of overtime, their paycheck will be even larger. These seasoned workers have been in the job market for many years and are already accustomed to this way of working. Now, hearing that they can come to work at 8 in the morning and add 2 hours of overtime to earn more money is something they have longed for. Moreover, under such circumstances, they don't even need to fear being late. If they sleep in, they can just come in a bit later, it's not a big deal. Such a policy is a tremendous blessing for all employees. Who would refuse in this situation? No objections, no objections. The boss is really great. To be honest, this is the best company I've ever seen, bar none. Assistant Chu, please thank the boss for us properly. In an instant, the entire office area was filled with voices of admiration. Even sitting in the office, Shin Tian could hear the praises coming from outside. This wave of voices brought a particularly mechanical sound to Shin Tian's mind. Detected changes in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 500. Detected changes in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 600. These sounds from the system were like heavenly music. This change in working hours also brought Shin Tian over 30,000 points. That's a whopping 30 million in income. For Shin Tian, this was a huge sum. After calculating, he realized he had already earned a total of 40 million. Previously, he was just a broke guy with little money, and now, in just over a month, he had nearly 40 million in income. It seems that the employee benefits were indeed well implemented. More of this should be done in the future. Now that Shin Tian had over 30 million in his pocket, he wasn't in a hurry. First, he would transfer 20 million to the company's account, and the remaining 10 million would be used to solve his own issues. After all, he was now the boss of a large company. It wouldn't make sense not to have a car. Secondly, he needed to change his living situation. As a boss, he couldn't be renting all the time. It was time for him to buy a house. So, Shin Tian planned to go buy a car after work and then look for a house another day. Just then, Xu Mingyue walked in from outside. President Shin, I've already asked all the employees for their opinions, and they all agree with the boss's decision. Although she said this, Xu Mingyue was secretly muttering in her heart, is there even a need to ask about this? Who wouldn't agree to something that benefits everyone? Who wouldn't want such a good deal? Since everyone agrees, there's nothing more to say. You should immediately revise the policy and implement it starting tomorrow. You can tell the employees that if they come to work at 8 in the morning, there will be a special car to pick them up. If they come to work at 10, they'll have to come on their own. The company car won't be provided. Understood. Xu Mingyue nodded. Are you going to work overtime after work tonight? Shin Tian suddenly remembered that he was going to buy a car later, and he wasn't familiar with such matters, so it would be good to have someone accompany him. I can work overtime or not. What's the matter? There's nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you have time after work to go with me to a forest shop to look at cars. I've been thinking about buying one recently, but I'm not very familiar with this kind of thing. It's easy to get scammed going alone, so I thought I'd like you to accompany me. Of course, I'm not insisting, just asking if you're free. If you're interested, we can go together. If not, I can find someone else. Of course I'm interested. I was just worrying about having nothing to do after work and whether to consider overtime. Since you're going to buy a car, it would be great to tag along and take a look. Xu Mingyue now has a very good impression of Shin Tian, so she naturally wouldn't refuse his request. Not to mention, Shin Tian is about the same age as Xu Mingyue and quite handsome. Plus, he runs a company at such a young age, which is quite impressive. It's only natural that Xu Mingyue has a bit of a crush on him. After all, every girl dreams of a Prince Charming, and recently, many female employees see Shin Tian as that prince. Who knows how many girls have developed feelings for him? But since Shin Tian is the boss and they are employees, many girls dare not express their feelings. At first, Xu Mingyue was somewhat wary of Shin Tian, but that wariness has long since disappeared. Especially after returning from the trip, her fondness for him has only deepened. Alright, since that's the case, let's go look at cars together. By the way, do you have any recommendations if we're buying a car? I'm not really knowledgeable about that either, Xu Mingyue said, scratching her head awkwardly. After all, they are of the same age, and she hasn't really looked into such matters. Okay, then let's have dinner together after work and then go look at cars. No problem. Xu Mingyue readily agreed. After work, Shin Tian left the company with Xu Mingyue, and this scene caught the attention of many people in the company, especially some of the young and beautiful girls. Wow, Assistant Xu, why are you leaving work with the boss? What's going on here? Could it be that Assistant Xu and the boss are already getting together? There is indeed a possibility. After all, the boss is so handsome and accomplished, running such a big company, and Assistant Xu is young and beautiful. It's only natural for something to happen between them. What a pity. I was just thinking of ways to win the boss's heart, but I didn't expect Assistant Xu to get ahead of me. That's the advantage of being close to the water tower. Unaware of the discussions in the company, Shin Tian and Xu Mingyue have already found a restaurant to sit down for dinner, but Xu Mingyue now seems a bit nervous. You don't have to be so tense. I'm not a man-eating tiger. Just relax a bit. Seeing Xu Mingyue's demeanor, Shin Tian couldn't help but smile and wave his hand. In fact, Shin Tian is indeed a very easygoing person. Mr. Sheen, of course, you're not a man-eating tiger, I'm just a bit unaccustomed. Unaccustomed? It seems like Assistant Chu, you should be single. How do you know? Sheen Tian immediately laughed. Just looking at you, it's obvious you've never been in a relationship. Otherwise, why would you be so nervous sitting next to me? Hearing this, Chu Mingyue's face turned slightly red. Mr. Sheen, please don't make fun of me. I just graduated and have been busy with internships. I haven't had much time for romance. That's true. But it doesn't matter, Assistant Chu, you're so beautiful and have such a great figure. I'm sure many boys will pursue you. Sheen Tian's words made Chu Mingyue feel quite happy inside. Thank you for the compliment, President Sheen. I have a very personal question I want to ask you. What question? Don't tell me you want to ask if I have a girlfriend? You're really smart, President. You guessed it right. If you're going to ask that, I can only answer you this way. I currently don't have a girlfriend. Of course, if Assistant Chu, you could take a liking to me, maybe I could end my single life. Sheen Tian smiled. Of course, he was just joking. After all, back in school, he often teased other girls like this. This made Chu Mingyue's face turn incredibly red, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. After all, with no romantic experience, how could she know how to respond to such teasing? Alright, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Seeing Chu Mingyue's flushed face, Sheen Tian couldn't help but laugh, easing the atmosphere. For the next while, Chu Mingyue and Sheen Tian chatted casually, mostly about everyday topics. At this moment, Chu Mingyue asked the question she most wanted to know. President Sheen, although our company's benefits are very good and all employees are reluctant to leave, I want to ask, with our current performance, how can the company continue to operate? Don't you plan to change the operational policy? Well, I naturally have my own views. Don't worry, my company won't go under. In business, it's normal to invest more in the early stages. For a software development company like ours, we just need to endure. Once we get through it, we will definitely make a lot of money. There's a saying, you can't catch wolves without letting go of the kids. If you can't even bear to invest like this, how can you grow a business? Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Chu Mingyue could only choose to applaud because she really didn't know what else to say. By the way, if you have time at work, could you help me look for rental properties nearby, especially large-scale or whole buildings? What? President Sheen, you want to rent a house? What are you planning to do? Chu Mingyue was once again bewildered. Sheen Tian picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. I'm considering that if there are suitable houses around, I could rent them directly for employees as dormitories. If there aren't any suitable ones, then forget it. When our company makes money, we can just buy a piece of land and build houses for the employees. Chu Mingyue was once again struck dumb. What the hell? What does President Sheen want to do? He actually wants to provide dormitories for the employees? Is this a joke? The company's benefits are already good enough. If the company even provides dormitories, Chu Mingyue simply didn't know what to say. President Sheen, I want to ask if you are doing charity? Put. As soon as she asked this, Sheen Tian sprayed the water he had in his mouth. What? You're asking if I'm doing charity? What kind of joke is that? I'm seriously running a business. Do I look like a philanthropist? Sheen Tian felt like crying without tears. He just wanted to create a company without any internal competition, and now he was being seen as doing charity. Then why are you doing this? Facing Chu Mingyue's soul-searching question, Sheen Tian knew he had to explain something, otherwise, people might really think he was doing charity. At this moment, Sheen Tian could only forcefully adjust his state and answer seriously. First of all, I'm not doing this because I'm into charity. I've been an employee myself, and I know very well what the systems in outside companies are like. In fact, I really dislike companies that are filled with human relationships and have insufficient employee benefits. So I have always vowed that when I start my own company, I will ensure that there is no internal competition, and that all employees can work with peace of mind. Now that this company is established, I must act according to my own wishes. This is why I have set so many rules, where everyone is responsible for each other's work, and these employee benefits. In my view, this is something every company should provide for its employees. I hope every employee can treat the company like a home, not a place of deceit and trickery. Isn't this company great? Everyone can work comfortably, which provides everyone with a pleasant environment. I believe that whether working or whatever, it should be easy and free, not just about exploitation. Of course, you might not believe what I'm saying, but these are my true thoughts. At this point, Sheen Tian let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Chu Mingyue looked at Sheen Tian with a somewhat dazed expression. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Are you full? Let's go buy a car. Okay, boss, I'm full. In that moment, Chu Mingyue couldn't help but feel a sense of respect, her admiration for Sheen Tian growing stronger. Soon, Shin Tian and Shu Mingwei arrived at a nearby 4S shop. With over 10 million in his pocket, Shin Tian naturally had to be generous and couldn't buy an ordinary car. In the end, he chose a 7 Series business car. Such a car is primarily used for business, which matches Shin Tian's current identity very well. After all, he is the boss of the company. It would be unreasonable not to have a decent car, especially since Shin Tian still needed to continue developing the company and recruit more employees in the future. If he didn't even have the most basic car and house, how could he gain people's trust? Shin Tian also decided to pause hiring. He knew that blindly recruiting people wouldn't work. He was preparing for a hunger marketing strategy. In recent days, Shin Tian had heard some rumors from the outside, especially that many employees were eager to join his company. This was good news for Shin Tian. If it were before, he might have directly hired them, but now it was different. To gain their sense of belonging, he had to let them know that entering his company was not a simple matter. Once they joined the company and experienced its benefits, their sense of belonging would soar. This approach was much better than simply hiring people. So Shin Tian wanted to take it easy. He first stopped hiring and focused on improving benefits. Once his reputation was established, those people would enter his company and directly gain their sense of belonging. In fact, Shin Tian's approach was correct because all the employees and surrounding companies envied their company's benefits. Many people had come to ask if his company was still hiring, and many had come for interviews, all of whom Shin Tian had rejected. Although the company's account had over 30 million, if the number of employees increased, that money wouldn't be enough. Before establishing a strong reputation, he needed to grow more funds and then expand outward. This pace of development was the right one. Many people used to think that Shin Tian's company must have some tricks up its sleeve, but after the company issued salaries this time, no one doubted the authenticity of Shin Tian's company anymore, because all the employees received their pay properly, and the salaries they received made many people envious. Have you heard? Shin Tian's company issued salaries a few days ago. To be honest, I feel so unbalanced. The work we do is almost the same as what those people in their company do, and I do it even better than them, working more overtime than they do, yet their salaries are higher than ours. The key is that their work is so easy. They not only have dedicated cars for pickup and drop-off, but also a special cafeteria, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund, and they can freely work overtime. Why didn't I go to their company back then? Not only that, I heard their boss even took them to Yunnan for team building activities before. At that time, many people in their company thought it was a trick to lure them in, but in the end, they found out the boss was really just taking them out to have fun. What's worse is that the boss covered all the expenses for food, drinks, and entertainment. Those who didn't go were almost ready to break their ribs from envy. Damn! I only now understand what real team building is. When will their company start hiring again? I want to get in too. Such a good company is hard to come by. You think you're the only one? I don't know how many people want to get into their company but can't find a way. I heard all their positions are already filled. If you want to get in, you'll have to wait until someone leaves. What are you joking about? Who would want to leave such a good company? If it were me, I'd be willing to stay there for a lifetime. The people talking were all white-collar workers from the area, and their feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred were beyond words. Just then, Mei Jia, the head of the HR department at Shin Tian's company, happened to pass by. A few bold individuals immediately followed her. Mei Jia, hello. You're here for work. Have you had breakfast, Mei Jia? I just bought some. Why don't you take it and eat? Faced with their sudden flattery, Mei Jia felt quite uncomfortable. What are you doing? These were strangers. Although they had seen each other at work before, they had hardly spoken. Now, suddenly approaching her with concern and offering breakfast, anyone would be on guard. No, Mei Jia, please don't misunderstand. We don't have any other intentions. We know you are the head of HR at Shin Tian's company, and we just wanted to ask if your company is still hiring. Yes, we just want to know if your company needs people. If you do, we are available. The people trying to get close wanted to know if Shin Tian's company was still hiring. This amused Mei Jia. You guys can stop thinking about that. Our boss has already said that the company has paused hiring, so don't ask anymore. If we plan to hire, we will post a notice. Oh, I see. Then, Mei Jia, if any employees leave your company, will you hire someone? Of course. Our boss has specifically instructed that if any employees leave, we will naturally find someone to fill the position. As the head of HR, Mei Jia had indeed heard Shin Tian say that whenever there was a vacancy in the company, they had to find someone to fill it immediately. No position in the company could be left empty. As soon as everyone heard this, they became excited. Sister Mei, since it's like this, why don't we leave a contact number? If someone from your company resigns, you can consider me first. My expertise is exactly the same as yours, and I have many years of experience in software development. Sister May, putting everything else aside, my business capabilities are solid, so you can prioritize me. I can definitely create value for the company. I can too. I can accept a slightly lower salary, as long as I can get into the company, the rest doesn't matter. A group of people hurriedly left their contact information for Sister May. As the head of the HR department, Sister May naturally had some interpersonal relationships, and she didn't refuse the idea of leaving contact information for these people. She readily agreed. After all, having some people as reserves in the company is always a good thing. When Shin Tian requests to hire, they can be brought in at any time. This is the specific role of the HR department. Sister May's action was naturally noticed by others in the company. After returning to the company, this matter was quickly spread. All the employees were discussing it. Have you heard? Many people from nearby companies want to jump ship to our company. Of course, I heard. I have a friend who works at a nearby company, and they don't know how many people want to come to our company, but now our company has stopped hiring, so they are all just waiting and watching. I say, your news is too out of touch. Our company has become the most sought after among all the nearby companies, especially after we paid salaries. I don't know how many people are inquiring about our company. My friend has been asking me these days, wanting me to find out if our company still needs people. It's driving me crazy. Isn't that right? Our company now has the best benefits and treatment among all the companies in the area, the highest salaries, and the best working atmosphere. Who wouldn't want to work here? Goodness, I was thinking that if this month's salary didn't come through, I would just jump ship to another company. I even wrote my resignation letter, but thankfully I didn't submit it. Brother, you're lucky. If you had submitted that resignation letter, someone would have taken your position immediately, and then you wouldn't be able to get back in even if you wanted to. Yeah, I feel very fortunate. I'm glad I didn't act impulsively. Now all the employees in the company know that there is a large group of people outside watching their company. If there is any movement in the company, they will rush in immediately. Especially now that the company has pushed back the start time to after 10 o'clock, it has become a deadly temptation for many workers. Which worker doesn't want to sleep in a little? Unfortunately, no other company can do this, but Shin Tian's company has managed it, and if you come in early, you can earn even more money. This is an excellent condition and benefit for both the rebellious post-00s and the seasoned workers. Have you heard? Our boss bought a car yesterday, and I heard he will pick it up in a few days. I heard Assistant Chu say that too. It seems our boss really has some skills, but now I'm a bit worried about our company's situation. Don't be a jinx, and don't worry unnecessarily. The boss definitely knows how to run the company. We employees don't need to worry about it. That's not what I mean. Just look at the benefits our company has now. Where else can you find something like this? If the company's operations are not in place, I'm afraid that if there are financial issues, we'll have to find new jobs. I really don't want anything to go wrong with such a good company. That's true. The boss treats us so well, we definitely need to repay him properly. But I heard from Assistant Chu that our company's performance has been very poor recently. I heard that the total profit for this month is less than 1,000. No way. So you're saying our boss lost over 1 million this month? Many employees were unclear about the company's operations, and upon hearing this, they were immediately shocked. Among the employees, there was a seasoned worker nicknamed Old Boo, who was the most gossipy. He loved to inquire about others' gossip during his free time, so he was well informed about many things in the company. Hearing others talk about it now piqued his interest. Oh, it seems you really don't understand the company's situation. Let me tell you, the company's profit hasn't exceeded 1,000. Based on my guess, the boss's losses this month should be more than 1 million. However, the boss is holding on. I heard that there is nearly 30 million in the financial accounts, so our salaries are not a problem. Old Boo, what we're worried about now isn't the salary issue, we're worried about whether the company can hold on. You say it lost over 1 million this month. If it can make it back next month, that's one thing, but the boss hasn't proposed any special plans yet, and the company is still in a state of loss. What if the company goes bankrupt? What will we do then? Yeah, if this company disappears, all our benefits will be gone. I've been eating so well these days, if we suddenly go back to the old food, I really don't know what will happen. Just as the employees were discussing these matters, Chu Mingyue happened to return from the tea room. Old Boo had a very good interpersonal relationship in the company and often tried to get close to Chu Mingyue, so their relationship was quite good. What are you all talking about? Since it was just after lunch and a break time, Chu Mingyue was feeling bored and decided to join them. Assistant Chu, it's great that you're here. We were just talking about the company's situation, Old Boo immediately said with a smile. What about the company's situation? Chu Mingyue felt a bit puzzled. Well, Assistant Chu, we've heard that the company's performance has been very poor recently. We heard that the boss lost over $1 million last month, and we're worried that if this continues, the boss won't be able to hold on. Yeah, we finally found such a good company, and we don't want to lose our jobs like this. Upon hearing this, a look of concern appeared on Chu Mingyue's face. Yes, I'm actually quite worried about the company's situation too. The company has been losing money continuously, and the performance hasn't improved. It's been over a month now, and the company's performance has been like this. I'm afraid if we endure for a few more months, the boss won't be able to hold on. But doesn't the company have several million in its accounts? You should consider how large our company is now. Over 100 people need to pay for social insurance and housing funds, plus salaries, transportation, and meals. These are all huge expenses. I've already checked with the finance department, and this month's losses are nearly 2 million. Even if the company has several million in its accounts, if it continues to consume like this, it will be eating into its reserves. Moreover, the boss hasn't come up with any good business strategies. I've already probed the boss's intentions, and it seems he doesn't have much planning. Upon hearing this from Chu Mingyue, the employees were immediately astonished. Really? A company this big actually has so little planning? Assistant Chu, you can't be joking, right? Who has the time to joke with you? What I'm saying is true. I've already proposed a plan to the boss with you group leaders before, but the boss is still considering it. For a moment, the employees fell silent. The company treats us so well. It seems we should repay the company and think about its interests. Yes, I also think we should consider the company. How about we unite to choose a plan for the boss and strive for profit for the company? I think that's the right thing to do. We should help those who pay us. It's settled then. Let's work overtime today and come up with a solid plan for the boss. Regarding this situation in the company, Shin Tian was still unaware. Taking advantage of his free time, he was looking at the houses near the company. Although the prices in Magic City were very high, surely with over 10 million, he could buy a house. Right now, Shin Tian was looking at a community, and a beautiful saleswoman was introducing a house to him. This was a 2-bedroom apartment, fully furnished and ready to move in. Boss Chin, this apartment is just newly launched, and the price is absolutely favorable. Usually, the price here is 320,000 per square meter, but since our community has just opened, there's a direct discount of 20,000 per square meter. The total area of this apartment is 68 square meters. The price comes to 21,760,000. We can discuss the specifics in detail. Faced with the price quoted by the beautiful saleswoman, Shin Tian was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had underestimated the prices in Magic City. Just over 60 square meters could sell for over 20 million. It appeared that having this amount of money in his pocket was still not enough. Just as Shin Tian was secretly lamenting and considering whether to transfer some money from the company account to buy the house, the system's voice brought him great joy. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected, sense of belonging plus 600. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected, sense of belonging plus 700. A series of system notification sounds kept coming in, indicating that the employees in the company had developed a sense of belonging, and the system rewarded him directly. This was unexpected for Shin Tian. He quickly opened the system points interface and was taken aback. Because this time, he had earned a whopping 50,000 system points. This meant he had directly gained 50 million in income. Shin Tian no longer needed to think, he could directly buy the house. Not bad, I quite like this house. If I pay now, when can I move in? Shin Tian wanted to know when he could move in, as the place he was currently living in was quite shabby. The house he was living in was rented during his internship, and aside from a bed and a bathroom, there was nothing else. He even had to hang his clothes by the window, which was very inconvenient. Now, with this new house, he could hang them on the balcony, which was a much better option. Boss, you asked the right question. Our speed is absolutely fast. As long as you pay and complete the procedures, you can move in immediately, the saleswoman assured, patting her chest. Alright, since that's the case, let's go handle the paperwork right away, Shin Tian readily agreed. Shin Tian's response startled the saleswoman. Mr. Shin, are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. Hurry up, I'm short on time. The female sales representative, realizing the situation, quickly adopted a respectful attitude and invited Shin Tian to the sales office. After all, she had never encountered such a big client before. Although Shin Tian was dressed plainly, this beautiful saleswoman dared not look down on him. There were simply too many people in this world who pretended to be simple while hiding their true strength. When Shin Tian arrived at the sales office, he promptly signed various contracts and completed the necessary procedures. Then, when it came to the payment stage, he took out his card and swiped it directly. The people present were astonished as over 20 million was transferred in an instant. The crowd couldn't help but burst into applause. The beautiful saleswoman who had just assisted Chin Tian with the paperwork stepped forward, saying, "Boss, how about we exchange contact information?" Exchange contact information? Chin Tian looked her up and down. He had to admit she was indeed stunning, and her figure was excellent. If there are any issues later, we can communicate well. Well, that sounds fine. Let's exchange contact information then. Chin Tian readily agreed. His priority was to complete the procedures quickly and return to the company. Just as Chin Tian was leaving his contact information, other slightly attractive saleswomen also approached him. "Boss, how about we exchange contact information too?" "Yes, let's exchange contact information. If anything comes up in the future, we can get in touch. If you want to buy more properties, you can also reach out to us." In an instant, these saleswomen surged forward, leaving Chin Tian feeling overwhelmed. It was at this moment that he truly understood what it meant to have money. Previously, he was just a poor guy who had to put in a lot of effort to pursue a girlfriend, but now, after swiping over 20 million, these beautiful women were approaching him on their own, eager to exchange contact information. This situation made Chin Tian sigh inwardly. Having money is truly wonderful. Beautiful women actively offering their contact information, Chin Tian naturally wouldn't refuse. He ended up adding the contact information of 8 female sales representatives after purchasing the house. What was even more striking was that all 8 of these saleswomen were attractive and had great figures, a level of desirability that had once seemed unattainable to Chin Tian. But now, he didn't care about that. He was focused on returning to the company to see what was going on. How had 50 million suddenly appeared in the accounts? What had happened in the company? Clearly, Chin Tian had done nothing at all. When Chin Tian returned to the company, he found everything normal. All the employees were working diligently. As he walked through the office, every employee he encountered greeted him. "Boss, you're back," Chu Mingyue exclaimed as she saw Chin Tian. "Yes, has anything happened in the company?" Chin Tian turned to ask her. Chu Mingyue shook her head. "Don't worry, President Chin. Nothing has happened. Everyone is working very seriously." "Oh, I see. By the way, I think the proposal you showed me last time was lacking in some areas. I'll consider it and take another look. Of course, I'm not dismissing everyone's ideas, I just feel that the market is a bit different now, so I hope to investigate further before making a decision." Chin Tian wasn't lacking in confidence, it was just that his focus was not on business development at the moment. What he needed to do now was to improve employee welfare, foster a sense of belonging among the staff, accumulate some funds, and then it wouldn't be too late to do business. Other matters weren't as important. "By the way, boss, here are some suggestions submitted by our employees." Chu Mingyue thought for a moment, then took out a thick stack of documents, almost all of which were suggestions from employees. "So these are suggestions from the employees, huh? Alright, just put them on the desk, and I'll take a look later." Chin Tian picked up his cup and took a sip of water, then opened his computer. "By the way, I thought of another thing last night. I plan to establish an employee fund." "An employee fund?" Chu Mingyue's face was full of question marks. "This is a type of employee welfare mechanism I saw online. I considered it for a long time before deciding to set up this fund for employees." Chin Tian had indeed thought about it for a long time. He had seen that some large companies allocate a percentage of their profits as an employee fund. This fund is primarily used for employees, meaning that when an employee faces a particularly serious and urgent situation, they can apply for this benefit from the company. For example, if someone in their family is ill and needs a lot of money for surgery, and the employee cannot afford it, they can apply to the company. As long as they can prove that what they said is true and the paperwork is complete, the fund can be distributed to the employee based on the situation. When Chu Mingyue heard Chin Tian's words, her eyes widened. "Are you really planning to establish this employee fund, boss?" "I do have this idea now. After all, they are my employees. If something very urgent happens, this employee fund could be a lifesaver. I think this good deed should be spread within the company." In general, companies use a percentage of their annual income as an employee fund, but our company's profit situation isn't very good right now, so I plan to use another method. First, I will also use 5% of the company's profits as this employee fund. Secondly, I will donate to this fund every month. As for the other employees in the company, they can choose to donate voluntarily every month. This money will remain in the company until it is used up. Of course, this account must be clear, and all data must be transparent. You should go ask everyone for their opinions. If it's feasible, I think we can establish this employee fund. Although the company's performance isn't great right now, I believe that little by little, preparing for the future is a good thing. Upon hearing this, Xu Mingyue really didn't know what to say. Mr. Qin, I want to confirm again, you really aren't doing this for charity, right? I'm not doing charity. I'm doing this to make employees feel more secure in the company. After all, unexpected events can happen, and no one knows what might occur. Having insurance in advance is also a good thing. Go ask everyone for their opinions. If it's feasible, this plan can be implemented, and I will be the first to donate as the boss. With Qin Tian saying this, Xu Mingyue naturally had nothing more to say. Alright, Mr. Qin, thank you on behalf of all the employees. I'll go ask everyone for their opinions now. Xu Mingyue sighed, bowed to Qin Tian, and then quietly exited the office. In fact, Xu Mingyue felt deeply moved. She now understood that Qin Tian was completely different from those capitalist bosses. He genuinely wanted to do good for the employees. Just for this reason, Xu Mingyue had to hold Qin Tian in high regard. What? The boss wants to establish an employee fund in our company and promises to use 5% of the company's annual profits as our funds, and now he also wants to donate? Assistant Xu, you're not joking with us, are you? When the employees outside heard that Qin Tian planned to establish this employee fund, they all widened their eyes. Although some post-00s may not understand the importance of the employee fund, those seasoned in the workplace are very clear about its significance. It serves as a lifeline provided by the company. Generally speaking, such employee funds are only established by large companies, and they can grant funds to employees in special circumstances, which is akin to free insurance. In the past, people often saw news about employee funds in newspapers, especially when families encountered unexpected situations that they couldn't resolve on their own. In such cases, receiving help from the company's employee fund could be life-saving. I'm not joking with you, this was personally decided by President Qin. He asked me to come out and talk to everyone, to ask for your opinions. President Qin also said that if everyone agrees to this suggestion, he will take the lead in donating. Assistant Xu, we want to ask, if we also want to donate, how much should we contribute each month? Yes, our salaries are quite decent, but if we donate too much, it wouldn't be appropriate. After all, we still have to live and support our families. Now, many people are concerned about how much Qin Tian wants them to donate. Rest assured, President Qin has already instructed that the monthly contributions to the employee fund are entirely up to your own willingness. You can donate as much as you want, it's your freedom. Although the company's performance isn't great right now, if things improve in the future, the employee fund available will be even more. However, since the company's performance isn't good at the moment, President Qin wants to help everyone save this employee fund. What do you all think about this suggestion? Xu Mingyue now wants to ask everyone about their attitude towards the employee fund. I think what the boss is doing is a good thing. It's for the welfare of the employees and needs everyone's support. Yes, since the boss is taking the lead in donating, we certainly can't say anything against it. We have no objections. We think what the boss is doing is very appropriate. Once someone took the lead, other employees began to express their agreement. Alright, since everyone agrees, I'll go in and tell President Qin. After receiving everyone's confirmation, Xu Mingyue didn't say much more and directly conveyed all the employees' opinions to Qin Tian. Good, since that's the case, let's settle it this way. Now go tell the finance department to establish this employee fund, and also have them set up another account at the bank. This account must be transparent to all employees in the company. Such employee funds must be fully transparent. Qin Tian is very clear that employee funds must be fair, otherwise, many people would think he is exploiting employees in disguise. In the past, some companies established these employee funds, claiming that when employees encountered situations they couldn't resolve or needed money urgently, the company could directly allocate funds. In reality, some unscrupulous capitalists set up these employee funds just to create an appearance, aiming to attract labor and enhance their company's reputation. The company where Qin Tian interned before was like this. Although they had an employee fund, not a single person could successfully apply for it. Such employee funds require the boss's approval. As long as the boss disagrees or finds various excuses, no matter how hard you try, it won't work. If the fund can't be used, it simply can't be used. Qin Tian had witnessed this firsthand before, so he wouldn't allow such things to happen. Additionally, if you want to apply for the employee fund, you must provide sufficient proof. As long as the situation is verified, it must go through the signatures of the head of the finance department, the head of the human resources department, and their team leaders, and then it will come to me. Finally, once I sign it, the employee fund can be directly transferred to the applicant's account. Have the finance department take care of this matter right now. Remember, this employee fund must be fair and just. As long as the situation is verified, we can provide financial assistance to the company's employees. Of course, if anyone tries to defraud the employee fund, they will be dismissed on the spot and will never be hired again. Okay, I understand. Also, this employee fund has just been established and doesn't have much foundation yet. How about this? I will donate 2 million on behalf of the company as the initial fund for the employee fund. What? Boss, you want to donate 2 million? Isn't that too much? Chu Mingyue was taken aback. Although the company had 30 million in its account, even with sufficient funds, it shouldn't be spent so recklessly. The company was just starting out, and there were many areas that needed money. Especially for a software development company, which required operation and promotion, there were many expenses. Chu Mingyue was worried that the funds in the company's account wouldn't be enough, and now Qin Tian was saying he wanted to donate 2 million. How could she not be anxious? Boss, I think we should reconsider this matter. While employee funds are important, the development of the company is even more crucial. The company is just starting out and needs money right now. I think a small donation would suffice. Maybe a few tens of thousands or over 100,000 would be enough? Chu Mingyue was genuinely concerned for Qin Tian. No need, I will donate 2 million. After all, this employee fund has just started and needs the company's support. With this 2 million as the employee fund, at least it can help everyone feel more secure. But boss, what is the purpose of doing this? This doesn't benefit the company at all, Chu Mingyue urged earnestly. How can it not be beneficial? Let me tell you, there are many advantages to this. First, establishing this employee fund will allow employees to work more securely in the company. Secondly, it will enhance the company's reputation, and I also propose to allocate 5% of the company's annual profit as the employee fund. This way, as long as the company's performance is good, the employee fund will grow. The more the employee fund grows, the less likely employees will want to leave our company, and they will be more willing to contribute to the company. Don't you think that's right? Mingyue, you are still relatively inexperienced with many business matters. It's okay not to understand, don't worry, I care about the company more than anyone else, and there won't be any problems. I am more aware of these matters than anyone else. Since Qin Tian had already said this, Chu Mingyue naturally didn't want to say anything more. She could only follow Qin Tian's instructions to draft this plan. When the finance department announced the account and stated that there was a balance of 2 million, the employees were once again shocked. Wow, the boss is serious about this? I really didn't expect the boss to directly transfer 2 million into this account. Does this mean our employee fund now has 2 million? Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, the entire office area erupted in a wave of extremely enthusiastic applause. This round of applause drew Qin Tian out. What's going on with you all? Hello, boss, all the employees said in unison. Hello everyone, I happen to have something to discuss with you all. Recently, I have set up the new employee fund, and you all should know about it by now, Qin Tian asked everyone. All the employees answered in unison, got it, thank you, boss. That's good. I have already taken the lead in donating 2 million to the employee fund. Everyone can also choose to donate, after all, the money donated will be used for emergencies for the employees in the future. Of course, the amount donated is up to personal willingness, we have no intention of forcing anyone. Anyone who wants to donate can do so at any time to the finance department. If you don't want to donate, that's fine too. Once our company's business picks up, I will use 5% of the company's profits as the employee fund. Additionally, let me explain the conditions for applying for the employee fund. First, it must be a very urgent matter at home that requires money or is life-threatening. Employees can apply, and each employee can apply 3 times a year, provided that it must be verified and relevant documentation submitted. If it turns out that someone tries to defraud the employee fund, I will directly dismiss them and hold them accountable. Another round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Since that's the case, let's all work hard, Qin Tian said with a smile, waving his hand before turning back to his office. Now Qin Tian was also pondering that since there was funding available, it was indeed time to address some business issues. After all, the business department had been idle for quite a while, and the company had brought in some experienced people. Now it was time to let them come up with a plan and start developing. One should not underestimate software development. In fact, once software development gets underway, it can earn a lot of money. Earning money by relying on employees' sense of belonging while also building the company was indeed a good choice. The company's account had nearly 30 million, and with Qin Tian's 2 million in his pocket, that was almost 50 million in total, which was enough to develop a marketable software or even a game. After all, the gaming market was currently booming. Although the competition was fierce, it was still feasible with the right investment. Just as Qin Tian was thinking about this, Assistant Chu walked in with several team leaders from outside. President Qin, this is a plan we have jointly written, one of the team leaders said. A plan you all wrote together? What kind of plan is it? Qin Tian felt a bit puzzled and then took the plan from the team leader's hand to take a look. President Qin, it's like this. We noticed that the company's performance has been somewhat sluggish, so we brought in some experienced people to discuss and came up with a plan. We found that the gaming market is very hot right now, especially large AAA games, which many people enjoy playing, and the market is quite large. If our company invests in developing a large AAA game, it will definitely do well. The team leaders quickly began to present their proposal seriously. This is indeed a good plan, it's feasible. So, you all take it to finance to calculate how much funding is needed for this investment, and then we will hold a meeting to discuss it. Qin Tian was worried about not finding direction or a plan, and now the company's people had proactively brought one to him, which was just right. Qin Tian took this proposal seriously because the plan they had come up with indeed seemed promising. As a young person, Qin Tian often played games, and he knew that the current games were different from those in the past. Nowadays, most games are sold on a buyout basis, meaning if you want to play a game, you have to spend dozens or even hundreds to purchase it. Setting aside other factors, just the buyout price alone was enough for them to recoup their costs, but the prerequisite was that there had to be enough buyers. In this era of traffic and information, the higher your exposure and the better your promotion, the more people will buy the game. The game they are planning now is quite interesting, but it is a large-scale game that requires a significant amount of funds and manpower to design the special effects and gameplay, which involves some financial issues. This still needs to be verified by the finance department before a decision can be made. Everyone in the company is very proactive now. Even the finance team has started to tally the funding needed for this plan. In the end, it was calculated that the development of the game, along with promotion and marketing, would require over 20 million. When Qin Tian saw this number, he immediately chose to agree. He then instructed the key members of the company to start detailing this plan. Faced with this sudden major project from the company, everyone was full of enthusiasm. It seems the boss really intends to make a big push this time. Developing a large-scale game consumes a lot of funds. We must work hard to ensure the boss makes a profit. Exactly, if this game becomes a hit, we will definitely make a fortune. The boss has said that if the company makes money, 5% of the profits will be allocated as employee funds, which is a guarantee for us. Putting everything else aside, just for the boss's dedication, I must do my best. Let's strive to make the company profitable as soon as possible. Honestly, seeing the boss's calm demeanor makes me anxious for him. I'm really afraid the company might go bankrupt because of this. From today on, I will work overtime. Me too, we must complete this plan as quickly as possible. Oh, since you all say so, I won't go to the bar this month. I'll also work overtime at the company. At this moment, even employees who never worked overtime made such a resolution. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Belonging value plus 3,000. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Belonging value plus 3,500. Sitting in the office, Qin Tian instantly received the emotional values from the employees. This wave of emotional values directly increased Qin Tian's system points by 40,000. This meant Qin Tian had gained another 40 million in funds. Now Qin Tian had nearly 90 million in his hands. Goodness! This scene made Qin Tian feel incredibly comfortable. After all, having money gives you confidence in everything. Qin Tian had also gotten used to going to the cafeteria for a meal after work before heading home. Since he had already bought a new house, he planned to go back soon to pack his things and move into the new place, which is relatively closer to the company. So, Qin Tian didn't think much and went to the cafeteria to start eating. The people in the cafeteria were very respectful to Qin Tian, especially the waitstaff, who immediately came up to him as soon as he arrived. They served him food and refilled his dishes. After all, he was their boss, and they had to take good care of him. As for the business of this cafeteria, it was relatively modest, but even so, it earned a few hundred a day. At this time, the head chef approached Qin Tian. Boss, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. What suggestion? I think there are many companies nearby that don't provide meals. Our cafeteria is currently underutilized, so I believe the boss could talk to the owners of these nearby companies to see if we can provide their meals. If we can cater to the fast food needs of these companies, I think it would bring a certain level of profit to our company. Moreover, the consumers around here are mostly white-collar workers, so we could introduce some affordable dishes to attract more customers. The head chef is a middle-aged man in his 40s who has been a chef for over 20 years. He has never encountered a company with such good benefits. Now, he is also worried that this cafeteria might end up like the previous restaurant, collapsing within a few months. Therefore, the head chef is now suggesting to Qin Tian ways to improve the restaurant's business. As long as there is a source of income, everything else can be discussed. Upon hearing this, Chin Tian felt it made sense. What you said is quite reasonable. How about this? I'll have the business department talk about it later. But since you are the head chef, you understand the cost of these meals better than I do, so you need to discuss it thoroughly with the business department. No problem, no problem. As long as you, the boss, agree, I will talk to the business department. The head chef was excited to hear Chin Tian say this and quickly spoke up. In fact, the head chef often goes to the office area to ask for everyone's opinions because Chin Tian's management of the cafeteria is very lax. The daily purchases of ingredients are mostly decided by the head chef, who naturally has to consult the employees' opinions. Over time, he has become quite familiar with them. Recently, after hearing that Chin Tian established an employee fund, the head chef has been thinking even more about the company. Alright, you can discuss these matters with the business department. If possible, write up a proposal for me, and once I review it and find no issues, I'll let the business department execute it. Okay, boss, please enjoy your meal. If you have any opinions about the dishes we prepare, feel free to let us know, and we will make improvements immediately. I see. I think you could set up a suggestion box here. This suggestion box would allow employees to express their views, and if there are areas that need improvement, you can address them directly. It must be said that Chin Tian really grants a lot of freedom to the company's employees. Even the head chef gasped, "Boss, is your management of the employees this lax? Won't that lead to any issues? It shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Just focus on doing your job well." During the conversation with the head chef, Chin Tian noticed that the employees were eating very quickly. After finishing their meals, they hurried back to the company, seemingly working hard on the new plan they had been developing. This made Chin Tian feel somewhat gratified. It seems that all the benefits and treatments he provided to the company were not in vain. At the very least, the employees' sense of responsibility is quite high. The employees feel a sense of belonging, which is a good thing for the company. At least they have a sense of belonging to the company, and they won't be too slack or relaxed about their work. This sense of responsibility is completely different. After finishing his meal, Chin Tian drove his car, packed his things, and headed straight to his new house. Living in a new house is indeed different. It is much more comfortable than the previous single room. Chin Tian sat directly on the sofa, took out his phone, and prepared to play with it, but as soon as he took out his phone, he noticed there were many messages. These were all messages from the female salespeople he had added earlier. Goodness, these female salespeople are indeed more direct than the last, and two of them even want to invite Chin Tian out for dinner. The female salesperson who sold a house to Chin Tian before also sent him a message, "Mr. Chin, I heard you've moved in now. Is there anything you need me to explain? Damn. If you come to explain, who knows where that might lead." Chin Tian didn't think much of it and replied that he didn't need any help. However, the beautiful salesperson didn't give up. Instead, she sent another message, "Mr. Chin, you're off work so early. How about we go out for a bit? I heard there's a new hot pot restaurant that's really good. Want to try it together?" Since the beauty said so, if he didn't go, it would seem a bit aloof. Moreover, the salesperson was indeed quite pretty, with a nice figure, so he thought he might as well go and get to know her a bit. After all, he had money in his pocket now, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Besides, Chin Tian now had nearly $1 billion in assets, so he should have a bit of confidence. Chin Tian immediately replied, "Sure, send me the address, and I'll head over soon." Around 7 o'clock, Chin Tian and the beautiful salesperson sat together in a newly opened hot pot restaurant. To be honest, the beautiful salesperson was indeed stunning, dressed in a fresh-looking dress that accentuated her curves, and her skin was very fair. "Hello, Mr. Chin. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lu Chuxia. No need to call me Mr. Chin, just call me Chin Tian," he said as he poured himself a cup of tea. Mr. Chin is really easygoing. Should I still call you President Chin?" Lu Chuxia asked tentatively. "Whatever you like," Chin Tian replied with a casual smile. "By the way, President Chin, may I ask where you work? You look like you work nearby." "Indeed, I work around here. I wonder what industry you're in. We could get to know each other. Who knows, we might have a chance to collaborate one day." Lu Chuxia was eager to know where Chin Tian worked and what he did. In this world, although there are more men than women, women have many choices. But in reality, wealthy men still have even more options. No woman wants to miss out on finding a good man. Chin Tian seemed to fit the bill in every aspect. "I'm in software development, currently working at Chin Tian Company." "Chin Tian Company? Isn't that the one that's been getting a lot of attention lately?" Lu Chuxia's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, it's the Chin Tian Company nearby. There aren't many around here, this is the only one." "How do you know about Chin Tian Company?" Of course, I've been hearing people talk about Chin Tian Company a lot recently. I heard the benefits are excellent, with 5 insurances and 1 fund provided right upon hiring, and the salary is particularly high, plus they have dedicated transportation and a special cafeteria. The boss of this company is really generous. I think he must be a very capable boss. Lu Chuxia had indeed heard about Chin Tian Company, especially since so many people in the area were discussing it. There was no way around it. Who wouldn't be envious of such great benefits? And I heard that Chin Tian Company recently established an employee fund, and the boss personally donated 2 million as the startup fund. That's really impressive. Such a boss makes me admire him. If I could become an employee of Chin Tian Company, that would be so lucky. At this point, a strong sense of envy appeared on Lu Chuxia's face. Mr. Chin, that being said, you must be a senior executive at Chin Tian Company, right? Is the welfare and treatment there really good? Does your company still need people? If so, could you see if I could join? Although Lu Chuxia didn't know what position Chin Tian held in the company, judging by his current attire, his status must be quite high. If she could enter Chin Tian Company through him, it would be a good choice. Chin Tian immediately smiled. Isn't being in sales good for you right now? I heard that the commission for sales is quite high. Why would you want to enter the company? Mr. Chin, you really don't know the hunger of the starving. Although the commission for sales is indeed high, do you think selling houses is that easy? If the performance is good, you can naturally earn more, but once the performance drops, the monthly salary can be pitifully low and very unstable. What's more important is that the benefits of being a salesperson here can't compare to those at Chin Tian Company. I heard that even the security guards hired by Chin Tian Company can get 5 insurances in 1 fund, plus they enjoy dedicated transportation and a special cafeteria. I heard their meals are very good every day. I don't know how many people are trying to break their heads just to get a job at Chin Tian Company, but there are no connections at all. Upon hearing this, Chin Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Is it really that exaggerated? I don't feel it that much. Although he said this, Chin Tian was still very pleased inside. After all, the better the company's reputation outside, the more successful Chin Tian's plans would be. When the company opens up and directly absorbs employees, the sense of belonging will come rushing in. That's because you're already in Chin Tian Company, so you don't feel it. Speaking of which, Mr. Chin, you really are lucky, but you must have strength, otherwise, you couldn't possibly buy that apartment outright for 20 million. Lu Chuxia was very clear that anyone who could take out 20 million to buy a house outright was quite impressive. With such strength, Chin Tian naturally didn't care about these so-called 5 insurances and 1 fund. I don't have much strength, I'm just lucky, not as exaggerated as you say. Mr. Chin, you are really humble. By the way, Mr. Chin, you are so handsome, your girlfriend must be very beautiful, right? Lu Chuxia asked tentatively. Although Chin Tian hadn't dated much before, his emotional intelligence was quite high. Generally speaking, when a beautiful woman asks such questions, it definitely means she has a good impression of you and wants to find out more about your situation, which could mean there's a chance. To be honest, I feel quite ashamed. I started working right after graduation, and I've put almost all my thoughts into my work, so I really haven't had time to date, which is why I'm still single. Chin Tian was speaking the truth. During his school days, his grades were quite good. After all, Chin Tian's family situation was average, and getting into this university wasn't easy, so he had put a lot of effort into software development. He had basically spent all his time studying, and finding a girlfriend was naturally put on hold. Moreover, in this era, being handsome doesn't really help much because many people look at backgrounds. Without a background or strength, being handsome is just talk. I see, Mr. Chin, we should communicate more when we have time. At this point, Lu Chuxia even winked at Chin Tian. The meaning behind her words was already very clear. That could work, but Chuxia, you're so beautiful, your boyfriend won't get jealous, will he? Oh, I'm so busy with work every day, where would I have time to find a boyfriend? If Mr. Chin is interested in me, we could try to get to know each other. As she spoke, a hint of seduction appeared on Lu Chuxia's face. Ha, we can try to get along, Chin Tian said without rushing. Although he knew that having money made it easy to find women, not every woman would do, he needed to understand their backgrounds clearly, or else he could easily get himself into trouble. By the way, Mr. Chin, is your company still hiring? If you are, please let me know. I really want to join your company. For Lu Chuxia, whether or not she joined the company wasn't the main issue. The most important thing was to have more contact with Chin Tian. She understood the principle of the closer to the water, the better the chance of getting the moon. If she spent more time around Chin Tian, there was a real possibility of landing this golden son-in-law. If you want to join, I can ask about it later. If they are still hiring, I'll let you know. Qin Tian didn't agree immediately but decided to assess the situation first. Overall, this meal was quite useful for Qin Tian. At the very least, he learned about his company's reputation in the outside world, and at the same time, a stunning beauty like Lu Chuxia was subtly flirting with him. But such matters couldn't be rushed. Currently, the employee fund in the company was progressing very well. Thanks to Qin Tian's leadership, many employees began to donate. Some younger ones directly donated 1,000 or a few hundred, while the more seasoned or stingy ones donated 100 or so. Altogether, it amounted to several tens of thousands. Although it paled in comparison to Qin Tian's donations, it at least indicated that the fund's plan was feasible. While the employees in the company were happy, people outside felt a sourness. After the establishment of the employee fund, some began to say that the grapes were sour because they couldn't have any, especially in the morning when many people from other companies were quietly discussing it. To be honest, I think there's no need to envy or resent something like an employee fund because many companies set up such funds as a gimmick. When employees really need it, they can't apply for it. Even if your documents are complete and valid, you still can't get it. That's true, I've tried that before. Although getting many people to nominate and sign can increase the success rate, the final decision still lies with the boss. As long as the boss disagrees, it doesn't matter how many signatures you have. Simply put, the decision-making power is in the boss's hands. If the boss says yes, you get it. If not, no matter how much you plead, it won't help. At that moment, Chu Mingyue happened to pass by and overheard their comments. She couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Don't say the grapes are sour just because you can't have them. Our company established an employee fund because the boss cares about the employees. If your company hasn't set one up, don't criticize us. If you're unhappy, tell your boss to set one up too. Pfft, what's the big deal? It's just a gimmick, making it seem like it's something impressive. Exactly, a small company acting like it's so amazing. Our company has nearly 1,000 people. You're just a small company with 100 employees. Why do you get to establish such an employee fund? I advise you guys to be careful. Your boss might have some ulterior motives. You'll know when you get tricked. Not to mention, if they can actually apply for this employee fund, I'll eat a pile of it on the spot. You guys. Looking at their disdainful expressions, Chu Mingyue felt furious but she had no way to refute them. What others said was their business, and she had no right to interfere. Moreover, the employee fund had just been established, and many people were in a wait-and-see attitude. In fact, Chu Mingyue held a certain degree of skepticism about this employee fund. The reason is quite simple. In the past, many companies established employee funds, but almost none of them were able to make a real impact. To put it bluntly, capitalists only care about their own interests. Businessmen are all profit-driven. Chu Mingyue also didn't know whether the employee fund would actually be useful when something truly happened. So now, other companies hold a similar attitude. When Chu Mingyue returned to the company, she found a large crowd gathered around. Alright, stop crying. Our company has an employee fund now, right? How about we help you write the application? Yeah, don't cry anymore. Let's think of a way. There must be a solution. Exactly, crying won't help right now. We need to find a way to solve this. That's the real issue. So what's the situation now? You need to tell us what's going on. The person at the center of the crowd was an employee named Zhou Jixing, who was 37 years old. He came from a typical ordinary family and was now a father of two. However, his youngest son was not yet a year old and had been diagnosed with congenital heart disease. The hospital recommended immediate surgery, and although the success rate was only 50%, if the surgery was not performed, his son would not survive more than 2 months and would continue to suffer from heart disease. In this situation, as a father, he had no choice but to resolve to have the surgery for his son. The problem now was that the surgery was extremely expensive, requiring a total of 500,000 yuan, and post-operative care was especially important, bringing the total cost to at least 700,000 yuan. Zhou Jixing's monthly salary was just over 10,000 yuan. Previously, it had been less than 10,000. With the need to support his family and raise children, along with various expenses for books and such, he had hardly any savings. Now, asking him to come up with 700,000 yuan was impossible. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't raise that amount. Zhou Jixing was in a state of unbearable torment. His son suffered daily from the illness, a 1-year-old child confined to the intensive care unit, spending a lot of money every day and enduring great pain. Watching his parents, it felt like being cut by knives. A strong man of 7 feet now bent over for mere grains. It was indeed a sad situation. But Zhou Jixing had no idea what to do. No parent wants to see their child suffer, yet feeling powerless to help is an unbearable feeling, a true torment. Zhou Jixing, don't panic. Didn't President Qin say that the employee fund can be applied for? You should prepare the documents and bring them to us to write an application. When the time comes, we can submit it to President Qin and see what happens. Seeing Zhou Jixing sitting on the ground crying helplessly, Xu Mingyue's heart softened instantly. She could feel his despair and helplessness. Thank you, everyone. Zhou Jixing was already beyond words, crying uncontrollably. After everyone's persuasion, Zhou Jixing finally composed himself and returned to his position to continue working. Not long after, Qin Tian arrived at the office. Seeing this, Xu Mingyue hurriedly walked into the office. President Qin, there's something I want to ask you. What is it? About the employee fund you established earlier. I wonder if our company's employees can use it now. Xu Mingyue took a long time to say this. After all, the employee fund had not been established for long, and the 2 million in the account was donated by Qin Tian, which essentially meant it was his money. As for the other employees, the amount they contributed was only around 10,000 yuan. This little bit of money is simply a drop in the bucket. Why do employees of the company need it now? Qin Tian, who was tidying up his desk, raised his head in confusion and looked at Xu Mingyue. Xu Mingyue didn't say much and directly explained Zhou Jixing's situation. Is this matter true or false? Qin Tian frowned slightly. After all, the authenticity of such matters needed to be verified. If it were true, it would indeed require serious attention. Seeing Qin Tian's expression, Xu Mingyue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that capitalists were indeed like this. Such employee funds were merely for reputation, and when it came time to apply, it was very likely that one wouldn't be able to get it. As for this, President Qin, I'm not very clear, Xu Mingyue replied casually, feeling a bit disappointed. I see, okay, that I'll go ask, Qin Tian said, his eyes darting as he stood up and walked outside. Ask what? Xu Mingyue followed behind Qin Tian, surprised. Didn't you just say that an employee needed to use the employee fund? I think such matters need to be verified before making a decision. Which employee is it? Take me to him now, I want to inquire about the situation. Hearing this, Xu Mingyue was a bit stunned but still led Qin Tian to Zhou Jitian. Upon Qin Tian's arrival, Zhou Jitian said nothing and quickly stood up to greet him. Hello, President Qin. Good. You are Zhou Jixing, right? I heard that you have a situation at home and need to use the employee fund. I'm here to verify the situation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jixing's eyes instantly turned red. Yes, President Qin, my son was diagnosed with congenital heart disease a few days ago. The doctor said that if he doesn't have surgery, he won't survive for 2 months, but I can't come up with the 700,000 yuan for the surgery. As he spoke, Zhou Jixing bent his legs and knelt on the ground, once again sobbing after just managing to compose himself. Seeing Zhou Jixing like this, Qin Tian quickly helped him up. Alright, don't cry. I'm here to verify the situation. As long as it's true and the majority of people in the company agree, the employee fund will be approved for you. It's true. This situation is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I can go to the hospital with you right now to verify it, Zhou Jixing said, becoming increasingly anxious. Okay, since I have some time now, I'll go to the hospital with you and get this paperwork sorted out, Qin Tian decided on the spot, feeling that Zhou Jixing's distress seemed genuine. He followed Zhou Jixing to the hospital, accompanied by his assistant Xu Mingyue and some finance staff. The hospital was filled with noisy sounds. Zhou Jixing's child was in the pediatric intensive care unit on the 6th floor. Zhou Jixing's eyes were red, and when he arrived at the ICU, he heard a nurse calling his name. Excuse me, who is the family member of Zhou Xiaotong? Hearing this, Zhou Jixing hurriedly walked up. Nurse, I am his father. What happened to my son? The nurse glanced at Zhou Jixing and handed him a list. These are the medical expenses for the child. Please pay them shortly. Also, I need to tell you something, the child's condition is very urgent. He can only rely on a ventilator to survive, and the procedures need to be completed as soon as possible. Otherwise, the child's situation will be very dangerous. It's best to have the surgery within the next 2 days, otherwise, no one knows what changes may occur. After leaving this statement, the nurse turned and returned to the ICU, as they were all very busy. However, after hearing these words, Zhou Jixing instantly felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he sat down on the ground, crying uncontrollably, my child, why are you so unfortunate? It's because of your useless father, As he spoke, tears and snot streamed down his face. Why treat him like this? He's only 1 year old, he doesn't understand anything. Why must he endure this kind of suffering? Many people were watching from the side of the intensive care unit, and at that moment, they could only shake their heads and sigh. Alright, don't panic. Let's first find the child's attending physician to clarify the situation, then have him issue a medical record, and hurry back to the company to handle the paperwork. Everyone knew what this situation entailed, but the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Zhou Jixing, who had been crying with his head down, seemed to grasp a lifeline and quickly got up from the ground. "Thank you, President Qin. Thank you, President Qin. Let's go find the attending physician right now." In the following time, Zhou Jixing directly took Qin Tian to find the child's attending physician and inquired about the situation. He also asked the attending physician to issue a medical record for the child, which hospitals can provide directly, so this process faced no obstacles, and Zhou Jixing easily obtained the document. "Good, then let's head back to the company immediately, we can't delay." Qin Tian understood the seriousness of the situation. After all, it was a living life. If it could be saved, they would do everything possible to save it. After all, the doctor and nurse had clearly told Qin Tian that the child's condition was very dangerous and that surgery needed to be performed as soon as possible. Given this background and situation, there was no need for excessive hesitation. Qin Tian took Zhou Jixing back to the company and urged him to expedite the process. During this time, Qin Tian instructed Chu Mingyue, "Given the current situation, it's basically confirmed. I don't think we need to go through too many procedures. You should give him a green light all the way, and get this done as quickly as possible, aiming to transfer the full amount to Zhou Jixing's account before tomorrow." Hearing this, Chu Mingyue was momentarily stunned, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. She had seen everything that happened in the hospital. It was indeed a life and death moment. Although the company account had tens of millions, for a boss and capitalist, they would never engage in anything that couldn't generate profit. Chu Mingyue initially thought this was just a pretext, but now she truly believed it. Because Qin Tian showed no signs of joking, his tone was filled with seriousness and urgency, making it clear that he was also very anxious. So, Chu Mingyue didn't delay any further and took Zhou Jixing to go through the company's procedures. In fact, the process involved writing an application form and getting signatures from financial personnel and various team leaders, while also needing support from others in the company. Given Zhou Jixing's already critical situation, no one obstructed him. Everyone did their utmost to help, signing where needed and speaking up. Within just a few hours, all the paperwork was completed. Now, this application form had been submitted to Qin Tian's desk, and Zhou Jixing and Chu Mingyue stood together in the office, silently watching Qin Tian. They both remained quiet, fully aware that whether this fund could be approved depended on whether Qin Tian would find an excuse or sign his name on this application form. As long as Qin Tian signed, the money would be secured. But if Qin Tian kept finding excuses, it would almost be over. However, just when both of them were feeling puzzled, Qin Tian directly picked up the pen and signed his name in the signature box without hesitation. Accompanying the signing of his name, Qin Tian said nothing and handed the application to Chu Mingyue. "Hurry and take this to the finance department, have them transfer the money to Zhou Jixing's account as quickly as possible." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jixing's tears streamed down. "Thank you, President Qin. No, this isn't the time for that. Quickly go and get this sorted out, arrange for the surgery. You don't need to work for the next few days. The company is giving you a leave of absence due to special circumstances, so it will be paid leave." Qin Tian waved his hand at Zhou Jixing, urging him to get things done. Given the urgency of the situation, Zhou Jixing didn't have time for much else. After a simple thank you, he hurried off to find the finance department. For Zhou Jixing, getting the money was the most important thing, everything else was secondary. What he wanted most was to get the money for his son's surgery. The finance department also understood the importance of the matter, so they immediately contacted the bank and transferred the money to Zhou Jixing without delay. After receiving the money, Zhou Jixing rushed to the hospital and asked the doctors to arrange the surgery for his son immediately. Although the chances of success were relatively low, Zhou Jixing knew this was his son's only chance to survive. No matter how slim the odds, he had to take the gamble. This incident quickly spread throughout the company. "Have you heard? Zhou Jixing seems to have really received this employee fund. I heard it's as much as 700,000. It's not just hearsay, it's a fact. I went to the hospital last night, and Zhou Jixing's son is already undergoing surgery. Apparently, he paid for the expenses directly. That's great news. It's really a good thing. In fact, Zhou Jixing's son is quite pitiful, he's only just turned 1 and has this illness. It's such a shame. Yeah, having this money for the surgery is truly a stroke of luck. We have to thank our boss for this. If our boss hadn't established this employee fund, Zhou Jixing's son might have been lost. It seems our boss is serious about this employee fund. I have to admit, I underestimated our boss's intentions. I thought the establishment of this fund was just a gimmick, but when the 700,000 actually hit Zhou Jixing's account, I realized the fund is real. Wow, I suddenly feel a lot more at ease. After all, life is unpredictable. If something were to happen to me one day and I lost someone important due to financial reasons, that would be such a pity. I have to say, we really need to give our boss a thumbs up this time. Exactly, we must give our boss a thumbs up, our boss is amazing. For a moment, the entire company was filled with admiration for Chin Tian. Setting aside everything else, what Chin Tian did this time truly showed everyone in the company his character and the company's policy towards employees. At that moment, everyone in the company held Chin Tian in high regard. Moreover, all the employees had cast aside their doubts about Chin Tian and viewed him as a great boss. The capitalists in the market don't usually do such good things. If it were another company, Zhou Jixing's application for the employee fund might have been rejected for various reasons, ultimately leading to a tragic outcome. Everyone was secretly relieved at this moment, glad that they had joined Chin Tian Company early, as it was equivalent to buying themselves a free insurance policy. No need to say anything more, since this employee fund is so important, I've decided to donate 200 yuan every month from my salary. I feel the same way. I think what's most important now is to work hard. After all, we are just wage earners, and our donations are limited. Although every little bit helps, the bulk of this employee fund still comes from the company's profits. Exactly, as long as we can boost the company's profits, we can set aside 5% of the profits for our employee fund, and then we can truly enjoy such benefits. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Didn't President Chin give us a large project recently? Let's work hard on the development. That's right, if we want to earn more money for the company, we can only work hard, there are no other options. As the employees spoke these words, everyone began to work diligently, quickly getting into the groove. Previously, everyone had a very calm attitude, basically just doing their normal work, unlike those other companies that constantly piled work onto you, forcing you to speed up your efficiency. Chin Tian Company is quite free, the work assigned each day is just normal tasks, and they don't force you to work overtime. The workload is light, and everyone finds it very easy to manage. With such a low workload, no one chose to slack off. Now, everyone's work efficiency had completely changed, and of course, aside from the efficiency, the most important thing was the work attitude. Software development pays great attention to the small details, and now they began to pay more attention to these details, which would naturally lead to more refined results. This was undoubtedly a great thing for Chin Tian's company. At this moment, Chin Tian was sitting in his office, and he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Detected changes in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 1,200. Ding! Detected changes in employee emotional value, sense of belonging plus 1,500. In an instant, a series of sounds kept coming in, making Chin Tian's heart surge with joy. In the end, he found that the cash rewards provided by the system this time reached a staggering 90 million. Combined with the remaining funds from before, Chin Tian's assets had now reached 180 million. It's worth noting that just a month ago, Chin Tian was still a nobody, and now he had become a billionaire, and a cash-flowing one at that. This was simply incredible. All of this came from the system's rewards, so Chin Tian decided to give a little back to the employees. However, there was no rush, he would wait until Zhou Jixing's situation stabilized before making any moves. The approval of the employee fund at Chin Tian Company quickly spread around. Everyone was in a state of shock. No one had expected that the employee fund proposed by Chin could actually be approved, and that wasn't even the main point. The key was that the approved amount was as high as 700,000. It's important to know that for some wage earners, earning 700,000 could take many years. What's even more critical is that this was truly a life-saving matter, yet Chin Tian Company had unhesitatingly approved such a large sum under these circumstances, which was indeed like a heavy bombshell. It stirred up tremendous waves in the hearts of the surrounding employees. You have to know that they are also at work, and they are equally afraid that such things might happen. Now they can't help but think from another perspective. If this happened to them, what would they do, and how would things develop? Right now, the employees of Chin Tian Company have an employee fund to support them. If it were them, how would they cope? The employee fund was directly approved by the company. It is a charitable fund, so they don't need to pay it back. Once used, it's used. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? My God, Chin Tian Company is really amazing. It really is amazing. To be honest, I truly didn't expect this. It seems I underestimated Chin Tian Company before. Is their boss really into charity? One benefit after another. Indeed, I'm also starting to doubt whether Chin Tian Company is really a charity. God, these employee benefits are just explosive. Should we suggest to the boss that we also establish such an employee fund in our company? What are you joking about? Our boss is notoriously stingy. Do you think he would establish an employee fund? That's just a joke. That's true. Such employee funds aren't something every company can establish. These capitalists basically take from the sheep. Even if he establishes an employee fund, he would still take it back from us. Sigh. I really want to join Chin Tian Company more and more. Isn't that obvious? You think you're the only one who wants to join? I want to join too, but the problem is, you can't just say you want to join and actually get in. The threshold for Chintian Company is very high right now. I don't care. I'm capable too. From now on, I'll keep an eye on Chintian Company. If they start hiring, I'll definitely be the first to rush in. I feel the same way. If I can't get into such a good company, it would be a lifelong regret. For a moment, everyone had a huge praise for Chintian Company. This incident was practically a massive advertisement for Chintian Company. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Chintian had just arrived at the company when he found a large group of employees gathered at the entrance. As soon as Chintian appeared, the crowd erupted into applause. In the middle of the crowd, Zhou Jitian stepped forward and, in front of everyone, knelt down with a thud. At that moment, Zhou Jitian didn't care about Chintian's expression and publicly bowed several times. Mr. Qin, thank you. You are my great benefactor. From now on, I will do my utmost to work for the company. Such great kindness, I will never forget. At this moment, Zhou Jitian was genuinely grateful to Chintian. He had now become a loyal employee of the company, and in his heart, he had begun to vow that he would never forget such great kindness. Whatever Chintian instructed in the future, he would do his best to accomplish it. After working in society for so long, he had never seen such a good boss. Not only did he receive the employee fund, but he was also given a few days of paid leave. It was truly wonderful. Thank you, boss. At this moment, all the employees sincerely expressed their gratitude to Chintian. Not to mention the previous benefits, Chintian's actions this time were enough to earn everyone's respect. In response to everyone's gratitude, Chintian waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Alright, everyone don't be so polite. Since you are all employees of my company, I must take good responsibility for you. I have also been an employee before, and I know very well what this feeling is like. So shortly after I established the company, I immediately set up this employee fund to ensure that we have better solutions in the face of unexpected situations. The heavens can be unpredictable, although I may not be able to help much, at the very least, I will do my best to handle this matter well. Clap clap clap. Another round of extremely enthusiastic applause erupted. What I want to say to everyone now is that the establishment of this employee fund was done with transparency in mind, so there really aren't that many issues. The employee fund is completely transparent to all employees, with no hidden operations. This time, the employee fund has indeed played a significant role, so I have decided to personally donate 10 million to the employee fund. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, all the employees present widened their eyes in surprise, followed by a thunderous round of applause. Zhou Jitian was already very moved, and now, hearing Chintian say this, he became even more touched. He directly knelt down with a thud and bowed his head to Chintian once again. Thank you, boss. Alright, get up, get up. Isn't this matter already resolved? No need to kneel and bow all the time, I dislike this the most. Of course, my donation of 10 million has no other meaning, it's just to encourage everyone, to let you all feel more at ease in your work moving forward. If any employee's family really encounters something particularly serious, you can completely apply for this employee fund. As for the donations to the employee fund, you all can decide how to handle it. I hope everyone will do their best and also work well in the future, so that the employee fund can grow even more. Good. At this moment, all the employees couldn't help but applaud again, now fired up by Chintian's words. Alright, since that's the case, let's hurry back to work, it's almost time to start. After Chintian said a few simple words, he returned to his office, but the entire office area was already buzzing with excitement. Oh my god, the boss is too generous. Donating 10 million directly? That's so extravagant. With 10 million in our employee fund, does that mean if something happens, we won't have to worry at all? I'm actually a bit worried about the company's situation now. Although there are tens of millions in the company's account, the company hasn't really generated any benefits for the boss. What if the company's funds can't circulate properly later? Yeah, why didn't I think of this? If the company can't hold on, we might lose this good job for nothing. I think we need to talk to the boss and suggest he take back that 10 million donation. I also think we should definitely suggest that. In fact, I'm a bit worried about the company holding on. Now the employees of the company were not feeling happy, instead, they were starting to worry. Because they had developed a strong sense of belonging to the company, especially with such good benefits, they feared that if the company went bankrupt, they wouldn't find such a good company again. After all, good companies like this are not easy to come by, so ultimately, the 5 team leaders decided to go to the office to find Chintian together. Boss, why don't you reconsider donating that 10 million to the employee fund? One of the team leaders respectfully suggested. Qin Tian, who was browsing the internet, frowned and then asked with some confusion, "Why?" "Boss, our company is just getting started, and we really need funding right now. If you donate money to the employee fund at this time, we're afraid that the funds won't circulate properly. If something goes wrong with the company, what will we employees do?" "Yeah, boss, we know you're thinking of the employees, but I think this isn't necessary. It's good enough as it is. How about we leave it at that, boss?" Listening to what the employees were saying, Qin Tian felt very proud at that moment because he knew that these employees truly cared for the company. Only employees who regard the company as their home would give such suggestions. But the more the employees felt this way, the more Qin Tian wanted to do better. "You all don't need to say anything. I know what I'm doing. This 10 million is something I must donate. This is my minimum support for the employee fund. As for the company's operational issues, you don't need to worry. I will find a way to solve them. The company won't go under." Qin Tian's attitude was very resolute now. No matter what the employees said, he showed no sign of changing his mind, leaving several team leaders both moved and helpless. They could only exit Qin Tian's office. As soon as these team leaders walked out of the office, the employees immediately surrounded them to ask, "How is it? What did the boss say? Did the boss say whether to take back the 10 million donation?" Facing everyone's inquiries, one team leader smiled bitterly. "The boss has already said that this 10 million is something he must donate. Even if you had 9 oxen, you couldn't pull it back. We really have a good boss. Yeah, you all need to work hard in the future and strive to make the company's profits grow. Okay, don't worry, we will definitely work hard. No more talking, no more talking. It's work time now, let's hurry up and get to work," aiming to complete this plan as quickly as possible. In an instant, all the employees were full of energy, turning their efforts up to the maximum. Meanwhile, Qin Tian sat in his office with a smile on his face. The atmosphere in the company was really making him feel better and better. At this rate, his funds would only continue to grow. Just then, Qin Tian suddenly received a message. It was from Lu Chuxia. "President Qin, are you at work?" Qin Tian replied directly, "Yes, is there something?" "Lu Chuxia, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask President Qin how your company's boss feels about whether you still need people. If so, I can come over anytime. The benefits at your company are really great. The employee fund can actually be approved. Joining your company is like buying insurance." Now, not only the company people knew, but even those nearby were aware. Qin Tian looked at the message on his phone, unsure of how to respond. After thinking for a moment, he finally replied, "If you want to come, just come to the company directly tomorrow. I'll let the HR department know. I happen to need a secretary by my side." In fact, Qin Tian really did need a secretary. Assistants and secretaries were two completely different roles. Assistants mainly handled company affairs, but secretaries could do anything. Qin Tian had previously envied those bosses who had secretaries by their sides. Now that he was running a company, he felt he needed a secretary to support his image, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Moreover, Qin Tian indeed needed a secretary to help out. Just having an assistant was simply not enough. Having an extra secretary could solve many problems. While chatting with Qin Tian, Lu Chuxia suddenly became excited upon hearing, "Mr. Qin, is what you said true? Can I really report to Qin Tian Company tomorrow?" Qin Tian replied, "Yes, really. Just come over tomorrow and bring your documents for onboarding." With nearly 200 million in funds in his pocket, adding one more person wouldn't make much of a difference. Having a secretary is quite normal, right? Today wasn't particularly eventful for Qin Tian. He spent most of his time at the company either browsing the internet for information or looking into employee benefits. As for other matters, he didn't put much thought into them because as long as he took care of employee benefits, he could make money without worrying about business issues. So, when it was time to leave work, Qin Tian simply left the company. However, when he stepped out of his office, he noticed that no one else was leaving. "What are you all doing? It's already off-duty time, isn't anyone leaving?" Qin Tian asked the employees in the office area, puzzled. "Ah, is it already off-duty? I really didn't notice, I was too focused on work just now. Yeah, I didn't realize it was time to leave either. Time really flies, but I still haven't finished my work." "Exactly, I'm at a critical point right now. Xiaoyu, are you going to eat? Can you bring something back for me? If possible, could you also bring one for me? I'm at a crucial stage in my design and can't be interrupted." Many employees in the office expressed that they couldn't leave their work and asked others to bring them food. "Come on, it's already off-duty time. You all go eat first. People are iron, and meals are steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel uneasy. No matter how urgent it is, you need to finish your meal first. Let's not do this, okay? Go, go, go. Everyone go eat." After you come back, if you need to work overtime, then work overtime. Shin Tian urged the employees in the company. Shin Tian could see that they wanted to create benefits for the company, but the more they did this, the more he had to push them. Since Shin Tian had already said so, the employees couldn't say much and could only stop their work and head to the cafeteria. Shin Tian also went to the cafeteria to eat, and since he was the boss, there was a special seat reserved for him. Now, the employees were eating while chatting. While Shin Tian was enjoying his meal, he suddenly heard something that piqued his interest. "Old he, I heard you're planning to buy a house recently. You keep complaining about being poor, and now you're about to buy a house. I wonder if you'll still dare to complain after this." The employee called Old he smiled bitterly. "Please don't tease me. I complain about being poor to you all the time. Do you think I want to? At my age, with a child already in school and no house, I don't want my child to be laughed at by others at school. So, I can only save and see if I can scrape together the down payment for a house." Upon hearing this, the others who had just spoken fell silent, their faces showing a sense of reflection. After all, they were all around the same age and could relate to such feelings and experiences. Alas, that's true. For us workers, we don't even know if we can save enough for a down payment in our lifetime. "Old he, why don't you share your tips on how you save money? Maybe I can figure out how to save for a down payment for a house too. Speaking of which, my child is growing up, and it's indeed time to consider these matters. Indeed, we also want to know how you do it." Others began to ask questions. After all, they would have to face this issue sooner or later, and it was good to gather some experience at such times. "What else can we do? You all know how I usually am. In the past, I basically gave all my salary to my wife except for 500 yuan a month. But recently, my wife brought the kids to the Magic City. Although I live quite far now, it's very cheap there. Usually, I just eat less and buy whatever is cheap. I saved for a full 10 years to gather this down payment. So that's how it is. I always thought you were crying poor all the time. You work the most overtime in our company. How could you possibly have no money at all? Old he, you really have worked hard. Hey, what's the use of saying these things? Life is about getting through it. For the kids, there's no other way. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I still have to go back to work after dinner. If I had met such a good company earlier, maybe I wouldn't have to work so hard." At this point, Old he couldn't help but show a look of lament on his face. Yes, this company is indeed great. Not only is the salary high, but they also cover all 5 insurances in one fund, provide a special car for pickup and drop off, and with such a professional cafeteria, the food is excellent. Honestly, I never imagined living such a life with so much meat and fish. If I stay in this company for a few more years, I can definitely save more money. At this point, Old he became a bit excited. Staying in such a company, you can definitely save money. Enough talk, let's finish our meal and get back to work. This big project is very important for our company. Yes, this big project was just proposed by the company. We need to put in some effort to help the company profit, so we can continue to stay here. To be honest, I am a bit afraid that this company might go bankrupt. I feel a bit scared too. After all, the company has been around for so long without any substantial profits. If this continues, it will eventually go bankrupt. So we need to work hard for the boss. The boss treats us so well, we need to create benefits for the company so it can survive. People like them, seasoned in society, understand the importance of such companies the best. Even though they used to slack off, they dare not entertain any thoughts of slacking off during work hours now because they want the company to continue existing. Especially after what happened with Zhou Jixing, their determination to stay in the company has only strengthened. The existence of an employee fund is like a guarantee for them, especially for those who have already become parents. They understand the importance of this employee fund even more. Although their voices were not loud, Shin Tian happened to hear them. After all, the place where Shin Tian was eating was a secluded private room. Although it was called a private room, it was only separated by some screens, so all the conversations naturally reached Shin Tian's ears. Now Shin Tian was pondering whether to consider building employee dormitories since he already had so much capital on hand. After all, for many workers, a significant portion of their expenses comes from rent. If there were employee dormitories, it would solve a huge problem for these employees, as dormitories are generally free of charge. In this way, the company would essentially provide food and accommodation. But the current issue is that land in the Magic City is extremely expensive. If they want to build dormitories, it won't be that simple. The costs involved are enormous. Should they consider a more remote area? Shin Tian pondered these matters while eating. After all, he had just bought a house and now had some understanding of it. The housing prices here were so high that establishing dormitories would not come cheap, and Shin Tian was worried that his funds might not be sufficient. This was indeed a significant issue. In fact, Shin Tian also knew that the employee's sense of belonging was already quite high. Every time it was triggered, it would generate nearly 100 million in revenue. But what Shin Tian needed to do now was to reap more rewards. The better the employee benefits, the greater the sense of belonging the employees would develop. Therefore, the employee dormitory had to be considered seriously. After finishing their meal, the employees automatically returned to the company to work overtime. They did not slack off as usual but instead began to work earnestly. Such a thing would be impossible in other companies, as not all employees would be so conscientious. There were indeed many companies that offered overtime pay, but during overtime, the vast majority of employees would be slacking off. As they would say, long life work for long life, they wouldn't push themselves hard for a little extra money, so they wouldn't be so self-motivated. However, in Shin Tian's company, not a single employee was slacking off. They were all working very seriously. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The employees finally began to relax. Has it really already reached 8 o'clock? I haven't finished my work yet. Yeah, time really flies, but I want to work a bit longer. Let's hurry and leave, because it won't be long before the building shuts off the lights. What will we do if the power goes out? We need to save all the data quickly. The other team leaders reminded them, as this office building would cut off the power at a fixed time. Of course, this was also a special regulation set by Shin Tian. Their office area would directly cut off the power at 8:30. Alright, since that's the case, let's quickly save our work and come in early tomorrow to start again. At this moment, the other employees had no other choice but to stop their current work and continue tomorrow. In fact, a group of employees had some small complaints as they left the company. To be honest, the overtime hours the boss is giving us really aren't enough. I think we should at least be allowed to work until 10 o'clock, otherwise, it doesn't feel right if we don't finish our work. That's true. How about we apply tomorrow to let the boss allow us to work until 10 or 11? That's a good suggestion. Are you all crazy for money? We already have 5 hours of overtime every day. If we work until 10 or 11, that would be 8 hours of overtime. Do you want to drain the company dry? Exactly, you can't just squeeze one person dry. The company treats us so well. What if you keep this up and the company goes bankrupt? What's wrong with you? I'm not talking about overtime with pay. I'm talking about pushing back the time for the lights to go out or the power to be cut. I know the company's situation. How could I possibly drain the company's resources? I just want to finish the work as soon as possible. I wonder if the boss will agree. Who knows? How about we ask together tomorrow? After returning home, Shin Tian immediately began searching for information online, wanting to see if there were any affordable housing prices in this magical city. He had already considered that even a slightly farther location would be fine, as they had a dedicated car service. As long as he arrived at work within the fixed time, nothing else mattered. After all, the prices in the city center and the suburbs were completely different. The price differences were astronomical, making it most suitable to choose a house in the suburbs. However, upon looking, he was shocked. Even the most remote suburban houses had prices reaching several thousand per square meter. It seemed that under such circumstances, he could only choose to find a piece of land to build a house. But would that be troublesome? After all, land in the suburbs was not so easy to acquire. In a big city like this, every inch of land was precious, and obtaining land was no simple task, which troubled Shin Tian greatly. However, Lu Chuxiao was coming to report tomorrow. She was in sales, and it would be most appropriate to ask her about the specifics. After coming to this conclusion, Shin Tian stopped browsing the internet, turned off his computer, and lay down to sleep. The next morning, as soon as Shin Tian arrived at the company, he saw a large group of employees waiting at the entrance. "Good morning, President Shin." Everyone shouted in unison. Good. What's going on? Is there something you need? Seeing so many people standing neatly there, Shin Tian knew they must have something to discuss. "President Shin, we would like to ask if you could postpone the time for turning off the lights and power to 11 o'clock at night?" A representative stepped forward from the crowd. "Why postpone the power cut and lights out to 11? Because the company has a project recently, and a lot of work is quite urgent. We want to put in extra effort to get the work done, but the company's power cut and lights out time is too early, and we can't work. So we wanted to ask if President Shin could extend the time a bit?" "Yes, President Shin, sometimes when we are rushing to finish work, the time really isn't enough." Hearing their words, Shin Tian thought for a moment. "Your suggestion is quite good. Alright, Shu Mingyue, arrange this matter. Change the overtime hours. Due to the special circumstances, the company can now allow overtime until 11 o'clock, and the lights out time should also be extended to 11:30. Ha! Chu Mingyue was clearly taken aback by Qin Tian's order, unable to react for a while, staring blankly at Qin Tian with wide eyes. President Qin, they meant to delay the lights out and power cut time, not to change the overtime to 11. While others might not understand what Qin Tian meant, Chu Mingyue was very clear. It was obvious that Qin Tian wanted to give them more freedom in their overtime hours. Such flexible overtime could provide them with substantial overtime pay, which undoubtedly increased the company's financial pressure. Chu Mingyue was currently worried about the company's finances, which was why everyone was working hard to create benefits for the company. If they added these extra hours of overtime, the resulting expenses would be enough to cause concern. Is there a difference? Delaying the power cut and lights out to 11 is equivalent to extending the overtime to 11. Since the company has work to do, extending the overtime a bit isn't a big deal. How about this? From now on, if anyone has important work that requires extending overtime, let your team leader write an overtime application form and submit it when the time comes. Those who are willing to work overtime can do so, and as for the power outage time, let's just delay it to 11 o'clock. It's settled then. I can seriously and responsibly tell everyone here that the company has always operated according to regulations. Since employees are working overtime, I will definitely ensure that overtime pay is given in full. There is no such thing as free overtime. Therefore, anyone who works overtime must keep detailed records and then pass them to finance for payroll calculation. As he spoke, Qin Tian turned to look at Chu Mingyue. Make sure to coordinate this with the finance department. I'm telling you, this is a big deal. Our company cannot violate regulations. If free overtime gets reported to the Labor Bureau, it could result in hefty fines. Everything must be done according to the rules, understood? Chu Mingyue let out a heavy sigh. Okay, President Qin, we understand. Good. Since you understand, everyone should get back to work quickly. By the way, a new colleague will be coming over soon. Everyone should get to know her. From now on, she will be my secretary. Qin Tian thought of Lu Chuxia and decided to mention it to everyone. Upon hearing that a new colleague was coming, the people present suddenly became anxious. President Qin, has our company started hiring? No, this new colleague is a friend of mine. I happen to need someone like her right now, so I brought her over directly. As for hiring, I won't be hiring anyone else for the time being. After all, our company is just getting started, and there are many things we can't manage yet. So once the company's situation stabilizes, I plan to continue hiring. Everyone need not worry, the company's operations will not have any issues. After briefly speaking with everyone, Qin Tian returned to his office. However, the people in the office erupted in discussion. What do we do now? We asked President Qin to delay the company's lights out time, but unexpectedly, he directly added a few hours of overtime for us. I really don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, I didn't expect this outcome either, but what the boss just said was really uplifting. If only this company were a super stable big company, that would be great. Indeed, the more overtime we work, the more pay we get. Who wouldn't want that? But the current situation of the company really makes me a bit scared. Oh no. What do we do now? What else can we do? Although President Qin said we can work overtime until 11, we can't actually do that. We definitely can't add pressure to the company. President Qin must be under a lot of stress right now. I think we could consider secretly working overtime. One person suggested, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Secretly working overtime? How do we do that? Anyway, President Qin won't be in the company after work. He won't know what time we leave. Don't we have a clock-in machine? At 8 o'clock, we just clock in, and after clocking in, we can continue to stay and work overtime. We won't fill out the overtime sheet, and that would be it, right? Brother, that makes a lot of sense. This is indeed a solution. Yes, I also think this method is feasible. Since our boss insists on doing things according to regulations, let's just follow the rules. As long as we clock in, working overtime will be our own business. Then it's decided. In an instant, everyone clapped in agreement with the suggestion. Qin Tian was unaware of the employee's thoughts. He was currently waiting in his office for Lu Chuxia to arrive. Lu Chuxia was originally a real estate salesperson, so she would definitely be well informed about building houses. Yesterday, Qin Tian had already informed the HR department, so Lu Chuxia could directly start her job today, and her salary was set according to the contract and regulations. Lu Chuxia was happily filling out her information in the HR department, never dreaming that she would so easily enter Qin Tian's company. Soon, Lu Chuxia had completed all the paperwork and signed the labor contract. What made her happy was that the employee benefits outlined in the contract were exceptionally good. First of all, the salary was already over 10,000. In addition to the 5 insurances and 1 fund, there were also numerous overtime benefits and cafeteria perks. This made Lu Chuxia excited, secretly grateful that she had asked for Qin Tian's contact information. Otherwise, she would never have been able to enter such a good company. Setting aside everything else, just the salary over 10,000 was enough to make Lu Chuxia happy. Before working in sales, she had worked at other companies where the salaries were pitifully low, and they had to work overtime every day. As for the 5 insurances in one fund, that was a joke. If they could buy you a subsistence allowance, that was already a pretty good company. Now, entering Qin Tian's company, they directly provided the 5 insurances in one fund. Who wouldn't want to join such a company? Sister May, thank you. When can I start working? After completing the specific information, Lu Chuxia eagerly asked. Now that we have registered your information and completed the procedures, if possible, you can start working right now. President Qin has instructed us that once your procedures are done, we should take you directly to his office to arrange your work. Come with me. Sister May didn't show much change in expression and directly led Lu Chuxia to Qin Tian's office. When Lu Chuxia knocked and entered Qin Tian's office, she was immediately astonished. Qin, you are the boss of Qin Tian's company? Lu Chuxia's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Tian. Is there a problem? Can't I be the boss of Qin Tian's company? Qin Tian looked at Lu Chuxia with interest, clearly amused that she didn't know he was the founder of Qin Tian's company. Goodness, this woman's mind was quite simple. In fact, Lu Chuxia had never thought that Qin Tian was the boss. She always assumed he held a high executive position in the company, not realizing that he was the one who started it. In that case, she had indeed made the right choice in getting his contact information. No, that's not what I meant. I just found it a bit surprising. President Qin, please don't be angry. Lu Chuxia didn't dare to say much now and quickly added a smile. No, I'm not as petty as you think. Alright, from now on, you are my secretary. I've arranged your work position just outside my office. There's an empty desk there. Your main responsibility will be to assist me as my secretary. You will do whatever I ask you to do. Okay, President Qin, if there's anything you need me to do, just let me know. Since she had already entered the company, Lu Chuxia was determined to work hard. First, go pour me a cup of tea. I have some things to ask you shortly. Qin Tian glanced at the empty teacup and then handed Lu Chuxia the cup in his hand. After all, this was her first task in the company, and Lu Chuxia naturally wanted to do it well. Respectfully taking the cup of water from Qin Tian's hand, Lu Chuxia walked towards the outside. She had no resistance to serving tea and water, as she often did this when she was in sales before. Serving tea and water is not something to be ashamed of. After all, that is what a secretary is supposed to do. Lu Chuxia naturally did not take it to heart. Although it was her first time at the company, the HR department had already taken her on a tour before processing her paperwork, so she basically knew where the tea room was. However, Lu Chuxia did not expect that when she arrived at the tea room with the cup, a staff member in uniform immediately approached her, warmly taking the cup from her hand. Beautiful lady, what would you like to drink? No need, I can do it myself, Lu Chuxia said, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the tea room was a woman nearly 30 years old, who, upon seeing Lu Chuxia wanting to pour her own tea, became anxious. Beautiful lady, please don't do that. I am the person in charge of this tea room, and I usually handle all the tea pouring. It's my job, so you don't need to be so polite. Just give me the cup and tell me what tea you want. You are specifically in charge of the tea room? Lu Chuxia looked at the middle-aged woman in surprise, momentarily speechless. I am indeed in charge of the tea room. Whether it's brewing tea or coffee, or managing other beverages, it's all my responsibility. So you don't need to be polite. Just tell me what you want, and I'll pour it for you. You can call me Sister He from now on. Oh no, I just forgot to ask the boss what tea he wants. Lu Chuxia then realized she hadn't clarified what the boss wanted to drink. Boss? Oh, I see, you're the new secretary hired by the boss. I'll tell you, the boss usually prefers Longjing tea. Just give me the cup, and I'll pour it for you right away. Saying this, Sister He directly took the cup from Lu Chuxia's hand and quickly poured a steaming cup of Longjing tea. Sister He, does our company have such good benefits? Even the tea room has a dedicated person to serve tea? Sister He nodded. Beautiful lady, you just arrived at our company and don't know much about it yet. In fact, our company's benefits are surprisingly good, and that's why we worry that the company might not be able to sustain itself. At this point, Sister He couldn't help but sigh. But Lu Chuxia was filled with confusion. What do you mean? You're worried the company might not be able to continue? No way, the company is already so large, and all the procedures are normal. I heard there are tens of millions in the company's account. How could it possibly not continue? Ha ha, that's why I said you don't understand. Never mind, you'll know in a few days. Our boss is just too good to the employees, so good that we worry every day the company might go bankrupt. Sister, he sighed again. I can't find a company like this anywhere else. I'm just someone who serves tea, but my salary is 8,000. If you count overtime, it can reach 10,000 a month, and that's the actual amount we take home. The boss really helps us by the 5 insurances and 1 fund. What? Lu Chuxia was momentarily shocked. It's known that the salary for someone specifically serving tea is generally very low. Having 4 to 5,000 is already considered high, as this kind of work doesn't require much skill. Plus, the company even provides 5 insurances and 1 fund. Isn't that benefit too good? Could it be that Qin Tian's company is really doing charity? Of course, Lu Chuxia wouldn't dare to say such things now. She simply said a few words and quickly took the tea away. Lu Chuxia picked up the cup of Longjing tea and went straight to the office. President Qin, this is the tea you wanted. I forgot to ask what kind of tea you like earlier. Sister, he in the tea room said you like Longjing. Qin Tian took the tea from Lu Chuxia's hand and took a small sip. Not bad, not bad. I do quite like this Longjing. From now on, unless I specify otherwise, just pour me Longjing. Okay, understood. By the way, you used to work in real estate sales, right? I've been in sales for over 2 years, so I do have some experience. Are you looking to buy a house, President Qin? I do have the idea of buying a house now. Since you're in sales, can you tell me where the houses are relatively cheaper? Qin Tian put down the cup of water and asked with interest. Where are the houses cheaper? President Qin, what do you mean? Nothing, I just want to ask if you know. If you do, just let me know. Since it was the boss asking, Lu Chuxia had to answer properly. If that's the case, President Qin, I really can't answer you well. Many houses in our city are quite expensive. Relatively speaking, houses a bit further out are cheaper, but even so, they still cost around 70 to 80,000 per square meter. 70 to 80,000? What can you even buy with that? With that price, 1 or 200 million wouldn't buy much. The company currently has at least over 100 employees, and that little money simply wouldn't be enough. What about those second-hand houses? Or are there any entire buildings for sale, even if they're a bit old? As long as the price is cheap. For second-hand houses, if they're a bit older, there are indeed some cheaper options, but those would still cost around 20 to 30,000 per square meter, and these houses are at least 20 years old, otherwise, they wouldn't be so cheap. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian felt a bit helpless. He originally thought that having nearly 200 million would allow him to consider employee dormitories, but now, after Lu Chuxia's words, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Not to mention anything else, the main issue was that the housing prices in the city were just too high. If he wanted to buy an entire dormitory, wouldn't that cost tens of billions? That would be a huge loss. President Qin, right now, houses in the city are all expensive. Even those old, dilapidated houses aren't cheap. If you're considering buying an entire building, I think it would be better to directly buy those unfinished buildings. Ha! Lu Chuxia's words struck Qin Tian's heart like a thunderclap. Unfinished buildings? Yes, how could he have forgotten about that? There are quite a few unfinished buildings now, especially in the more suburban areas, where the number of unfinished buildings is considerable. These unfinished buildings are the result of developers running out of funds during construction, leading to mounting debts and the buildings being left incomplete. This has also resulted in many debt entanglements within these unfinished buildings. However, if handled properly, they could be a good option. Of course, there are many debts associated with these unfinished buildings, and there are various types of unfinished buildings to choose from. Some houses with relatively fewer creditor disputes could be considered. After all, many unfinished buildings are in locations that are less desirable, leading to no one buying them, and naturally, the developers couldn't manage their funds. Such unfinished buildings could definitely be acquired. Ah, Secretary Lu, your words have reminded me. Since you're in sales, how much would it cost to take over these unfinished buildings? Qin Tian immediately perked up. What, President Qin, are you really planning to take over these unfinished buildings? I must remind you, President Qin, that there are a lot of debts associated with these unfinished buildings, and there are many disputes involved. Even if you manage to acquire them, who knows what will happen then? Lu Chuxia was somewhat knowledgeable about the situation regarding these unfinished buildings. So, that's why I'm asking you, which unfinished buildings have relatively fewer debts and disputes? It doesn't matter if they're in a remote area, as long as the price is right. After all, with a dedicated car service, even if it's a bit far, it's not a big deal. President Qin, if you're asking like that, there actually are some. In the suburbs on the west side of our magic city, there are indeed a few unfinished buildings, and the debts associated with those buildings are relatively few. A developer once chose to build a community out there for some unknown reason. At first, there were people buying, but later, due to some issues with the developer's company, the project was left unfinished. Now, the community has only the framework up, and none of the exterior walls or anything have been completed. If President Chin is really considering it, these unfinished buildings could work. Really? How much would it cost to take over these unfinished buildings? I'm not very clear on that, but if President Chin is interested, I can help you inquire. I heard that these unfinished buildings are currently being auctioned off judicially, but they have been unsold for quite a while. Alright, then I'll trouble you to ask about this. I need to know all the procedures. Make sure you find out what's going on. Chin Tian was extremely excited and directly asked Lu Chusha to look into the situation of these unfinished buildings. Currently, the unfinished building situation Lu Chusha just mentioned really met his requirements. After all, they could be used as employee dormitories, and the location didn't need to be too close. The most important thing was that the price was right, and there weren't many entangled debts. As long as he could buy them at a low price, it wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, for these unfinished buildings, the basic framework was already in place, and it would only take a little money to complete the houses. Relatively speaking, the cost was quite low. Okay, President Chin, since you're in such a hurry, I'll go ask right now. Alright, go immediately. Thus, on Lu Chusha's first day at work, she didn't stay in the company but ran straight outside. The next day, this matter spread throughout the entire company. Have you heard? It seems the boss is looking into some unfinished buildings recently. What does the boss want to do? I can see it. The boss definitely wants to get involved in the real estate industry. With the housing prices in Magic City so high, if he can make it work, it would indeed be very profitable. Indeed, our company's income is so low right now. If the boss goes into real estate, that would be good. Maybe the profits will be high then. I have a feeling. I think our boss has some ideas. But one thing I find a bit strange is why the boss is choosing those suburban houses. I already asked Secretary Lu yesterday, and the boss was asking where the houses are cheap, and those unfinished buildings he asked about are all in not so good suburban locations. Generally speaking, locations like that usually don't attract buyers. What's going on with the boss? Assistant Chu, do you have any insights? Do you know what the boss is planning to do? At this point, everyone could only turn to Chu Mingyue for answers. I don't know either. The boss hasn't told me anything. He just asked Secretary Lu. At this moment, Chu Mingyue also claimed to know nothing. Although everyone was anxious, they could only sigh helplessly. Just then, Secretary Lu walked in from outside. The group quickly pulled Lu Chusha over. Secretary Lu, you're just in time. There's something we want to ask you. What is it? Yesterday, the boss asked you to inquire about the situation with the unfinished buildings. Do you know the specifics? When asked about the unfinished buildings, Lu Chusha couldn't help but frown. If you're asking me about this, I don't know what's going on either. Anyway, the boss asked me to find out. He asked where the houses were cheaper, and then suddenly mentioned the unfinished buildings. He was asking about various unfinished buildings that could be bought. It seems the boss wants to stockpile these unfinished buildings. I see. Chu Mingyue frowned at this, realizing that she never understood what Chin Tian wanted to do. The other employees also didn't know what to say. Just then, Chin Tian walked in from outside. Oh, Secretary Lu, you're here. Come to my office for a moment. I need to ask you something. Chin Tian had spent the entire night researching the unfinished buildings, and upon seeing Lu Chusha, he immediately wanted to inquire about the situation with them. Not to mention, if these unfinished buildings could be acquired, they could build dormitories for the employees, and this matter couldn't be delayed. Okay, President Chin. At this moment, Secretary Lu followed Chin Tian into the office, while Chu Mingyue thought for a moment and quickly followed suit. President Chin, can I come along? If you need my help, I can assist too, Chu Mingyue asked from behind. Sure, why not? You can come along. It just so happens that you and Secretary Lu can help me inquire about this matter. Chin Tian naturally wouldn't refuse, as this was a big plan. To acquire these unfinished buildings, he would definitely need to put in some effort. President Chin, I've already asked about it. That area of unfinished buildings is indeed unfinished now. I've checked with the relevant departments, and they said these unfinished buildings are currently in a state of flux. If someone wants to buy them, the price can be negotiated. According to my estimate, acquiring this community should cost around 500 million. 500 million? Chin Tian frowned. His current funds were still insufficient. Yes, because I know someone there who revealed that the price at the auction was 600 million, but no one was willing to take it over. The main issue is that the location is too poor. There are no urban facilities around, not even basic hospitals and schools. Lu Chuxiao was quite knowledgeable about the housing issues, so she knew that this area of unfinished buildings had no room for development, especially in the suburbs, which had no planning. Who would want to live in such a remote place? Nowadays, people buying houses prioritize convenience, and this area lacks everything. The developer initially chose to build there, betting that the area would be developed. Clearly, he bet wrong. That area was not developed and instead went in the opposite direction, leading to the houses being ignored. As a result, the buildings were left unfinished, and the entire community was taken over by the bank. Now, this is a good opportunity for Qin Tian. Yesterday, Lu Chuxia had already talked to Qin Tian about the geographical location of this community and its distance from the company. The distance is indeed not far, it takes about 20 minutes by car. Although 20 minutes is a bit long for commuting to their company, it is acceptable since the company provides a shuttle service. They just need to get on the car, and they can arrive at the company directly. Convenient and quick. Then, can you help me ask them if we can secure one of the buildings first? If possible, negotiate with them about it, and also see if you can lower the price a bit, Qin Tian said. Sure, I'll talk to them and see if we can finalize this. Lu Chuxia nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xu Mingyue was indeed a bit puzzled and confused. President Qin, may I ask why you want to buy this unfinished building? The location of that unfinished building is so poor. If you want to invest in real estate, it would be better to choose a place with more potential. Do you have some insider information? Xu Mingyue was also contemplating whether Qin Tian had found some inside scoop, otherwise, why would he suddenly show interest in that community? It should be noted that although these are unfinished buildings, securing them would require a significant amount of money. Not at all, I don't have any insider information. I just think that these unfinished buildings are sitting there empty, which is a waste. If possible, I could secure them first as an investment. The development in Magic City is so good right now, no one knows when that area will be developed. So, I thought I could buy it first, then build it up, and conveniently use it as employee dormitories for you all. However, as Qin Tian spoke, both Xu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia were left in shock, as if turned to stone. They never imagined that Qin Tian would go to such lengths to acquire these unfinished buildings, not for the company's investment, but rather to establish employee dormitories for them. It was simply beyond words. But one should not underestimate these unfinished buildings. The price to buy them is also quite high, and after purchasing, they would still need renovation and construction, which would require a large sum of money. Generally speaking, no company owner would be willing to spend money on such matters. In fact, many large companies have dormitories that were prepared when the company was established. After all, building dormitories when they set up the company not only helps to establish the company's reputation but also attracts more talent. Moreover, most of those established companies view the dormitories as an investment, essentially buying the properties to use as dormitories. When the company is short on funds and the value of the dormitories has appreciated, they can sell them off, providing employees with some housing subsidies at most. Many large companies operate this way. No company would specifically choose to buy dormitories for employees at such a time. But now Qin Tian was saying this, and how could they react? Xu Mingyue's reaction was somewhat better, but looking at Lu Chuxia, her mouth was agape, as if she could fit a duck egg in it. President Qin, what are you saying? You want to buy this unfinished building to serve as employee dormitories for our company? Are you sure you're not joking with us? After a long pause, Lu Chuxia finally reacted. Of course, I'm not joking. Every word I say is true. I've been considering this for a long time, and I think it's time to do it now. First of all, our company's funds are relatively abundant right now, and many employees are not working with enough stability, which is due to life's pressures. I was thinking that if our company's benefits were a bit better, it would allow them to work with more peace of mind. So, the establishment of this dormitory is very necessary. Firstly, the dormitory can save employees a lot of expenses. Secondly, building this employee dormitory can better enhance our company's reputation and attract more talent, which is exactly what I want. Moreover, acquiring a partially constructed building can maintain its value over time. Although there isn't much development momentum in that area right now, I believe there will definitely be room for development in the future, so acquiring it is essentially an investment. Qin Tian spoke in an orderly manner now, leaving the two of them speechless. Alright, this matter is settled. You two go find the relevant personnel and see if you can negotiate to acquire this partially constructed building. First, discuss the price for one building, and of course, if possible, also talk about how much it would cost to buy the entire community. Qin Tian's current thought was to do as much as the available funds allowed. He believed that once the employee dormitory was built, there would definitely be a large influx of funds. After all, every time the company rolled out benefits, it allowed Qin Tian to make a significant profit. Therefore, Qin Tian was confident that when the employee dormitory was completed, there would be huge returns, and the first thing to do now was to get this matter settled. After several rounds of systematic rewards, Qin Tian had basically figured out the specifics of the situation. Generally speaking, once such employee benefits were implemented, there would be substantial rewards, and the sense of belonging generated would definitely not be just a one-time thing. In light of this situation, Qin Tian naturally increased his efforts and speed to get this matter done. Alright, President Qin, I'll go negotiate now. Lu Chuxia let out a heavy breath and then turned to leave the office. Chu Mingyue thought for a moment and ultimately decided to follow Lu Chuxia's lead. After all, as an assistant, she should listen to her boss. Moreover, the plan to acquire these partially constructed buildings was set by Qin Tian, so Chu Mingyue felt it was inappropriate to interfere. Watching Chu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia leave, Qin Tian fell into deep thought once again. Regarding the matter of the partially constructed building, Qin Tian had been considering it. If he were to spend 100 million to buy a partially constructed building and then use the remaining funds for construction and decoration, that money would definitely be enough. Next, he would have to see how the employee dormitory would be allocated. Of course, this was not something to worry about right now. What Qin Tian needed to do was to put all his effort into acquiring this partially constructed building. Lu Chuxia used to work in sales, so she was quite familiar with these matters. Chu Mingyue followed closely behind Lu Chuxia and had not said much. The two drove in Qin Tian's dedicated vehicle to a designated location to negotiate this matter. However, since Lu Chuxia was driving, she felt the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward and couldn't help but initiate a conversation. Assistant Chu, is our boss really that generous? He wants to build dormitories for the employees now. I just don't know if what the boss said is true or not. It must be true. Every time the boss comes up with such an idea, he implements it as quickly as possible. I think this time the boss really wants to build dormitories for us, Chu Mingyue said, now fully believing in Qin Tian's character. After all, he always followed through on what he said. These unfinished buildings will cost hundreds of millions to acquire. Just as the boss said, even if we only take one of them, it will still cost over 100 million. If we renovate them into employee dormitories, even the simplest renovation will cost tens of millions. Is the boss really that wealthy? Lu Chuxia was filled with surprise. I don't think this is a matter of wealth, it's more about the boss's personal mindset. Haven't you noticed that everyone in our company is worried about its situation? That's true. The atmosphere in the company is really great. I noticed yesterday that everyone was working seriously and constantly thinking about the boss. Exactly. That's because everyone feels very good working here, whether it's the benefits, the treatment, or the working atmosphere. None of the other companies can compare. It's very comfortable for us to work here, and no one wants to leave. But now the company is just starting out, and we are afraid the boss might run into financial problems. Right now, the company's income and expenses are completely disproportionate. If this continues, we are really afraid the company will go bankrupt. I don't know what the boss is thinking. Instead of improving the company's performance, he is focusing on employee benefits. If this goes on, I might really have to take charge of the company. When Chu Mingyue said this, her tone was filled with sincerity, with no hint of pretense. Lu Chuxia fell silent at that moment. She didn't know what more to say about such matters, especially since it was only her second day at the company, and she wasn't very familiar with the situation. It was hard to comment when she didn't know much. However, it didn't take long for this matter to spread throughout the company, especially after Chu Mingyue returned from outside and immediately informed all the employees. The colleague group chat was almost in an uproar. Oh my god, what does the boss want? They've already arranged for a special car service, and now they want to provide us with employee dormitories? This is too good to be true. Oh my god, boss, this is so good that I can't accept it. Speaking of which, the company's performance is so poor right now. Instead of pouring money into reviving the business, the boss is focusing on employee benefits. What is he thinking? I think the same. What is the boss really up to? This is too reckless. To take over these unfinished buildings, it will cost at least hundreds of millions. The boss is investing over 100 million into these unfinished buildings to turn them into dormitories? Is this really true, Assistant Chu? Chu Mingyue, of course it's true. I've already gone with Secretary Lu to talk to people, and we are currently in negotiations, trying to lower the price as much as possible. By the next day's break time, no one in the company was resting. Everyone sat in place, continuously discussing this matter. After all, this was a top priority for their company, especially for the employees. It was earth-shattering news. Chu Mingyue was also among those discussing it. I say, Assistant Chu, why don't you have a good talk with the boss? Given our company's current situation, investing a large amount of money into unfinished buildings to build dormitories is clearly not a good choice. Yeah, I think if the boss wants to do something, he should invest that money into software development or promotional platforms. That would be a huge help for our company. In this era of traffic, it's actually quite simple. As long as we pour money into it, we can carve out a path for survival. As long as we can grasp this traffic, even if we don't develop anything, just relying on the platform's popularity would be enough for our company to survive. But the key issue now is that the boss invested money into this unfinished building, not for investment purposes or to build employee dormitories. What are we supposed to do about that? To be honest, at this moment, I really don't know whether to cry or laugh. I think we should laugh at a time like this. After all, this is a benefit the boss is giving us. If we get employee dormitories, we can save a lot on housing costs, and the money we save can be put away. At this rate, who knows, maybe in a few years I can save enough for a down payment. That's true. If things keep going like this, we could indeed save for a down payment in a few years. But what I want to say is, if our company's performance doesn't improve, I'm afraid we won't be able to last that long. Aren't you being a bit overly pessimistic? I don't think the boss is that impulsive. He must have his reasons for doing this. I don't see it that way. In fact, aside from this company, I haven't seen him involved in any other businesses. Even if he had other businesses to support him, he wouldn't let this company keep losing money, right? So the key is that this company needs to make him money. If I were the boss and had a company that wasn't making money but instead losing it, I would eventually shut it down. Oh, so what's going on now? I've already gotten used to working in this company. Assistant Chu, why don't you have a good talk with the boss about this? At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Mingyue, but Chu Mingyue felt troubled. Do you think I don't want to say anything? You know what the boss is like. Once he makes a decision, who can pull him back? I wanted to talk to the boss too, but his attitude was exceptionally firm. What do you want me to say to him? Chu Mingyue felt quite helpless. Well, when the boss comes back, let's all talk to him about the employee dormitory issue, okay? Someone among the employees suggested. Right, I think so too. I believe the boss should first focus on getting the company's business right. As for other matters, I think they are secondary. Even if we really want to build employee dormitories, at the very least, we should wait until the company's business stabilizes. Since that's the case, let's wait until the boss comes back and have a good talk with him to see if he will consider our opinions. The employees made this decision. Qin Tian, who was napping at home, suddenly received a message from the system. Detected changes in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,000. Detected changes in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,200. With this series of notifications, Qin Tian's earnings this time reached a staggering 500 million. Goodness! The establishment of the employee dormitory was indeed the right move. As soon as this news spread, it directly brought in 500 million. Now Qin Tian had nearly 700 million in funds, and he could finally roll up his sleeves and get to work. Before Qin Tian could enjoy his happiness for long, the system's voice came again. Congratulations, the host's belonging value is about to break 10 million. The second stage of the system is about to unlock. Ding! After the belonging value breaks 10 million, the host will receive additional rewards. Please continue to work hard to break through the 10 million mark as soon as possible. Goodness! Is there such a thing? Qin Tian's eyes widened, and the joy on his face was impossible to hide. The system's rewards were indeed very generous. If he entered the second stage now, there would be additional rewards, and Qin Tian was eager to know what those extra rewards from the system would be. Speaking of which, Qin Tian really needs to put in more effort now, because the points he has earned have not yet surpassed 10 million, he only has a little over 7 million. So what he needs to do is to harvest the employees' loyalty values as much as possible, and he wants to do even better in the upcoming tasks. Anyway, he already has nearly 700 million in funds at hand, so he can completely take over this unfinished building and renovate it into a beautiful boutique dormitory. Qin Tian is considering whether to make this dormitory like a community. If that's the case, the employees' loyalty values will increase even more. Unknowingly, it was already time to go to work. Qin Tian didn't say much and drove straight back to the company. The house he bought is not very far from the company, and it doesn't take long to drive there. When Qin Tian arrived at the office area of the company, he found all the employees waiting for him. The moment they saw Qin Tian arrive, they immediately stood up and shouted in unison, "President Qin! Oh, you're all here. Just in time, I have something to announce to you." Seeing so many employees gathered, Qin Tian had a rough idea of what was going on. After all, he had just received a prompt from the system about what the employees' loyalty values meant, and Qin Tian understood it better than anyone else. President Qin, we also have something to tell you. Chu Mingyue stepped out from the crowd. After all, she is Qin Tian's assistant, and they had already discussed that she would express everyone's thoughts. There's no rush on that. Let me finish what I have to say first. This matter is quite important for you all. I think you should all know about my plan to acquire the unfinished building. Now I have decided to buy the entire community. After all, that unfinished building has been abandoned, but the framework has already been built. It won't cost much to complete the house. I plan to turn this house into your employee dormitory once it's done. Although everyone already knew Qin Tian's thoughts, when he actually said it out loud, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Not to mention anything else, just the momentum Qin Tian exuded was enough to impress everyone on sight. Clap, clap, clap. A round of extremely warm applause erupted in the room. Of course, I have some ideas in mind. Originally, my plan was to buy one building, fix it up, and temporarily use it as employee dormitories. But then I thought about it and realized that this entire area of unfinished buildings is already abandoned, and no one is willing to take over. The prices are at their lowest right now, so I'm seizing this opportunity to take over the whole community. My idea is to renovate the entire community, and this community already has parking lots and various facilities. Once I buy the community, all of these will belong to me. How about establishing a free parking lot for everyone? Wow! Another thunderous shock hit everyone's hearts. Goodness, what is Qin Tian planning? He wants to take over the entire community and also provide everyone with a free parking lot? This is too good. In fact, among the more than 100 employees in the company, quite a few have cars. Of course, their cars are just for commuting, not expensive, but parking is still a concern. Besides rent, they have to pay several hundred or even over 1,000 for parking fees each month. If Qin Tian can save them parking fees now, that would be fantastic. Another round of applause, like rolling thunder, resounded. But after the applause, everyone gradually calmed down, especially Chu Mingyue, whose pretty face was filled with anxiety. President Qin, I think you should consider this matter carefully. I know you are doing this for the welfare of our company's employees, but we have already discussed it. We believe that President Qin should focus on the company's business. Although these dormitories are very important to us, you can completely address the dormitory issue after establishing the company's business. Yes, President Qin, the company is currently in its startup phase, and I think you should prioritize the bigger picture. Now that the company's projects are increasing, it is precisely when we need funding. I believe you can invest the funds in these projects, and there will definitely be returns. One by one, the employees continued to persuade him. But at this moment, Qin Tian had already made up his mind. Alright, I know you all mean well for the company, but please rest assured, everything I do is within our capabilities. I will only implement these employee benefits after ensuring the company's operations are stable, so you don't need to worry about these matters. Here, you just need to do your job well, you don't need to worry about anything else. Alright, this matter is settled. Just focus on your work, Qin Tian said, and without giving the other employees a chance to speak, he directly walked back to his office. My goodness, the boss is serious about this. The boss has such a short temper, I really don't know whether to be happy or to cry. I feel the same way. The boss provides us with dormitories and free parking. In fact, I'm very happy about it, but why do I feel like I can't be happy right now? Forget it, since the boss has said so, we shouldn't say anything more. Let's just do our jobs as the boss said. Exactly, from now on, I'll treat the company as my home. If anyone dares to touch my home, I'll be furious. What a good person, truly a good person. Zhou Jixing's eyes turned red again. After all, he was the one who had benefited the most from the company. If it weren't for Qin Tian, his son would have been dead long ago. Now, his son's surgery was so successful that he was out of danger, which was a life-saving grace for Zhou Jixing. Now, Qin Tian continued to think about the company's welfare, and Zhou Jixing even felt anxious for him. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's hurry up and work. I've decided to finish my tasks as quickly as possible. Alright, everyone hurry up and work. We can't let President Qin down, we mustn't disappoint him, so let's develop the projects at the fastest speed. Right, let's get to work. At that moment, the people in the company instantly became full of energy, and no one was slacking off. Compared to before, their work speed had already increased. Such shocking news quickly spread around. This directly sparked heated discussions among the white-collar class. Even those white-collar workers far away were talking about it. Have you heard? I heard that Qin Tian's company's welfare benefits have become better and better, and they are even going to buy houses for their employees as dormitories. My goodness, that's just too good. Where can we find such a company? It's not that simple. The boss of Qin Tian Company plans to spend several $100 million to acquire that area of unfinished buildings. I've heard of that community. It started going downhill a few years ago and has been up for auction ever since, but no one wants it. The reason is that the location is poor. Even so, having dormitories like that is already quite good, don't you think? Cut it out. What's so great about it? It's just buying a few unfinished buildings for dorms. It's not like they're dividing up apartments, so why the fuss? A young man wearing glasses pouted. Brother, stop being envious and resentful. How many companies nowadays have dormitories? The fact that Chin Tian Company can buy unfinished buildings for dorms is already impressive. Look at our company's situation. Do you think our boss would do something like that? What do you mean I'm envious? Those unfinished buildings are unsellable because of the poor location. There are hardly any convenient facilities around, which is why no one buys them, leading to the project being abandoned. Now the Chin Tian Company is taking them for dorms, so what? A bad location is still a bad location. The bespectacled young man was quite stubborn. Sure, the location is poor, but at least they have dormitories. Don't forget, Chin Tian Company has dedicated transportation. Once they have these dorms, they won't have to worry about distance at all. They can just wake up, hop into the car, and after a nap, they're at work. How great is that? Tisk tsk, actually, none of this is the most important part. The most important thing is that the company provides dormitories, so we won't have to pay rent anymore. How great is that? I can't even imagine how much money we could save. That's true. Look at the place I'm renting now. The rent alone is 2,000. With utilities, it's about 3,000 a month. If we had dormitories, that 3,000 could be saved directly. That really is a good company. I want to join Chin Tian Company too. Isn't that obvious? I've heard so many people around Chin Tian Company want to get in, but there are no channels. They've already stopped hiring. Really? That's such a pity. If they were still hiring, I'd be the first to rush over for an interview. I have a friend who works there. He says the atmosphere is really great, even better than a nursing home. Not only are the benefits good, but the work environment is excellent too. There's no mandatory overtime. You can choose to work extra if you want, or not. Wow, that sounds amazing. It's like my dream place. Hurry and ask your friend when they'll be hiring again. I find that the benefits at Chin Tian Company are even better than those at state-owned enterprises. Yeah, some state-owned enterprises don't offer benefits as good as those at Chin Tian Company. Many companies were discussing this, which led to a lot of chatter in the workplace. However, many companies also started to paint a rosy picture for their employees to soothe their emotions. After all, this is a common tactic used by bosses to calm their staff. As long as the promises are big enough, employees' emotions can be pacified, allowing the company to continue operating. What Chin Tian is doing now is not just soothing employees, he needs to quickly finalize the employee dormitories. So when Secretary Liu had negotiated the price to a reasonable point, Chin Tian directly went ahead and purchased the entire area of unfinished buildings. These unfinished buildings were being auctioned off by the bank, so the price wasn't driven too low. Chin Tian could secure them for 450 million. This area of unfinished buildings is quite substantial, consisting of 6 buildings, each 28 stories tall. There are 4-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units, and 3-bedroom units. This is very useful for Chin Tian, as he has already decided to convert all the company dormitories into independent accommodations. In the past, those dormitories only had a single room with a few beds, but now Chin Tian plans to renovate these unfinished buildings. The 2-bedroom units will be assigned to 2 different employees, each having their own room. Of course, for some of the higher-ups in the company, they can be given independent dormitories. After all, there are nearly 150 units in total in one building. Right now, Chin Tian only needs to renovate one building first, while the others can be put on hold. When the company expands and hires more employees, they can directly move into the dormitories. So for Chin Tian, securing this community for 450 million is quite a good deal. After signing the contract, Chin Tian immediately transferred the money to the bank, as it was essentially the bank's property. The transaction only required a transfer, which was relatively convenient. When this contract was officially submitted, it meant that this community now belonged to Chin Tian personally, so he could squander it however he wished. Now, apart from leaving 100 million in his personal account, all other funds were transferred to the company's account. The company's account now had a total of 600 million. After spending 450 million, there was still over 100 million left. Chin Tian directly asked the finance team to calculate how much it would cost to build a house. After all, he intended to renovate the house as quickly as possible. When this directive was sent to finance, they suddenly found themselves in a bit of a dilemma. After all, the company's account had just spent so much money, and now Chin Tian wanted to use more funds to build this house, and he demanded speed. In this world, everything is said to revolve around money. As long as there is money, nothing is impossible. If Qin Tian wanted to build this house as quickly as possible, it would naturally not be a big problem. Provided the funds were in place, then the speed would naturally follow. President Qin, I think there's no rush for the dormitory issue. We can hire a few workers with minimal funds to build it slowly. Generally speaking, it could take a year or so to get the dormitory done. If we want speed, we will definitely need to hire more workers, which will cost even more. According to my current estimate, if we are not in a hurry, we can manage it for 80 million. If we are in a hurry, it will cost at least 100 million. Right now, there is only 150 million left in the company's account. If we spend 100 million, there will only be 50 million left. The company is in a crucial development phase, and I think we shouldn't spend money in this area. The finance team could no longer hold back and advise Qin Tian, as they felt the employee dormitory issue was not urgent at all. No, this matter is not up for discussion. Since the house has already been purchased, it must be renovated, and it needs to be done as quickly as possible. 100 million is 100 million, but I have only one requirement, it must be fast. But President Qin, the finance team wanted to persuade him further, but was cut off mid-sentence. Alright, you don't need to say anything more, it's settled. Hurry up and contact those renovation companies to get them started on this project as soon as possible. Currently, our company's funds are not enough, so we will temporarily renovate just one building. Qin Tian's words were like a command, leaving the finance team with no room to resist. At this point, the finance team could only sigh and then execute the orders given by Qin Tian. With the issuance of this directive, the news quickly spread throughout the company. No way, did President Qin really buy the entire community of that unfinished building? And he even hired workers to renovate those houses? What do you think? The money has already been directly transferred to the renovation company. The finance department sighed helplessly. My goodness, why didn't you properly discuss this with the boss? Just for one dormitory, so much money has been spent. This is several hundred million. If it were directly invested in the company's projects, it could definitely create a big opportunity. One of the project leaders suddenly became excited. He was originally a project manager recruited by the HR department, and he had a lot of experience with such projects. He knew very well that if money was generously spent on such projects, it could definitely yield great results, especially in the current market. Oh, you know what kind of temper the boss has. Can I make him listen? Once he decides, not even a herd of cattle can pull him back. Do you think it would be useful to talk to him? I really don't know whether to be happy or worried right now. Whether to say it or not, I've decided to repay the boss well. I'm going to work overtime until 11 tonight. I won't leave until I finish my work. I'm actually a bit worried about the company's finances. I'm also working overtime tonight, but I clocked out at 5, so the overtime shouldn't count as extra pay, right? What? Isn't that a bit too much? You're not even going to take overtime pay and are working for free? What's wrong with that? Think about it, our basic salary from the company is already so high, and after this project is completed, we can also get commissions according to the regulations. In this situation, if we still take the company's overtime pay, are we even human? What you said makes some sense. Our salaries are indeed quite high now, but not taking overtime pay isn't great either. After all, we still have families to support, and a little more salary is reassuring. I think we can use a more moderate approach. When we work overtime, we clock in until 8, and then the remaining time can be considered free overtime. What do you all think? Good idea, that's really a good idea. In fact, I also want to contribute to the company. The current project's development prospects are quite good and the gaming market is currently weak. If we can push the game out now, it will definitely show great potential for development. Alright, let's decide on that. As the employees reached this decision, others also chimed in. At this moment, Qin Tian, sitting in the office, received another piece of good news from the system. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,000. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,500. Ding! Congratulations, host's belonging value has surpassed 10 million, and the second stage officially begins. Congratulations, host's exchange ratio has risen to 1 to 500. The host can receive additional rewards the next time they receive belonging value from employees. Hearing this, Qin Tian was instantly delighted. He had finally entered the second stage. The most important thing was that the exchange ratio had risen to 1 to 500. This meant that 1 point could be exchanged for 500 in cash. It had directly multiplied by 5, and more importantly, there would be additional rewards, which was very significant. Qin Tian was now eager to find out what this additional reward would be. But discussing it now was pointless, he had to wait for the next belonging value to appear. This time, breaking through the 10 million mark and entering the second phase is indeed good news, but this time the employee's sense of belonging has directly provided Shin Tian with another 500 million. The funds, which were nearly depleted, have once again become abundant. Shin Tian was originally considering whether to also construct the remaining unfinished buildings, but now he thinks it's better to save this money for now and wait until the current dormitory is completed before making a decision. It seems that the construction of this dormitory is quite useful, directly providing 500 million in funds, which isn't a loss in comparison. Shin Tian also knows that such welfare constructions generally yield two returns, and one return will be more substantial than the other. Now, Shin Tian is not in a hurry, he just needs to wait for the employee dormitory to be built. In the following days, Shin Tian had little to do. Besides playing on the computer in the office, he spent most of his time searching for strategies online. However, what Shin Tian did not expect was that half a month later, the project manager found him. President Shin, our project is now completed. We did very well this time, here's the game effect we produced. Please give it a try, and if everything is fine, we can launch it on other platforms. Then I'll give it a try. Since Shin Tian was bored anyway, he decided to play the game developed by the company. After all, this was the first product made by his company, and as the boss, how could he not show some support? He then took the USB drive, plugged it into the computer, and installed the game. Naturally, a game just developed wouldn't be installed without any issues, so Shin Tian eagerly opened the game. This is an online game, one that their company had meticulously planned for a long time. As Shin Tian played, he discovered that the game had many small details, which were very well crafted and unique, making it quite engaging. Moreover, many technical issues in the game were handled exceptionally well. The graphics and various optimizations were already quite impressive, capable of competing with many games on the market. After playing for a while, Shin Tian couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He didn't expect the game created by the people in the company to be this good. Setting aside everything else, the various game styles and unique settings in this game were already better than most games on the market. Nowadays, many games are released just to make money. In fact, many game styles are very singular, and the gameplay is the same. Generally speaking, games like this don't last long, as most are just following trends. But the game created by the employees has a certain quality, and such a game would definitely make money when launched. As a seasoned gamer, Shin Tian could naturally feel the charm of this game. Since he had started a company, he had to manage the funding well. The employees had been emphasizing the company's financial issues to him. Now, without overthinking, Shin Tian went directly to the office area outside. Thank you all for your hard work. I've seen the game you've created, and it's quite good. You've done very well this time. I believe this game will have a huge market when it's released, and the company will definitely profit from it. Then I'll trouble manager Lu to handle the operation of this game. Okay, President Shin. This is my job, so don't worry, I will definitely get this done well. Lu Dongming replied, neither servile nor overbearing. For him, he just wanted to do a good job on this project. Very well, I originally planned to use 5 million for the promotional expenses of this game, but now I've thought about it and feel that for such a good game, I should invest directly 10 million. Instantly, the entire office area erupted into a round of extremely enthusiastic applause. Great, President Shin is generous. President Shin is amazing. At this moment, everyone in the office was filled with joy. Seeing everyone so happy, Shin Tian felt very good as well. He immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. Over the past half month, everyone has really worked hard to exceed their tasks, so since we are all so happy today, let's have a good team-building event tonight. Tonight, we will go to a big hotel for dinner, and all expenses will be covered by the company. After dinner, we'll head straight to KTV. Great! In an instant, everyone cheered loudly. After working so hard for so long, they indeed wanted to relax. Now that the boss was treating them to dinner and fun, how could they not be happy? Especially the young people present, who were even more excited, shouting with joy. This night was simply a great joy for the people of Shin Tian's company. Shin Tian was not at all stingy. He took his employees to a big hotel for dinner, and all the dishes ordered were expensive. This surprised many employees, as the boss had treated them to meals before, but they usually ate at more casual restaurants. Now, Shin Tian took them directly to a high-end hotel, where they enjoyed delicacies. They had never experienced such treatment before, especially some of the younger guys in the company who had little social experience. This meal allowed them to taste things they had never had before. Wow, working with the boss is really great. Not only are the company benefits good and the salary high, but the level of entertainment he provides is also unmatched. This level is really high. It's my first time entering a hotel like this. Who isn't? For workers like us, going to a restaurant is already a luxury, and now we're directly at a big hotel, eating abalone sashimi and the like. I've never had these before. I think this table of food costs at least 10,000. The boss is really generous. After all, now that he was making money, Shin Tian would not be stingy. He also knew that these employees had been working hard for the company for the past half month. Sometimes, when he passed by the company and saw people still working at 11 o'clock, it was clear that these employees were genuinely thinking about the company, so rewarding them was only right. This was destined to be a very joyful night, and everyone had a great time. The next day, when Shin Tian arrived at the company entrance, he overheard some people discussing, "Is this the boss of Shin Tian's company? So young, and quite handsome. He really is handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I heard many people in his company like him. A good-looking guy with so much money, which girl wouldn't like him? I really envy the female employees in his company, they have the chance to get close to him. What a pity, if I had known it would be like this, I should have joined Shin Tian's company back then. Maybe I would have had the chance to get close to him." I heard that people in their company work overtime until 11 at night. Overtime isn't a big deal, the key is that Shin Tian's company is willing to pay overtime, and they pay quite well. If it were me, I would also be willing to work overtime. That's true, if I can earn more money by working overtime, I would definitely choose to do so. You're clueless. At Shin Tian Company, people only work overtime until 8 o'clock. After 8, they just clock out, but they don't leave, they stay in the company to continue working overtime, which is essentially free labor for the company. No way. If that's the case, then Shin Tian Company seems pretty similar to ours, right? Isn't it still the same unpaid overtime? Let's not even discuss whether they're working unpaid overtime. Just based on the benefits their company offers, I think working a bit of extra time is no big deal. I'm really envious. Seriously, can any brother tell me how to get into Shin Tian Company? If there's a way to get in, I'd bow to him. You might as well save your breath. Shin Tian Company is hot property right now. It's not a place you can just waltz into. Even if you have money, you might not be able to get in. Look at how generous their boss is, he directly bought an entire community for employee housing. That kind of extravagance is not something just anyone can compare to. By the way, is this person named Shin Tian really a big philanthropist? Who knows? To be honest, the employee fund he established when the company was founded has really made me envious. Unlike our company's boss, who just knows how to make empty promises. Last time he said he would establish an employee fund, and we haven't heard a peep since. No news is good news. You know how disgusting it is in my company. The boss said he would set up an employee fund, and the next day he actually did it. There is indeed an account for the employee fund, but guess how much is in it? The boss donated $200 when he set it up and then encouraged us to contribute. Now I get it. That's called wool coming from the sheep. Your company's boss is really crafty, but their company is really strange. They clearly don't have much income, yet the boss can dish out so much money for employee benefits. I just want to see how long they can keep this up. Don't worry about how long their company will last. Right now, the employees there are living the dream. I heard they just completed a project, and the whole company went for team building. Yeah, I heard they went to a 5-star hotel for dinner and then straight to karaoke. That's just too awesome. Now I understand. Shin Tian Company is like a retirement home for workers. It should be a sanatorium for the working class. For a time, Shin Tian Company was referred to as a sanatorium for workers, and its reputation grew even louder. After waking up, the employees of Shin Tian Company felt the attention on them as they commuted to work. This made the employees feel incredibly pampered. They suddenly felt like they had reached the pinnacle of life. They had merely joined a company as the most ordinary employees, yet they had suddenly become the elite among workers. It was an immense blessing. It even made them feel that getting into Shin Tian Company was a fortune they had accumulated over several lifetimes. Now, the company's projects had been pushed to the latest platform, and Shin Tian had invested millions into this newly developed project. Millions are actually enough for the operation and advertising of a game. For a small company, investing that much in a game project is rare, as many small companies only invest a few $100,000. But Shin Tian is now throwing in millions, which is quite generous by comparison. The employees of the company are now very focused on this project. They are quite invested in it. Even the discussions with the platform for onboarding and the advertising operations for the game are almost entirely handled by the project department, requiring no responsibility from Shin Tian at all. So, Shin Tian is quite pleased to have some leisure time. Recently, the employee dormitory project has been underway, and Shin Tian occasionally goes to the community to check on the situation. I must say, the construction team found by the finance department is quite good. The progress is excellent. In just the past half month, this building is almost at the finishing stage. In fact, although these unfinished buildings are incomplete, the basic framework is already in place, and some walls on certain floors have been constructed. Therefore, the construction team doesn't face too many difficulties. They just need to continue building these unfinished buildings according to the schedule. Since Chin Tian has nothing much to do in the company, he went to the underground parking lot, preparing to check out the nearby property. However, when Chin Tian arrived at the underground parking lot, he was recognized by two people passing by. "Boss, are you the owner of Chin Tian Company?" The one speaking is a pretty young girl. "I am the owner of Chin Tian Company. What's the matter?" Chin Tian felt a bit puzzled by the sudden approach of these two girls. "Hello, Boss Chin. I'm from the neighboring company, and I also work in program development. However, things haven't been going well for us lately, and we plan to resign and look for other companies. I just wanted to ask if your company is hiring right now?" The girl kept winking at Chin Tian as she spoke. Seeing this, Chin Tian understood what the beauty was after. "Currently, my company is not hiring, and we have no plans for external expansion, so I'm sorry, but you can check out other companies first." Chin Tian certainly wouldn't let such a small benefit affect his plans. He had already decided that he wouldn't hire externally until he sorted out the employees' benefits. "No way. I heard that, Boss Chin. Your company is getting bigger and has launched new projects that are doing quite well. I think this is the time to hire more people. If you need staff, just let me know. I have many colleagues who are currently unemployed." "That's not necessary. Companies usually look for talent on recruitment websites. If my company needs to hire, we will post a notice directly." With that, Chin Tian intended to turn and leave. However, the beauty was anxious at this moment. It was not easy to encounter Chin Tian, and she definitely wanted to say a few more words. "Boss Chin, please wait a moment, I haven't finished speaking. I know your company is developing very well, and the employees are responsible. We are also responsible, and if there's an opportunity, we would really be willing to give it a try. Thank you for your trust. Don't worry, if the company expands on a large scale, I will announce it externally." "Is there anything else?" "Well, there's nothing else, but Boss Chin, you're really impressive to have employees working overtime for you without pay." "That's quite something, but I can do that too." The beauty smiled awkwardly. "Letting employees work overtime for me without pay? What are you talking about? When did I ever let employees work for me without pay?" Chin Tian was immediately displeased upon hearing this. It should be known that the policy in his company has always been based on freedom. How could he possibly let employees work overtime without pay? Whenever an employee worked overtime, he would definitely pay for the extra hours. Not to mention the usual overtime, even the overtime on Saturdays and Sundays was paid at double the rate. He made sure to provide ample overtime pay, and it was all voluntary. If they wanted to work extra, they could, and if they didn't have to. So how had it turned into unpaid overtime now? Why does it seem like you, Boss Chin, know nothing at all? The beautiful woman was clearly surprised. After all, this matter had already spread around. Now, Chin Tian looked as if he truly had no idea. "No what? I really don't know what's going on. Could you tell me, beautiful?" "Right now, the employees in your company clock out after working until 8, but they don't leave. Instead, they stay in the company to continue working." "You didn't know any of this? What? Such a thing actually happened?" Chin Tian was momentarily taken aback because he genuinely had no idea. He hadn't expected the employees to use such a method to respond to the company. No wonder there had been such a large influx of funds before. It seemed the employees' sense of belonging had truly reached a peak. Since it was like this, Chin Tian certainly couldn't let them work for free. So that's how it is. I really haven't heard them mention it. I feel quite ashamed that as the boss, I didn't know what the employees were doing. At this point, Chin Tian couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. "What? Boss, you really didn't know?" In fact, the beautiful woman was also quite surprised. "I truly hadn't heard about it. Perhaps these employees had already discussed it among themselves to keep me in the dark. They're quite thoughtful." Chin Tian felt a sense of comfort in his heart. After all, employees thinking so much about the company would make any boss happy. Now, Chin Tian didn't pay any more attention to the two of them and directly got into his car, heading towards that residential area. After all, the construction of that area was nearly complete, and Chin Tian needed to inspect the houses. Additionally, he planned to find someone to tidy up the gardens. This was originally a residential community, and there had been plans to create some greenery within it. However, due to the project being abandoned, the gardens had not been developed at all, and now they were overrun with weeds. It was time to find someone to clean it up properly. Besides that, the company's finance team was already waiting at the residential area. When Qin Tian arrived at the garden, he found the finance staff standing respectfully at the entrance. As soon as they saw Qin Tian park, they immediately walked over to open the door for him. Mr. Qin, you're here. Just in time, the houses are nearing completion, and you can inspect them now. I think the renovation company has done quite well. Not only are the prices reasonable, but the work is progressing quickly. The finance staff showed great respect towards Qin Tian. Oh, really? When do you expect it to be completed? If we're talking about completion, it should be done in about a week. The houses are also planned for simple renovations, and we can just buy some furniture to move in. However, for dormitories like these, I think we don't need to buy much furniture, just a few iron beds will suffice. Currently, many companies use double iron beds in their dormitories, as they are economical, practical, and low cost. They are the go-to choice for many companies. Iron beds? How could that work? Such beautiful houses can't possibly have those iron beds. That won't do. As soon as the finance staff suggested this, Qin Tian immediately rejected the idea. What do you mean, Mr. Qin? The finance staff was a bit surprised. Did that mean they had to buy their own iron beds for the dormitories? I think, since the house has been renovated, it should be comfortable for the employees to live in. For example, in a 2-bedroom apartment, the living room should definitely have a sofa and a table, so that after work, they at least have a place to sit. As for the bedrooms, there should be a separate large bed. In the future, each employee will have their own room, which will be much more convenient. When Qin Tian said this, the finance department was instantly shocked. What, President Qin? You plan to buy furniture and let the employees live in separate rooms? Yes, isn't it good to have separate rooms? Anyway, I have enough dormitories here, and I think it's quite nice for the employees to have their own dormitories. Qin Tian spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This was exactly what he had planned when he bought the unfinished building. But President Qin, if that's the case, the costs will be very high. The finance department opened their mouth to say something, but the words got stuck in their throat, and they used the most subtle language to remind him. It's not really about costs. The main thing is that the employees are comfortable. When the time comes, they will definitely be more energetic at work. It's fine, just do it according to this standard. I will discuss the specifics in a meeting later. By the way, I came here today not only to check the progress of the house but also to tidy up the garden, otherwise, it looks too ugly. Get some people to bring over some turf and trees to make the garden look nice. Also, for the underground parking lot, make sure all the lines are drawn, and install the access control system. All of this needs to be done by someone. Do you understand? Qin Tian directly instructed the finance department. At this moment, the finance department could only nod in confusion. Alright, since that's the case, hurry up and find someone to get these things done. Remember to do it well. As for the other buildings, I will renovate them after I expand the company. Saying this, Qin Tian walked directly into the building that was being renovated. After all, it was a high-rise, so an elevator was a must. Seeing the size of the elevator, Qin Tian suddenly had an idea. Yes, he could establish a property management company to handle the community's property management, and if necessary, they could also take on outside business. This was a good choice. It could provide benefits for the employees, so why not establish it directly? Having made this decision, Qin Tian was determined not to turn back. Now that Qin Tian's company had been established for over a month and was about to reach 2 months, the personnel appointments within the company had long been completed. Each department had its own supervisor. These were mostly arranged by Chu Mingyue, so Qin Tian only needed to call the supervisors to the conference room to hold a meeting. I called all the supervisors here today to discuss the employee dormitory situation. I believe the finance department has already informed you of my plan. Now, I would like to hear your suggestions and see if there are any areas that need improvement. Qin Tian wanted to know what suggestions and opinions the department heads had. Upon hearing this, the supervisors looked at each other, each with a hesitant expression. In fact, they were all very touched. After all, Qin Tian had made the company's benefits so good that everyone now regarded the company as a home. But the current problem was that everyone was very afraid of Qin Tian spending money so freely, fearing that when it came time to do serious business, there would be no funds available, which would be a tragedy. President Qin, I've heard about the plan you discussed with the finance department. Actually, I think you really don't need to go to such lengths. After all, many of the employee dormitories are now using those double beds, which are quite affordable and really suitable for our company's situation. Now in this city where every inch of land is precious, I believe that such housing shouldn't be wasted. If we can move in, that's already great. There's no need to make it so luxurious. President Chin, providing us with employee dormitories has already saved us a lot on rent. If you make it this nice, we might feel a bit embarrassed. One by one, the supervisors spoke up. But Chin Tian directly interrupted them. Don't tell me these things. What I'm asking you now is what suggestions you have. I'm not asking you to persuade me. I've already made my decision on this matter. In this company, I am the boss. Whatever plans there are, I have the final say. You just need to provide your opinions. Chin Tian indeed had a somewhat autocratic air about him. However, his words left the supervisors feeling quite uncomfortable, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. We're doing this for your own good, and you say you're being so autocratic? It's hard to know whether to be happy or sad. At this moment, the supervisors in the conference room could only applaud, because they truly didn't know what else to say. Alright, don't rush to applaud. What I need you to do now is to quickly come up with a countermeasure. If you have any opinions or suggestions, feel free to bring them up. Chin Tian asked the crowd again, but at this moment, not a single person stood up to respond. In fact, they were already quite moved by what Chin Tian had done, but the fact that he was still asking for suggestions made them feel even more embarrassed if they were to actually propose something. Nothing to say? If there's nothing to say, then I'll share my current plan. I've mentioned before that I want to improve the greenery of this community and the interior decoration, and then install all the furniture. Additionally, every employee in our company will have their own independent dormitory. Of course, this so-called independent dormitory refers to a room. Generally speaking, the living room and bathroom will be shared. To encourage everyone, I think the dormitories can be allocated based on proportion, rank, or performance. For example, what floor and what type of room will be assigned to what kind of person, all based on their performance. If it's a 2-bedroom, then 2 people will live together. If it's a 3-bedroom, then 3 people will live together. As for the gender, you can sort that out yourselves. I've also planned to improve the greenery and the community. Once the water and electricity are connected, you can move in directly. As soon as Chin Tian finished speaking, there was another round of extremely enthusiastic applause. Such a living arrangement was simply a dream come true for them. In the past, they had lived in company-distributed dormitories, but those so-called dormitories were merely a place to sleep, with no privacy whatsoever. Now, Chin Tian's company was actually going to assign them independent rooms, which was enough to excite them. This kind of treatment was something they had never even dreamed of, and now Chin Tian was helping them achieve it. To be honest, they were very happy inside, but reluctant to accept it. However, Chin Tian's autocratic attitude left them no choice but to accept it, and they didn't dare to refute him. President Chin, if you insist on doing it this way, I do have a plan. I think the furniture for these dormitories should be purchased by the employees. If it's a double room, then let the 2 of them work together to purchase it. If it's a room for 3 or 4 people, they should also collaborate to buy it. This can greatly alleviate the company's pressure. That's right. Besides, if President Chin, you really want to open the parking lot, I think we can charge for it. After all, renting a parking space outside comes with a fee, and I believe everyone in the company can accept this. It can also save costs for the company. The existence of parking fees can relieve some pressure. I think if necessary, we can have the employees pay a bit of rent. Many supervisors began to express their opinions. However, Chin Tian had no intention of adopting their suggestions. What you all said, I don't think are good suggestions. First of all, I established this employee dormitory to relieve the employees' pressure. I know everyone's life is not easy, many are obsessed with rent. Everyone works to earn more money. If I make the employees bear all the furniture costs for this dormitory, the effect won't be achieved. Secondly, regarding the parking fee issue, I think it's unnecessary. After all, the parking fees won't earn much. Rather than dealing with these unnecessary things, I think it's better to make it free. That would achieve a better effect. So, I won't adopt the suggestions you proposed. Oh, but President Chin, in today's society, can you find a community that isn't like this? Yes, President Chin, you really need to consider this. I think this can be done. After all, taking over this community has already been a significant expense for the company. If this continues, the pressure on the company will be great. Charging fees could solve this well. Although it won't cover costs, whatever can be earned is better than nothing. President Chin, I think small amounts add up. Although these numbers seem small, if calculated over a long time, it can amount to a lot. This is quite a decent figure. The supervisors present began to persuade Chin Tian to charge for some of the dormitory's facilities, as many company dormitories do this, and they suggested he do the same. But at this moment, Chin Tian shook his head. You don't need to say more. I won't adopt these suggestions. You can tell me if there are any other suggestions. I'm currently thinking about how to calculate the water and electricity fees for your dormitory. How about this? In the future, the water and electricity fees for your dormitory will be calculated based on the company's performance. If the company's performance meets the standards each quarter, the company will pay the water and electricity fees. If the company's performance does not meet the standards, the employees will bear it themselves. What do you think? Clap, clap, clap. Now, besides applauding, the supervisors really couldn't find anything else to say. Before these supervisors could be happy for a few minutes, Jin Tian waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Alright, let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss another matter. I have already considered that the establishment of this community is our dormitory, but since it's a community, my company will definitely expand in the future. So, I will also directly renovate the remaining buildings to serve as employee dormitories. Since we have such a large community, we can't do without property management. I think rather than hiring other property management, it would be better to start our own property management company. What do you all think of this suggestion? Jin Tian now wants to ask if anyone else in the company has any other ideas. After all, he has never run a property management company before, and he currently needs talent in this area. If anyone has experience in this field, it would be good to hand it over to them to handle. What, President Chin, you want to hire property management for this community and even set up a property management company? One of the supervisors widened his eyes in disbelief. He increasingly felt that Jin Tian's thinking was completely unfathomable. No one could gauge his pulse, and no one knew what kind of decision Jin Tian would make in the next second. They never dreamed that Jin Tian would look for property management for this community. It should be known that property management costs a lot of money every year, and more importantly, Jin Tian wants to start this property management company. Everyone truly didn't know whether Jin Tian wanted to do business or what. I've been considering this for a long time. I now think we can use this property management company, but I don't have much experience in this area and want to ask if anyone knows someone in this field. If you do, please introduce them. Well, President Chin, if you are establishing this property management company to make money, I can introduce someone to you. But if it's like the cafeteria, I think there's no need for that. Yes, if it's just to set up a property management company for this community, it's really not worth it. Moreover, these property management companies are not easy to run. If not handled well, it could lead to losses. There are too many property management companies on the market now, and the competition among these companies is fierce. Recklessly entering could lead to serious setbacks. Many people on site did not recommend doing such a thing. Setting aside everything else, just the idea of a property management company was enough to make everyone hesitant. Jin Tian did not think so. I think this property management company can be considered. Not to mention anything else, just the dormitories we have in our company are enough to establish this property management company. If this company can make money, that would be best. If not, it can still serve as a dedicated manager for our dormitories, which is a good option. Alright, next you all help me find out who in our department has previously worked in property management. Anyone with experience can be recommended. This matter is settled. Jin Tian almost made a final decision, not giving anyone else a chance to refute. Does anyone have anything else to say? If not, then the meeting is dismissed. Everyone shook their heads, as they really didn't know what to say at this moment. Since Jin Tian had already given the order, they naturally couldn't say anything. They could only return to their posts and announce the news from the meeting to everyone. This news instantly shocked everyone. My God, has the boss gone crazy? He wants to decorate the company dormitory like that. If the company's dormitory is decorated like this, wouldn't it be just like the housing allocations in state-owned enterprises? I never thought any company's housing would be divided like this. It's really too good. There are separate rooms, and there's a living room with a sofa. This kind of treatment is just too good, right? The most outrageous thing is that the boss plans to fix up the garden and open a free parking lot. If that's the case, we don't know how much parking fee we could save in a month. Wow, if it really goes on like this, then I can leave myself with 200 yuan for living expenses each month, and save everything else. Indeed, if I work a few more years at this company, I might just be able to afford a down payment on a house. What's more critical is that the boss wants to establish a property management company to manage this community. What kind of treatment is that? Suddenly working here makes me feel like I might become an owner? I've made up my mind. As long as this company doesn't go under, I'll work here until retirement. Even if the boss tries to kick me out with a stick, I won't leave. Faced with such benefits from the company, how could everyone not be excited? But just as everyone was feeling thrilled about this, Jin Tian suddenly arrived in the office area, holding a microphone, seemingly wanting to speak to everyone. In everyone's hearts, Jin Tian had long become an irreplaceable presence. With his appearance, a wave of warm applause erupted. Alright, everyone, let me speak first. Recently, I've received some special news from others, and after verification, I also learned about the contributions everyone has made these days. I know everyone has been working overtime until 11, but clocking out at 8. You all just want to relieve some pressure for the company, but I think there's no need for you to do this, because the company's rule is that there is no possibility of unpaid overtime. What the situation is what it is. So I hope everyone will record all the overtime hours you've worked previously. The company will absolutely not owe you anything. No one expected that Chin Tian would stand up for the issue of overtime, and many of the older employees had already begun to tear up. President Chin, I know you don't want us to suffer losses, but this isn't about suffering losses. We simply want to contribute to the company, that's all. Exactly, we are doing this voluntarily, and there is no pressure from the company, so we won't be calculating back these overtime hours. We've been at the company for so long, with so many great benefits. If we still want so much overtime pay, are we even human? You don't need to mention that, President Chin. We won't be calculating back the overtime pay. At this moment, all the employees shared the same mindset, and not a single person stood up to take advantage. Because they all knew that since entering this company, they had been benefiting from it. If they didn't do something, what would they do if the company went under? They were willing to make this small sacrifice. No, I've already said that everything must be done according to the company's rules. You should receive overtime pay for the hours you've worked. This is an unchangeable rule. Later, confirm your overtime hours with your team leader and supervisor, then submit it to finance to recalculate your wages. Chin Tian's attitude was very firm, his tone carrying an undeniable weight. But the employees present were equally resolute. Almost in unison they spoke. We absolutely will not be calculating the overtime pay. Seeing the employees' attitude, Chin Tian felt even more gratified. But now, another mindset arose in Chin Tian's heart. Is this trying to create internal competition? Since they want to create internal competition, then they absolutely cannot be allowed to do so. Chin Tian had to see whether they were strong or if he was stronger. Since everyone in the company is so understanding, I can rest easy. Thinking about it, everyone has been here for almost 2 months, and we've spent quite a bit of time together. Now it's time to formally establish everyone's salaries. After all, for an ordinary company, bonuses are a given, and now I plan to introduce a bonus system for you all. I have decided to give everyone in the company the same bonus. Of course, if the levels are different, the amount of the bonus will also vary. For example, ordinary employees will receive the same amount, while team leaders or supervisors will have a different figure, and those who perform better can also have their bonuses increased. I will have the finance department calculate this, and I will organize this plan. By the time payday comes, you will know how much your bonus will be. The bonus system I am announcing is not up for discussion, it is a decision I am making. Please work hard in the future. Alright, that's all I have to say today. I hope everyone will stop sneaking in overtime. In my company, there's no need to hide when you want to work extra hours. If you want to work overtime, do it openly, without all the unnecessary fuss. That's it for today. With that, Chin Tian went straight back to his office and began organizing the plan to increase bonuses. In fact, Chin Tian already had an idea for this bonus increase. He just needed to issue this plan to the finance department. Oh my god, Assistant Chu, Secretary Lu, you two are always around President Chin. Hurry and persuade him. What is he doing? Our company's performance hasn't improved yet, and he's already planning to give us a bonus system. What kind of joke is this? Exactly, our company's revenue is still low, and he's starting to implement employee benefits so soon. How can this be? Assistant Chu, I think you should really try to talk some sense into the boss. Our current salaries are already quite high. If bonuses are added, then. This scene was somewhat ridiculous. Typically, workers complain about their low wages, and if given the chance, they would take advantage of the company. But now, the employees in Chin Tian's company were worried that their high salaries would burden the company. Such a stark contrast left the employees feeling a mix of emotions, almost wanting to cry without tears. They had worked enough in various companies, but encountering one that made them feel this way was truly a first. Chu Mingyue and Secretary Lu, two beautiful women, exchanged glances, each seeing a wry smile on the other's face. This was no laughing matter. They knew Chin Tian's personality. Once he made a decision, it was useless to argue. Yet, despite this, they still planned to go in and persuade him. Lu Chuxia had only recently joined the company, but she had already been influenced by the atmosphere. She felt fortunate to be part of the company and thought she should do something. Just as the two of them walked into the office, Chin Tian looked up and handed over the plan in his hand. Secretary Lu, you're just in time. Please take this plan directly to finance and have them make changes according to what I have here. Lu Chuxia respectfully took the plan, but when she saw its contents, her eyes widened. President Qin, are you sure you want to give them this much of a bonus? It's already decided. Is there a problem? A little more bonus, a little higher salary, and the employees will be more motivated. This is beneficial for the company, and I believe this plan is feasible. No need to say more, just do as I say. But President Qin, won't this increase the company's pressure? Lu Chuxia spoke up with some concern. No, this won't put too much pressure on the company. In fact, it's a good thing for the company. Just do as I say, and there's no need to bring up any other suggestions. This matter has already been decided, so execute it immediately. Qin Tian's voice carried an undeniable authority. At this moment, Lu Chuxia didn't dare to say anything and could only follow Qin Tian's instructions, delivering the plan directly to the finance department. After all, the month was nearing its end, and sending the plan now would allow everything to be accounted for when salaries were issued in a few days. When Lu Chuxia returned to the office area after submitting the plan, everyone rushed over. How did it go, Secretary Lu? Did the boss change his mind? Yeah, if the boss changes his mind, that would be a good thing. Did you have a good talk with the boss? Tell him to improve the company's performance first. Once the performance is up, if he still wants to add a bonus scheme, then he can. The company has just started, and we really need the funds right now. We can make these sacrifices and concessions. What did the boss say? Everyone's faces were filled with curiosity. But Lu Chuxia shook her head at that moment. You don't need to say anything. You all know what the boss is like. I barely had a chance to say anything before he handed me the bonus plan and told me to pass it to finance. No way? He submitted the plan to finance that quickly? Couldn't you have talked to the boss a bit more? The employees present immediately grew anxious. Is it useful to talk to the boss? I already said, I didn't even have a chance to say anything before he told me to submit the plan. Plus, he said he had already made up his mind. If I had any suggestions, I might as well not say anything. He is the boss, I'm just his secretary. What do you want me to do? Lu Chuxia's face was filled with helplessness. Ah, I knew it. The boss is so stubborn, it's just unbelievable. Once he decides something, not even a herd of cattle can pull him back. So what do we do now? I really don't know whether to be happy or sad. The boss has increased our bonus scheme, and logically, we should be very happy, but I just can't feel happy at all. Indeed, I also can't feel happy. I'm really worried about the company's development. There shouldn't be any problems, right? It seems we really need to think carefully about what's best for the company. If this matter were to get out, many people would be surprised. If it were someone else, a sudden salary increase would surely make them excited, but now not a single person in the entire company was happy. But Qin Tian didn't care about that. What he needed to do was to ensure all these benefits were properly implemented. As for other matters, they could be addressed later. In the following time, Qin Tian kept urging the issue of employee dormitories, as it was the primary problem to solve. Meanwhile, the procurement side had already begun to take action. As for the landscaping and recreational facilities in the community, they were almost entirely handled by Qin Tian himself. Soon, the day of salary distribution arrived. Everyone was extremely excited and anxious to receive their payslips. They all wanted to see how much of a bonus Qin Tian had given them this time. According to the normal process, after signing their names, they could receive their pay slips, but now all the employees, after receiving their slips, did not check them immediately. Instead, they returned to their seats and opened their pay slips. Goodness, when everyone saw the increased bonuses, they were all taken aback. They truly didn't expect that Qin Tian would give them such high bonuses. What the heck, am I not just an intern? My bonus is actually 2,000? My bonus is actually 3,000. Although I've already been confirmed as a full-time employee, this month should count as an intern's salary, and now my bonus has directly risen to 3,000. Is the boss being too generous? Old Lu, you worked the most overtime this month, hurry up and check your salary. My goodness, Old Lu, your monthly salary is actually 18,000? Old Lu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. I did work a lot of overtime this month, but at most it would have been 15,000. Now it's directly raised to 18,000, with 3,000 being a bonus. To be honest, I've never received such a high salary in my life. Yeah, I've never had such a high salary either. Goodness, it's almost catching up to the team leader at my previous company. The benefits at this company are really something else. Boss, isn't this bonus increase a bit too much? For a moment, everyone was discussing this matter incessantly. They didn't expect Qin Tian to raise their bonuses so high, directly increasing by 2 or 3,000. In the past, those other companies were so stingy, getting a 500 raise was already quite good, and if they could raise it by 1,000, that was a very conscientious company. Now looking at it, a direct increase of 2 or 3,000, even interns can get a 2,000 raise, which significantly boosts their income. Everyone felt both happy and helpless. Just as everyone was discussing this matter, Shin Tian happened to yawn and walk in from outside. Seeing everyone discussing their paychecks, Shin Tian couldn't help but smile and wave. The salaries have been distributed. How is it? Are you all satisfied with the current salaries? Satisfied. The chorus of satisfaction was incredibly loud, almost deafening. Shin Tian immediately smiled happily. Good, since everyone is satisfied, then you all have to work hard from now on. Boss, don't worry, we will definitely work hard in the future. As long as it's a task assigned by the company, we guarantee to complete it as quickly as possible. We will not let the boss down. The atmosphere in the entire office area was quite lively, with smiles on everyone's faces. Alright, if everyone has this intention, then I am very satisfied. Don't worry, I will definitely not neglect the employee benefits in the company, nor will I treat any person with a sense of belonging to the company unfairly. When this topic came up, the employees present suddenly paused, and hesitation appeared on everyone's faces. At this moment, it was Chu Mingyue who stood up to speak. President Chin, many people are saying that you have done too well with the benefits, and everyone feels a bit embarrassed. Moreover, everyone is very worried that you are spending so much money and energy on employee benefits, which might affect the company's operations. Hearing this, Shin Tian really wanted to laugh. If I don't spend money and energy on employee benefits, then the company's operations would truly be unsustainable. But of course, Shin Tian wouldn't say such things. Don't worry. The fact that I can provide these employee benefits means that the company's operations will not be affected. Right now, I just want to get the employee benefits sorted out to better organize the company, which will also make it easier to expand the company. Only a well-organized company can grow bigger. Everyone doesn't need to worry about these matters. Rest assured, I will handle the company's operations well. Shin Tian had already said enough, and naturally, everyone had nothing more to say at this point. They could only loudly express their gratitude with a thank you. I almost forgot to tell you, your employee dormitory is nearly completed, and procurement has already started. Basic furniture will be provided, but the company will not supply daily necessities. You will need to bring your own personal items to live in the dormitory. If you need accommodation, you can register with your team leader now, and later the team leader will submit a unified list to Assistant Chu, who will do his best to arrange everyone's housing. At this moment, Shin Tian also mentioned the employee dormitory, stating that it was about to be finished, and soon the employees would be able to move in. Shin Tian had always been very efficient in his work. He emphasized speed in everything he did, even in planning the employee dormitory. As soon as the construction was completed, they would move in immediately, and the allocation of dormitory spaces would naturally be handled by Chu Mingyue. Regarding the employee dormitory, everyone felt even less inclined to comment. However, at this moment, no one said anything. After all, these decisions were personally made by Shin Tian, and even if they wanted to suggest changes, it wouldn't make a difference. They could only accept it silently. In the following time, employees began registering with their team leaders. They would never pass up free accommodation. Almost all employees registered with their team leaders, and soon after, Chu Mingyue began making arrangements for the dormitories. Since Shin Tian had previously stated that he valued speed and efficiency, under these circumstances, Chu Mingyue handled the dormitory registration issues swiftly. When the list of dormitory arrangements was handed to Shin Tian, the construction of the complex was just completed. Shin Tian looked at the list and arrangements in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Assistant Chu, you are truly a great assistant. You handled these matters so quickly, it really pleases me. Thank you for the compliment, President Shin. By the way, the complex has sent the completion notice. Please inform your colleagues that they can move into the dormitory tomorrow. Also, due to the special circumstances tomorrow, it will be a day off, and it will be a paid holiday, allowing employees to move their belongings properly. After all, it's a new dormitory, and many places need to be familiarized. Although the location is a bit remote, there will be a shuttle service every day, so I don't think it will have much impact. Alright, President Shin, I will announce it right away. Chu Mingyue exhaled heavily. At this moment, she didn't say much more and directly turned to announce the news. This was truly a double blessing for the company. The next day, everyone in Shin Tian's company was on holiday, and the entire company was moving. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such free accommodation, especially since it was a newly renovated complex. No one could complain about such housing. Although the location was somewhat distant from the city center, it didn't matter. In fact, most people had cars, they just hadn't driven them over many times. Now, with this complex, the situation was completely different. On this day, everyone in Shin Tian's company was quite busy. they first went to see their dormitories and then moved their belongings over. Although it was a dormitory, Shin Tian's regulations allowed them to bring family members to live with them. This has saved them a lot of trouble, as many people live with their wives or girlfriends. If they were told that they couldn't bring their family members when moving to the dormitory, they would definitely not choose to do so. However, Shin Tian had already established a rule that as long as they were family members of the company, they could be brought along, provided that their roommates agreed. After all, this was a suite-style accommodation, which included not only bedrooms but also a living room. They needed to coordinate well with their roommates, and if the roommates agreed, they could move in. This was good news for many employees. After all, such flexible rules were truly wonderful. When the company's employees moved into their new dormitory, everyone was wide-eyed. My God, is this our dormitory? This is simply a suite. Look, there's a washing machine, a refrigerator, and a sofa. The place I'm renting now isn't even this good. Look at this floor, it's all newly renovated. This is not a dormitory, it feels just like an apartment. No, it feels like owning a house. Look, there's even an elevator. The boss is really generous. I don't even know what to say. Honestly, I never thought I would live in such a place in the Magic City. I'm really benefiting from the company's perks. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford such a place. To be able to live in such a house, I'm really so happy. Oldly, you're in luck this time. Both you and your wife work at the company, and now each of you has a room, and you even got the same house, which means you both are living in this 2-bedroom apartment. I didn't expect the boss to agree to us being in the same house. I was just thinking about whether to bring my child over too. Living in the dormitory feels just like owning a house. I really don't know how to describe my feelings. Hey, with such a good dormitory, I really don't know what to say. Everyone remember, cherish this dormitory, the boss spent a lot of money to get this for us. Don't worry, from now on, I'll treat this dormitory as my home. If anyone dares to damage it, they'll have to deal with me. Everyone felt incredibly moved. I heard there's a free underground parking lot here, let's go check it out. Now the employees remembered that Shin Tian had mentioned before that there would be a free parking lot in this community, and they didn't know what it would be like, so they hurriedly went in groups to see what the parking lot was like. Wow, some things you don't know until you see them, and once you do, you're shocked. The underground parking lot was already fully renovated. Moreover, the parking spaces were all clearly marked, and the floor was coated with non-slip paint. Overall, it looked almost identical to those ordinary communities, and this community had more than enough parking spaces, so the entire underground garage looked very impressive. God, this underground garage is so beautifully done, it looks just like the parking lots in those communities, and look how well organized these parking spaces are. You guys, look, there are even charging stations under these parking spaces. It's true, electric cars are already widespread, and it's hard to find charging stations everywhere. Now all these parking spaces have charging stations installed? If we have these charging stations, does that mean I won't have to worry about range issues with my electric car anymore? That's not the point. The point is with so many parking spaces, we won't have to worry about parking at all in the future. Clap, clap, clap. Although Shin Tian is not here, the employees of the company couldn't help but applaud, because this parking lot is simply too good, too wonderful. Anyone would feel incredibly excited about it. And what's even better is that this parking lot is free, saving them countless troubles. In today's society, the economy has improved significantly, and cars have long been popular. Now every household has a car. But the issue now is not the cars, but parking. Who knows how many people are troubled by parking issues? After all, there are only a few free parking spaces on the streets, and every day after work they have to search everywhere for a spot. The parking problem is something that everyone is worried about. Now, they have so many free parking spaces in their community, which is more than enough. They no longer need to worry about this issue. Of course, besides the parking spaces, the greenery in the community is also impressive. Previously, Shin Tian had hired professionals to design the landscaping of this community. So now, the park in the community has all kinds of equipment for children to play with, as well as pebble paths for exercising and walking, everything one could wish for. Such a scene is enough to make everyone envious. In addition, the community is equipped with dedicated security and property management. This property management is the one that Shin Tian recently established. Normally, with property management in the community, there would definitely be monthly property fees to pay, which would have to be borne by the employees. But now, these fees do not need to be paid by the employees at all. They are all covered by the company. And in the plan that Shin Tian wrote, it did not specify that employees would have to bear the property fees for this community. My goodness, this doesn't look like a dormitory at all. It looks just like a commercial residential community. Look at how professional the property management and security look. This is all our company's property? Indeed, this is our company's property. I heard that the boss just established it recently, and I heard that the costs for elevator maintenance and such are all covered by the company. This is too great. We just move in and don't have to worry about anything else. It really is amazing. I feel like the boss is working for us, not the other way around. I feel the same way. Other companies treat their clients like gods and squeeze their employees dry, almost to the point of crushing them. But our boss treats us like gods. He doesn't even care about those client matters. Who can we talk to about this? Alright, talking about this now is useless. You all know better than anyone what kind of stubborn temper the boss has. We, as employees, have received such favors from the boss, so we really need to think carefully for the boss in the future. One older person sighed. After all, he had been to many companies, and his work experience was the most abundant. He had never encountered a company like this. Yes, I have been in this industry for over 10 years and have never encountered a company with such good benefits. Even in state-owned enterprises, there are no such benefits. Setting everything else aside, just based on this, we should work diligently for the boss. Indeed, the boss not only gives us bonuses but also provides us with such good dormitories, and on the other hand, the work is so easy. We must think for him, otherwise, if there are any financial issues with the company later, where will we find such a company? I have now gotten used to being in a company like this. If I were suddenly forced back into the hands of those heartless capitalists, I really wouldn't be able to bear it. So no matter what, we can't let the company go bankrupt or face any financial issues. Right now, I only have one thought, to work my hardest for the boss during work hours. Since the boss treats me so well, I will give my all for him. Just as Chin Tian was playing on his phone at home, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Belonging value plus 5,000. Ding! Employee emotional value change detected. Belonging value plus 6,500. A series of mechanical sounds kept coming in. For Chin Tian, this was equivalent to the sound of money arriving. He quickly began to check his system points. This time, the system points had actually reached a staggering 5 million. Converted to cash, that would be 2.5 billion. Goodness, such a figure made Chin Tian incredibly excited. The system had now entered the second stage, and this exchange had directly multiplied by 5. This 2.5 billion influx was like adding wings to a tiger, allowing Chin Tian to do even more things. It couldn't be better. Just then, another voice came from the system. The host has entered the second stage. Each time belonging value is obtained, an additional reward will be granted. The system's additional rewards are random each time. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained ownership of a top-tier gaming platform. What ownership of a top-tier gaming platform? The reward notification from the system made Chin Tian's eyes widen, and his heart was filled with uncontainable joy. Ownership of a top-tier gaming platform meant that Chin Tian would gain control of a very well-known gaming platform. Now, in this internet society, as long as there is traffic, it can be converted into cash. After all, the competition pressure in the gaming market is immense. Whether a game can become a hit depends entirely on the exposure methods used, the platform it is on, and the recommendations it receives. The biggest issue is what level the platform you are on belongs to. For example, there is a quite famous platform abroad that has helped many games become hits. The profits from these platforms are quite high. In the past, many games made money through in-game purchases. Now, the vast majority of gaming platforms sell games on a buyout basis, meaning how much a game sells for is completely different from the previous model. But because of this buyout model, it is essentially selling the game directly, allowing those top-tier platforms to rake in profits. They already have many games on their platform, and the sales volume of these games each month is enormous. What kind of data is that? It's simply unimaginable. More importantly, his company currently has little to no income. If he had this top-tier gaming platform, it would perfectly reassure the employees, and everything could be explained clearly. This reward from the system was like a timely rain, leaving Chin Tian speechless. Now that he had this gaming platform, Chin Tian could finally showcase his abilities. It seemed it was time to expand the company. The next day, shortly after Chin Tian started work, a few men in suits approached him and respectfully handed him a contract. This was a transfer contract. As long as Chin Tian signed his name on it, the top domestic school news platform would belong to him. This itself is a reward from the system, and Chin Tian naturally signed his name on it without hesitation. From this moment on, this school news platform belongs to Chin Tian. At this moment, Chin Tian's heart was overwhelmed. After just 2 months of starting the company, he had achieved this. It is important to know that this reward from the system comes with a stable income. A platform like this can provide at least hundreds of millions in revenue each month. Of course, this hundreds of millions is just a preliminary estimate, and the actual monthly income will depend on the sales situation each month. After accepting this school news platform, Shin Tian immediately summoned all the senior executives of the company for a meeting and informed them about the acquisition of the platform. What? President Shin, you acquired the school news platform? Is this true or false? If that's the case, that would be great. Yes, the customer base of this platform is enormous. I heard that its total customer count has reached as high as 50 million, and the number of active online users daily exceeds 10 million. If our company can control such traffic, the games we release will also be bestsellers. The operations department staff were all astonished, as they were responsible for the software operations within the company. They were the ones negotiating contracts and collaborations with those platforms, but they were just a small company and had no preferential conditions for such contracts and negotiations. This was what made them most helpless. If Shin Tian really acquired this platform, there would be a lot they could do next, as the platform would belong to their company. They could recommend whoever they wanted, which was entirely their original right. Could this be fake? Just not long ago, I completed the acquisition of the school news platform. Now the platform completely belongs to our company. Next, I want to discuss the operational issues of this platform with you, as well as some technical matters. Of course, I also know that after acquiring this platform, we will be short-staffed, so you all plan accordingly. I intend to expand externally. The HR department should prepare for this. When we officially take over the platform, I hope the technical staff can start working immediately. Shin Tian came to this meeting specifically for this matter. No problem, President Shin. I'll take care of the hiring right away, said Sister May, the head of the HR department, without hesitation, patting her chest in assurance. To be honest, their company had already become quite popular, and many people wanted to join. Now that they wanted to hire, it would definitely be easy and enjoyable. They just needed to announce it externally, and countless people would rush to join the company. That's good. By the way, you can tell them that our company's rules and regulations are basically contract-based, meaning that the employee benefits now will be the same in the future, whether for old employees or new ones. In this meeting, Shin Tian spoke a lot. After all, expanding the company would definitely face many issues that needed to be discussed and deliberated. In fact, many senior executives still had significant disagreements regarding the company's benefits. President Shin, I think we can slightly lower the benefits for the newly hired employees. After all, we have just taken over this platform, and many things require funding. My suggestion is to save wherever possible. I think so too. After all, President Shin, the number of people you're hiring this time is quite substantial, and it will require a significant amount of funds. To avoid insufficient cash flow in the accounts, we still need to squeeze what we can. The executives were speaking the truth, and what they said was something every company would do. Once the company expands, there will be many issues to face. Attracting employees is enough, and as for the rest, we can discuss it later. No way. Just do as I say. The company's benefits cannot be lacking in any way, whether it's the 5 insurances in one fund, or the employees' salaries and benefits. Everything must be exactly the same, and it must be fair. My company is different from others. I must ensure employee benefits. Running this company, besides making money, I also need to ensure the company's stability. If we can't even stabilize the most basic employee benefits, how can we expect employees to work hard for us? So, benefits cannot be lacking. As for the dormitories, I will have the finance department find someone to continue the renovations. The shuttle service must also continue. We can just add a few more vehicles and hire a few more drivers. As for the cafeteria, since there is only one cafeteria for now, let's have the employees eat in batches. We can discuss other options once we find a suitable large cafeteria in the future. That's settled then. Shin Tian's words were a definitive conclusion. At this moment, the others could do nothing but applaud. They knew Shin Tian's character. Once he made a decision, not even 9 oxen could pull him back, and no one could interfere with his choices. After all, he was the owner of the company, and there were no other shareholders. By the way, the office area is already insufficient. If we want to expand the company, we definitely need a new office area. It seems there are still many vacant office spaces in this building. You should negotiate well with the landlord and rent all of them. Shin Tian already had plans for expansion, so naturally, he needed to rent other office spaces. However, the executives present widened their eyes upon hearing this. President Shin, what did you just say? Rent them all? You're not joking with us, are you? Our office building has more than 20 floors, and there are about 7 or 8 vacant office spaces, each capable of accommodating hundreds of people. Just how much are you planning to expand? Everyone was surprised by Shin Tian's ambition. he was already planning to take all the office spaces, which would cost a considerable amount. My idea is to hire as many people as there are office spaces, so how many people we need to hire depends on how many office spaces you can secure. This is crucial. So, you all need to pay more attention to this matter. Understood, boss. We will take care of these tasks immediately. But boss, is it really useful to hire so many people? Yes, although we have a platform that needs maintenance, we don't really need this many people. Isn't that a bit excessive? Many executives present believe that hiring so many people would be very detrimental to the company. They wanted to persuade Qin Tian that expansion was fine, but there was no need for so many people. Given their current situation, hiring another 100 or so should be sufficient. No, my expansion this time is not an ordinary one. My idea is to expand the company's scale to another level. Anyway, the company's accounts are well funded now, and we already have a stable platform. With the platform's popularity so high, we can completely develop our own software and games. At that time, we can directly launch them on this platform. Whatever needs to be pushed forward, we can push it all. Qin Tian's argument does have some merit. Originally, everyone wanted to persuade him, but then they thought about Qin Tian's stubborn temperament. Even if they tried to advise him, it would be useless. Moreover, what Qin Tian said was indeed true. Since they now have this platform, they should make good use of it. If they use it well, it would be beneficial for their company, attracting more people to join them, and then they could develop more games and software. Does anyone have any suggestions to offer? If not, we can adjourn the meeting now. Under these circumstances, everyone naturally found it hard to say anything, so the meeting came to an end. After the meeting concluded, the news quickly spread among the colleagues. Have you heard? The boss is planning to hire externally now. I just heard about it too. I heard the boss is preparing to expand the company's scale even more. And it seems he wants to rent out all the vacant office spaces in our building. Oh my god, how many people does the boss want to hire? If he rents all the office spaces, won't our company have over 1,000 employees? It's not just over 1,000, I heard my team leader say that the boss plans to expand the company's scale and will hire as many people as he can rent office spaces for. What is the boss up to now? The company's operations aren't even settled yet, and he's starting to hire externally. With so many people, the company might not be able to support them. I heard that the company's accounts have recently received an additional sum of money, and the balance is quite sufficient, so the boss has the idea of expansion. That's not the main point. The main point is that the boss seems to have acquired a platform with a huge amount of traffic. He plans to use this platform to develop the company. No way, our boss is that powerful? Buying such a big platform must cost a lot of money. I told you, you're just worrying for nothing. The boss is clearly not an ordinary person, he must have his own plans. Now that we have this platform, our company's development space will be even larger. Since the company is hiring, what are we waiting for? We should quickly advertise for the boss. I have many friends who want to join our company. I'll hurry to inform them about this news. Now the employees of the company all want to contribute to the company. Hearing that Qin Tian is going to hire externally, they naturally want to spread the news. In fact, even if others didn't say anything, they would still carry the news out, as Qin Tian's company has been gaining more and more fame recently, leading countless people to come and inquire if the company is hiring. Those employees already working at Qin Tian's company often receive calls from friends, and some even more exaggeratedly received gifts from former colleagues and friends. The reason these people sent them gifts was to ensure they would be notified first when their company started hiring. After the news of Qin Tian's company preparing to hire externally spread, the surrounding companies instantly became excited, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. The benefits of Qin Tian company are famously good, and everyone wants to join. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a channel for this until now. Upon hearing that Qin Tian company is hiring, they immediately rushed over. Those who worked nearby were even more eager. As soon as they received the news, they hurried to the HR department of Qin Tian company to inquire about the situation. It can be said that the threshold of Qin Tian company was almost trampled today. The lobby of the Qin Tian company office building was even more crowded, with everyone holding resumes, eager to come for an interview. However, at this moment, Sister May turned all these people away. Alright, you shouldn't choose to come at this time. Although our company has the intention to hire, we are not recruiting right now because there are many matters that have not been handled well, and the new office space has not been rented yet. We can only expand once the office space is secured. So if you want to interview, it's not now, just wait for the notification. Sister May from the HR department now has absolute authority in hiring. After all, Qin Tian has entrusted the task of hiring employees to Sister May, who is very experienced and has previously worked in the HR industry. They are naturally adept at such matters. Sister May, can you tell us some specific details? Yeah, at least give us a rough expectation. We work nearby, and if your company is hiring, we promise to come for an interview at the first opportunity. Not to mention, my resume has work experience and expertise that perfectly match your company's standards. In an instant, various voices emerged from the crowd, all filled with excitement. Everyone was desperately trying to push forward because they all wanted to be accepted by Sister May. After all, the hiring slots at Xintian Company are limited, and if they fill up, they would surely be left in despair. I can't really explain the specifics to you. Anyway, our boss has already stated that until the issues within our company are resolved, we won't be hiring anyone. You should hurry back and not obstruct our normal work hours. After all, Sister May is very experienced and quickly resolved such matters. However, many of the interviewees were unwilling to leave. What should we do now? Xintian Company isn't hiring at the moment. Who knows when they will start interviews? What if we miss the opportunity? If we miss it, we miss it. It's not difficult. One employer won't fight another. I say, brother, if you don't know anything, could you please not come for an interview? Do you even understand what kind of company Xintian is? Yeah, this brother really is quite ignorant. By the way, how did you even come here? I just heard others say they were hiring, so I came to take a look. I heard their benefits are great, but I don't know if it's true. I just wanted to give it a try. The guy who spoke earlier explained nonchalantly, but as soon as he said this, it left others speechless. I say, brother, you really don't know how good Xintian Company is, do you? Do you know? There are at least several thousand people wanting to work in Xintian Company right now. And this news has just spread not long ago. Many people don't know. If it gets out, will there still be a spot for you? In a paradise for workers like this, who wouldn't want to be a part of it? Paradise for workers? Is it really as exaggerated as you say? The young man clearly seemed a bit skeptical. Plus. Bro, why don't you check out other companies? This way, we can save ourselves a lot of trouble. Yeah, if there are fewer people, we can have less competition. I heard that the hiring standards at Xintian Company are pretty low. Whether it's for interns or experienced workers, it doesn't matter. You can learn slowly at their company, but they need responsible people, which is very important for them. That's also part of Xintian Company's hiring criteria. I think that's not the main point. The main point is that as long as you can get into Xintian Company, it's completely different. The benefits are explosive. I have a friend who works at Xintian Company. Guess how he's doing now? He goes to work every day with ease, can choose not to work overtime, and there's a special car for pickup and drop-off, plus a dedicated cafeteria. Now they even provide dormitories. I heard their dorms used to be an unfinished building that was originally meant to be commercial housing, but now the company owner bought it to use as dorms. This isn't just a dorm, it's practically like the housing allocated by state-owned enterprises. I heard all the rooms are suites, 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 3-bedroom, 1 living room, everything. And the furniture is all complete. I heard if you get to a higher level, the benefits will be even more. Wow, no way. Xintian Company is that amazing? Forget it, I'm just going to hang around here and see when they start hiring. I think the same. I'll stay nearby for a few days and won't leave. I'm telling you, bro, don't do this. None of us working nearby are saying anything, and you guys want to stay here? Isn't that a bit too much? Now in an area near the Magic City, everyone is discussing this matter. And who knows how many people have directly moved nearby, leading to a gradual filling up of rental places and hotels. Although they are all workers, they are all fighting to get into Xintian Company. Even if they have to stay in hotels, they are waiting here. They all know that the money spent on hotels is small. As long as they can get into Xintian Company, spending this little money is worth it. As for those who have friends working at Xintian Company, they are even more eager. For them, having a friend inside the company might mean a direct entry. After all, having someone in the company to help you out makes it much easier. If that doesn't work, at least they can be notified when the company is hiring, which is already a head start. Xintian has no idea about this, although he knows there's some buzz around, he hasn't thought about it in that direction. Just back in the dorm, Xintian received a message. The message came from his best friend from college, Wang Ming. The content of the message was quite simple. Their internship period was about to end, and they would need to take their internship certificates back to school to report. For a college student, this means they are completely saying goodbye to campus life and officially stepping into society from now on. Usually, at this time, classmates would organize a farewell party for the final goodbye. Now Wang Ming sent a message to ask when Xintian would return to school, so they could go back together for company. When Xintian saw this message, he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless and amused. To say that before, he didn't know how much effort he had put into this internship certificate, but now he really doesn't care much about this so-called internship certificate. Everyone studies to have a better future. The so-called future is about earning more money. Only with wealth can one stand out, and the best way to achieve this is through education. Therefore, everyone endures various hardships to obtain this graduation certificate, just to secure an internship proof. This is the final hurdle to obtaining the diploma. Now, Shin Tae-yeon is already a wealthy CEO with billions, and he truly doesn't care much about such a certificate. However, he did study there, and being a sentimental person, he still replied to Wang Ming, "I can go anytime." Soon, Wang Ming responded, "Let's go back to school together tomorrow. I'm still at work today, this damn boss insists on squeezing me dry. I could leave tomorrow, but he wants me to work until 11 tonight, otherwise, he won't give me the internship proof. It's really tough." Shin Tae-yeon replied, "I'll come find you tomorrow," and then Wang Ming didn't respond. It seemed he was indeed at work, otherwise, knowing his character, he would have bombarded Shin Tae-yeon with messages. Since he had nothing much to do at work lately, he thought it would be nice to visit the school. After all, he had spent over 3 years there, and this could mark the end of his academic journey. As for the company's situation, he had already started to address it. The various departments were becoming increasingly complete, and the collaboration was going very well. Shin Tae-yeon directly transferred 10 billion to the company's account. This amount was substantial, more than enough for the company's normal expenses, and the liquidity in the account made many companies envious, giving the employees a great sense of security. As for renting office space, cars, and renovating, there were dedicated people in the company handling those arrangements. Everyone was working hard, and no one was slacking off because they all knew that Shin Tae-yeon had found a path for the company's development. This was very important for the company, and everyone wanted to do their best, especially regarding the school news platform, which was crucial for them. They were a software development company, and with this platform, they could independently develop games and software to upload there, increasing their exposure. This was very important. The company had finally found such a development opportunity, and no one wanted to jeopardize it. So everything was running according to normal procedures, and the HR department had also begun preparations to recruit a large number of people. As for the office area, the business department was already negotiating with the landlord. The next day, after getting up, Shin Tae-yeon didn't go straight to work but drove directly to the school. The school Shin Tae-yeon attended was a second-tier institution. Although it was considered second-tier, it was sufficient for many ordinary students. Upon arriving at the school, Shin Tae-yeon casually found a parking spot and then went to the teaching building to wait for Wang Ming. After a short while, he saw a spirited young man walking towards him. Who else could it be but Wang Ming? "Shin Tae-yeon, long time no see. You're looking more handsome by the day. Look at your aura now. How's the internship going? Have you charmed any cute girls in the company?" Wang Ming, being a lively person, dared to say anything and immediately started teasing as soon as they met. "Stop fooling around, little sister. During the internship, I was busy with company matters. When would I have time for such things? But you little rascal, love to chase girls so much. You must have had quite a few young ladies at your mercy during this internship, right?" Looking at Wang Ming's smug expression, Shin Tae-yeon couldn't help but laugh. However, it was one thing not to mention it, but once it was brought up, Wang Ming felt a bit helpless. "Chase girls? I really regretted it at that time. I shouldn't have listened to the school's arrangements. All the internship places they set up were at temples, and where are the beautiful women there? They're mostly just a bunch of aunties. Compared to my age, they are not even close. Do you think I could have that kind of mindset? Moreover, the companies recommended by the school are truly something else. The way these bosses exploit their employees, I really don't know what to say. No wonder these companies rely on interns from the school to do their work. With their treatment and conditions, it's a miracle they can even recruit anyone." It was clear that Wang Ming was holding back a lot of frustration. For this reason, Shin Tae-yeon patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. "It's okay, isn't it over now? Once you get your diploma, just go find a good company." "That's true, but do you think finding a good company is that easy? After these few months of internship, I now understand that working is all about taking the heat. To put it bluntly, working is just being a punching bag. Even if you find a new company, so what? Things will still be the same. Those wicked capitalists will never give up on exploiting any employee. Oh, the miserable life. Studying is much better." Hearing Wang Ming's lament, Shin Tae-yeon couldn't help but laugh. "You just want to stay in school all day chasing girls and then play games all night in the dorm, right? Of course. Who wouldn't want that kind of life? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's just submit the internship certificate." Wang Ming took out the internship certificate the company had given him, and it would only be valid after he submitted it to the school. At that moment, Qin Tian also took out the internship certificate from his pocket. Wang Ming instinctively took a look at the internship certificate in Qin Tian's hand, but when he saw the company on the certificate, his eyes widened. What the heck, you interned at Qin Tian's company? Yeah, I've been interning at Qin Tian's company all along. What's wrong with that? Of course, there's no problem, but how come your luck is so good? I can't believe you got into Qin Tian's company. Why didn't you tell me? You should have mentioned such good news. I heard that Qin Tian's company has excellent benefits, and their boss is very generous. They treat their employees like gods. When discussing Qin Tian's company, Wang Ming's expression clearly showed excitement. After all, recently, Qin Tian's company had become famous in their working circle. Everyone knew that Qin Tian's company treated its employees very well, especially the benefits, which were simply out of this world. It was a paradise for every worker. Wang Ming never dreamed that Qin Tian would be so lucky to intern at Qin Tian's company. How did you get into Qin Tian's company? You didn't seem to be with this company before. In fact, Qin Tian and Wang Ming were basically the same. They were both recommended by the school. Originally, I was going to intern at a company recommended by the school, but that company was just too much to handle. I couldn't stand it, so I just left. I was thinking of looking for another company to intern at, but then I thought, other companies are all the same, so I registered a company myself and issued my own internship certificate. You registered a company for yourself? Issued your own internship certificate? Ha ha. Qin Tian, it's been a while since we last met, and your bragging skills have really improved. Don't tell me you actually started Qin Tian company. Wang Ming clearly didn't believe it. After all, starting a company is no joke. Especially a company like Qin Tian's, which wouldn't even get off the ground without real strength. As for Qin Tian's family background, Wang Ming knew better than anyone. Just as Qin Tian said, registering a company and issuing an internship certificate couldn't possibly lead to such a scale in just a few months. Qin Tian couldn't help but laugh. If I said I started Qin Tian company, would you believe me? I definitely would. As your brother, I believe whatever you say. Wang Ming patted his chest in assurance. Seeing Wang Ming's expression, Qin Tian knew he didn't believe it, and at that moment, he didn't want to explain further. Alright, say what you want, let's just hand in this internship certificate to the school first, or we won't be able to explain ourselves later. Right, I almost forgot about that. Let's hurry and submit the internship certificate. We still have to go to the gathering later. Our class monitor said that after we submit the internship certificates, we'll have lunch at a restaurant outside the school. They've already booked a room, so don't worry, we won't have to pay for this meal. A class gathering where we don't have to pay? How is that possible? Qin Tian was well aware of the class rules. Whenever there was a gathering or activity, it was usually split evenly. What's the situation in our class? You know how pretentious Li Tao is. You know he said he would take full responsibility for this class gathering, so we can consider ourselves lucky. Although he said this, Wang Ming's face was full of reluctance. Isn't that great? Since someone is willing to pay, we can save that money. Qin Tian seemed indifferent. Of course, you would say that, but you should think about how arrogant Li Tao has been in the past, always flaunting his family's business and showing off his money. I really can't stand him. Sigh, but it's also because he has that kind of background, there's nothing we can do. I heard that his internship certificate was directly issued by his family, and he doesn't even need to intern. After graduation, he'll go straight to his family's company as a project manager. That's just fate. At this point, Wang Ming's face was filled with emotion. After all, having a background and not having one are completely different. The two of them didn't say much more and walked directly into the office of the teaching building to submit their internship certificates to the school. This process went smoothly, and after handing in their certificates, they walked straight out of the school. The room had already been booked, and most of their classmates were already sitting in that private room chatting, with several classmates calling in the group multiple times. Qin Tian and Wang Ming felt embarrassed not to go over early. In fact, neither of them really wanted to go, but considering this was their last gathering before leaving school, it was indeed not appropriate to skip it. By the way, Qin Tian, do you remember Chen Xueqing? Wang Ming suddenly asked. Of course, isn't she the class flower? How could I forget such an important character? I heard that recently Li Tao has been crazily pursuing Chen Xueqing, and it seems like Chen Xueqing is about to be overwhelmed by his advances. At this point, Wang Ming couldn't help but express his feelings. This is the society we live in now. For rich young masters, chasing girls is a matter of minutes, while for poor folks like us, finding a wife is fraught with difficulties. Chen Xueqing? That shouldn't be the case, her standards are so high, I don't think she would look at Li Tao. Qin Tian thought for a moment, raising his head as he spoke. In Qin Tian's impression, Chen Xueqing was indeed a very proud person, and her standards were high. In the past, when someone in class teased her about what kind of boyfriend she wanted, she had said that he must have strength, that was her primary requirement. Because of this statement, no one in class dared to pursue her. Of course, many boys from the neighboring class wanted to chase her, but none could succeed, mainly because their backgrounds and capabilities were insufficient. As for Li Tao, Qin Tian thought he was also not a suitable match. Oh, you know nothing. I heard that Li Tao's family just acquired a company and merged it recently. Their business is growing bigger and bigger. If that's the case, the situation would be completely different. After all, Chen Xueqing has also gone out for internships and experienced the difficulties of society. I'm just afraid Chen Xueqing might fall for him. If that's the case, it would be such a pity. Many people knew what kind of person Li Tao was. He was notoriously flirtatious and had a terrible character. He was born into a wealthy family and never had to worry about money, which contributed to his spoiled rich kid temperament. In class, he had a bad temper and would confront anyone. Moreover, the things he usually did were not good. Essentially, he bullied others in class because he had money. If anyone stood up to him, he would use his wealth to deal with them in various ways. Wang Ming, with his temperament, had previously clashed with Li Tao. Everyone in the class knew that Li Tao was not a good person. Although Chen Xueqing was a bit proud, she was generally well liked in class. However, Chen Xueqing was relatively realistic, which is why she stated her boyfriend criteria in front of so many people. Because of this, throughout her years in college, she had not found a suitable partner. This kind of pure background and behavior was liked by many, and the key was that Chen Xueqing was indeed very beautiful. She was a girl with very fair skin, and her clothing and style were very trendy. Not only in class but even in the school, she was among the top beauties. In fact, Wang Ming had thoughts about Chen Xueqing, but due to her pride and beauty, he ultimately did not dare to approach her. Now hearing classmates say that Chen Xueqing and Li Tao were about to become a couple, how could he not feel emotional? It's simply a flower stuck in cow dung, Wang Ming angrily cursed. Qin Tian shook his head and smiled. Forget it, why bother with so much? Let's hurry over. This is someone else's business, and it has nothing to do with us. Qin Tian had also had a bit of interest in Chen Xueqing before, but he and Chen Xueqing had always kept their distance. They hardly spoke in class, only exchanging greetings when they saw each other. Therefore, Qin Tian didn't feel much about these matters. After all, he had never thought about having anything with Chen Xueqing. To him, these were other people's affairs, and he had no interest in getting involved. At this moment, Wang Ming had nothing more to say and could only walk with Qin Tian toward the reserved private room. I have to say, although Li Tao's character isn't great, his generosity is indeed impressive. He has booked the largest private room. Such large rooms in hotels have a minimum spending requirement, and for the biggest one, the minimum is at least 8,000. 8,000 yuan is several months' living expenses for a university student. Yet, Li Tao didn't even blink and booked it right away. Moreover, gatherings like this usually attract a lot of people, and this meal alone would cost at least tens of thousands. Who would be so extravagant? When Qin Tian and Wang Ming arrived at the private room, half of their classmates had already gathered inside. It truly was the largest room. Besides a huge table, there were also some sofas and coffee tables for guests to sit and wait. With the arrival of Qin Tian and Wang Ming, some classmates in the class came over to greet them, but those with Li Tao pretended not to see and continued chatting loudly. Li Tao was now surrounded by a large group of people, basking in the glory of his success. His family background had always been decent, and recently his father had expanded the business, making the family business increasingly prosperous, which naturally made Li Tao even more arrogant. Now, he didn't take any of his classmates seriously. Li Xiao, in my opinion, Chen Xueqing definitely won't be able to resist your charm. She has always said she wants to find someone from a good family background, and I think your current situation fits perfectly. This time, you will definitely win her over. Of course. Li Xiao is so generous, and I heard your family's company is worth over 100 million. If Chen Xueqing agrees, she would be marrying into a wealthy family. There will always be people who flatter others, and now a group was constantly boasting about Li Tao, which he found very gratifying. Li Tao wore a proud smile. Of course, you should see what kind of family the Li family is. My dad has been doing business in the Magic City for so many years, and he has accumulated a lot of connections. Expanding the business is just a matter of time. I believe our family business will only grow bigger in the future. Good. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted. Li Xiao is impressive. This time, he will definitely win the beauty. Why don't we congratulate Li Xiao in advance today? The crowd wanted to continue the cheer. But at that moment, Li Tao pretended to be humble and waved his hand. Alright, everyone, stop saying that. Xueqing will be here soon. It won't be good if she hears this. Pursuing a girl relies on strength. There's no need to envy this. Just work hard, and maybe you can also achieve something in the future. The others nodded in agreement. After all, they had graduated and were about to enter society. After experiencing internships, they had learned about the ways of the world. Anyone who had faced the harsh realities of society would know that life isn't as simple as it seems. So their current thought was to build a good relationship with Li Tao as much as possible. After all, his family business was growing larger, and knowing such a wealthy young man would be beneficial for them. Just as they were discussing these matters, the door to the private room suddenly opened, and a beautifully dressed woman walked in. She wore a pink-fitted t-shirt that accentuated her figure, paired with white jeans and white canvas shoes. Although her outfit was simple, it exuded a certain elegance. Her hair had a hint of purple bangs, with one side covering half of her forehead, complementing her delicate face and features against her fair skin. She was simply stunning. The moment Chen Xueqing appeared, she captured everyone's attention, especially the male classmates present, who were all wide-eyed. Even Qin Tian couldn't help but be surprised at that moment. It was said that Chen Xueqing had matured and become more charming compared to her time at school, and her figure had become more alluring. No wonder people often said that girls change a lot as they grow up. It seems there was truth to that. In just a few months of not seeing her, she had transformed, and her aura was even better than before. Chen Xueqing still wore a rather expressionless face, maintaining an air of indifference and aloofness. Upon entering the private room, she immediately found a seat and sat down without saying a word. It seemed that her mood wasn't very good, as a subtle hint of anxiety and helplessness could be seen on her face. "Xueqing, you're here. Great, now that everyone is here, let's all sit down," Li Tao said as he noticed Chen Xueqing's arrival, quickly urging everyone to take their seats. He intentionally sat down next to her. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xueqing did not refuse. Instead, she picked up a glass of water and took a sip. This scene made many of the boys present feel a sudden jolt in their hearts. It was known that Chen Xueqing had deliberately kept her distance from all the boys in school, and she seemed to dislike Li Tao very much. Every time he got close, she would coldly drive him away. Now, however, she said nothing, which was enough to indicate that she had compromised. It seemed quite possible that Li Tao might actually pursue her. What a pity, though, it was truly a shame. Such a beautiful girl was about to be wasted. Everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, Li Tao had deceived quite a few girls back in school, and a rich young master like him would just get bored and move on. "Alright, waiter, hurry up and serve the dishes," Li Tao called out, and soon the waiter brought out plate after plate of delicious food. Li Tao was always generous, especially with matters that brought him face. He was never stingy, so the dishes on the table were mostly expensive. After months of eating boxed lunches, everyone's appetites were instantly whetted at the sight of the food. "Alright, everyone, don't be polite, dig in. This is our last class reunion, so let's eat freely today. If there's not enough, we can order more, I'll cover the bill," Li Tao said grandly, patting his chest. The others, no longer holding back, began to serve themselves. Qin Tian and Wang Ming sat nearby, quietly eating as well. After all, it was a class reunion, and it wouldn't be right not to eat. After about half an hour, everyone had eaten quite a bit, and it was time for chatting at the table. "Xueqing, why aren't you talking? This is our last gathering. Do you have anything you want to say to everyone?" Li Tao noticed that Chen Xueqing had been silent, so he deliberately spoke up, wanting to showcase his prowess. In the past, Chen Xueqing had been quite aloof and unwilling to talk to him, which had drawn strange looks from many. But now it was different. Li Tao was absolutely confident that he could win Chen Xueqing over, so he wanted to demonstrate his strength to everyone. "What's there to say? Isn't a class reunion just about eating?" Chen Xueqing's voice was crisp and carried a hint of aloofness, and it was precisely this air of detachment that endeared her to many. "Look at what you're saying, this is just a class reunion, it's about chatting and connecting. After all, everyone will be going their separate ways soon, and whether we'll meet again is an unknown. At times like this, we should communicate well, don't you think?" Li Tao continued. Chen Xueqing was a very intelligent girl, and she quickly realized what Li Tao was trying to do. She immediately spoke up, somewhat displeased. "Li Tao, I am indeed in need of money right now, but that doesn't mean I only have you as an option." Li Tao never expected Chen Xueqing would directly state the situation, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The other classmates seemed to have figured out what was going on. It was clear that Chen Xueqing was in need of money but had no other choice but to turn to Li Tao, who was taking advantage of the situation to propose such terms, which Chen Xueqing had no choice but to accept. However, Chen Xueqing was still a woman of great pride. Her agreement to Li Tao's conditions was born out of necessity. If she had a choice, she would never choose someone like Li Tao. Women with high standards have very different criteria for choosing a partner, and Chen Xueqing certainly had the capital to back it up. Setting aside everything else, just her figure and looks had undoubtedly moved countless men. At that moment, the atmosphere in the private room became somewhat silent. Everyone looked at Li Tao with strange expressions, as they all knew he was taking advantage of someone in need, which was not the behavior of a gentleman. But in today's society, who would still talk about gentlemen? Li Tao had a bad temper to begin with, and being publicly humiliated by Chen Xueqing instantly ignited his anger. Chen Xueqing, don't get too full of yourself. At this point, why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty? Let me tell you, with 5 million, I could find plenty of beautiful women. Do you think I can't live without you? I'm only giving you this opportunity because we're classmates, otherwise, I could take this 5 million and find someone even prettier. Chen Xueqing's expression turned icy, but she remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Li Tao's words. After all, in today's society, finding 5 million was no easy feat. Some people worked their entire lives and still couldn't earn that much. For Chen Xueqing at this moment, that 5 million was incredibly important. It was impossible to gather that much money in a short time. Seeing that Chen Xueqing was silent, a smug look appeared on Li Tao's face. Not so high and mighty now, huh? What are you pretending for? If I tell you to lie down, you better lie down. Upon hearing this, Chen Xueqing tightly clenched her snow-white hand but quickly relaxed. Fine, then what do you want? At this moment, Li Tao felt even more triumphant. He reached out to put his arm around Chen Xueqing's shoulders, but she swiftly shook him off. Li Tao, please show some respect. As long as the money isn't in my hands, you won't touch me. If it weren't for necessity, I would never turn to you. Oh, even now, she still wanted to act high and mighty? Alright, you don't want me to touch you? Talking about respect, huh? Then I won't give you the money. I'll take this money and find someone better. Let's see what you do then. Li Tao was now certain of his hold over Chen Xueqing, and he was just waiting for her to back down. Li Tao's frantic yet brazen demeanor instantly made everyone feel disgusted. It was a blatant threat. To be honest, such tactics were indeed repulsive, yet many in the room were envious and resentful. Secretly feeling emotional, it's really good to have money. In the face of this situation, no one dared to speak, because they didn't have 5 million either. Even if they wanted to be a hero and save the beauty, it was impossible. Unexpectedly, Chen Xueqing chose to remain silent when faced with Li Tao's blatant threat, and her expression kept changing, as if she was also contemplating the matter. Qin Tian could see that Chen Xueqing definitely needed money very much right now, otherwise, she wouldn't be acting this way. It is well known that Chen Xueqing is a proud person. In the past, if she encountered such a situation, she would have immediately fought back without hesitation. But now, Chen Xueqing said nothing, and judging by her expression, she seemed prepared to endure. Still pretending to be aloof with me? Now you can put on a show for me. I want to see how high and mighty you can be. Today, you must explain to everyone what the relationship between me, Li Tao, and you is. Otherwise, you can forget about that 5 million. The more arrogant Li Tao became, the more unwilling Chen Xueqing felt inside. She loathed Li Tao, but right now, she truly had no way out. Li Tao, don't go too far. I promised you that as long as you give me 5 million, I would be your girlfriend, but if you do something so excessive and want to publicly humiliate me, I absolutely cannot accept that. Chen Xueqing slammed the table in anger and stood up. Li Tao, however, remained unhurried and said, Chen Xueqing, don't forget your current situation. If you don't get that 5 million within 2 days, your parents will die. Where are you going to get that 5 million in 2 days? Or will you just watch your parents die? With that, Li Tao burst into laughter. Chen Xueqing clenched her fists tightly, silently glancing at her classmates present, but not a single person spoke up. After all, for these classmates, let alone 5 million, even 50,000 might be something they couldn't come up with. Who would dare to step forward in such a situation? What are you looking at? You think they will give you 5 million? What a joke! It's not that I, Li Tao, look down on everyone here, but among so many people, who can come up with 5 million? Li Tao said this with a sense of superiority on his face. After all, in his view, there was no one present who could compare to him. They were simply not in the same league. Chen Xueqing, do you really need that 5 million so badly? Just as everyone was silent, Qin Tian's voice surprised everyone, and they all turned their attention to him. In the past, Qin Tian had always been somewhat inconspicuous in class, the kind of person who rarely spoke and was almost an unnecessary presence. But at this moment, Qin Tian suddenly spoke up. How could everyone not be surprised? Ha! Who are you? This is not a place for you to speak, Li Tao said, sizing up Qin Tian with some displeasure. He didn't even remember who Qin Tian was. After all, he usually wouldn't remember someone with such little presence. But at this moment, Qin Tian ignored Li Tao and kept his gaze on Chen Xueqing. Qin Tian had no intention of being a hero to save the beauty, he just felt that it would be a great pity for a woman like Chen Shuiqing to be ruined by Li Tao. More importantly, Chen Shuiqing was doing well academically. If she were directly recruited back to the company as an employee, it would be a good choice. Chen Shuiqing was also somewhat surprised. After all, Qin Tian had indeed been inconspicuous before, and now he suddenly asked this, which must have a reason behind it. Relatively speaking, Qin Tian is much more handsome. Compared to Li Tao, he is a good choice. If she had to choose between the two, Chen Shuiqing would definitely choose Qin Tian without hesitation. Yes, I really need this money right now. My parents are both sick and need 5 million for treatment. If I can't raise 5 million in 2 days, they will both die. If you can gather 5 million in 2 days, I can be your girlfriend. Chen Shuiqing exhaled heavily. Ha ha. Chen Shuiqing, are you out of your mind? How could this guy possibly come up with 5 million? He doesn't even know if he's in our class. Someone like him, who has no presence, how could he possibly come up with 5 million? Li Tao didn't believe that Qin Tian could raise that amount of money. Although we live in a society where money is talked about everywhere, and people say that a few million is nothing, in reality, very few can actually come up with that much. In real life, if 1 out of 100 can do it, that's already quite good. I remember your name is Qin Tian, right? Chen Shuiqing ignored Li Tao and directly asked Qin Tian. Yes. If you can really come up with 5 million for me, then whatever you say goes. I really have no other way. Chen Shuiqing sighed. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian immediately smiled and took out his phone. Give me your account, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. What? Chen Shuiqing clearly couldn't react at first. The other classmates also widened their eyes, looking at Qin Tian in disbelief. To bring the account and transfer money immediately? That's too extravagant. 5 million is not a small amount, and Qin Tian says he will transfer it just like that. Even Li Tao couldn't possibly have 5 million, he had to ask his family to transfer it to him. Are you serious? After realizing it, Chen Shuiqing spoke eagerly. Of course, I never lie. Do you want it or not? Qin Tian asked calmly. I want it. Chen Shuiqing didn't hesitate at all and directly gave her account to Qin Tian. Without saying a word, Qin Tian proceeded to make the transfer on the spot. At this moment, Li Tao spoke up. It sounds like it's real. I want to see if you really have that much money. 5 million, just like that, as if you're a tycoon. To be honest, Li Tao really didn't believe that Qin Tian could transfer 5 million on the spot. After all, for such a large sum, even his family's company would have to calculate it carefully, and it would need to be signed off by the finance department before the money could be transferred. But Qin Tian just said he would transfer it on the spot. What a joke. But soon, a notification sound rang out. As the sound rang, Chen Shuiqing quickly checked her messages. When she saw the balance in her bank account, her eyes widened, and she looked at Qin Tian in disbelief. You really transferred it? What? Everyone present stood up in shock, looking at Qin Tian in disbelief. The fact that 5 million could be transferred at any time meant that he definitely had more than just that in his account. What's more alarming is that Qin Tian had always performed quite ordinarily in class, sometimes even working to earn some pocket money. Now, he just casually says he can give 5 million? Li Tao was still reluctant to believe it and snatched Chen Shuiqing's phone to take a look, and he was completely stunned, because the 5 million had really arrived. Of course, Qin Tian, always keep my word. If I say I'll transfer it, then I'll transfer it. Chen Shuiqing didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Since she had said it, it was like spilled water. Okay, Qin Tian, from now on, whatever you say goes. First, handle your hospital matters, then come find me. Qin Tian knew that Chen Shuiqing was a bit anxious about her current situation, but he wasn't in a hurry. Understood. Chen Shuiqing nodded, grabbed her bag, asked for Qin Tian's contact information, and then turned around and left decisively. In fact, she didn't want to come to this class reunion today, but since Li Tao had called her out, she had no choice. Now that she had the money in hand, she wouldn't say much. After all, Qin Tian was far better than Li Tao. Watching Chen Shuiqing leave so decisively, Li Tao was immediately infuriated. Qin Tian, who asked you to meddle here? Qin Tian scoffed. There are more people in this world who can come up with 5 million, not just you. Didn't you just say I definitely couldn't come up with this 5 million? What do you say now? Li Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. Remember, there are others in this world with money, not just you. I also have 5 million, and I can transfer it immediately, but you can't. Qin Tian narrowed his eyes at Li Tao. He had long found this guy displeasing but had never had the chance to confront him. Today was just the opportunity to let him know that society isn't that simple. Li Tao's temper flared up immediately. How could I not have it? I can also come up with this 5 million. What's so great about it? Qin Tian laughed. You're right, you can come up with this 5 million, but it's not impressive because you're asking your family for it. My 5 million is earned by myself, so there's a difference. As for whether you can afford it, that's for you to judge. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late, I should head back to the company. Classmates, if we have the chance, let's meet again. Today's meal is on me. Without saying anything else, Jean Tian turned and went to the front desk to pay the bill. The entire private room fell into silence. Especially Wang Ming, who had come with Jean Tian, was now completely stunned. Wow, when did Jean Tian become so impressive? 5 million just like that, and he even directly supported our class flower? Wang Ming was not feeling jealous at all. Instead, he was very pleased, especially seeing Li Tao's defeated expression made him even happier. Li Tao's face was flushed with anger. He had wanted to show off in front of his classmates, to flaunt his financial prowess, but unexpectedly, he not only failed to do so but also lost face. Now, with no other option, Li Tao could only angrily wave his hand and turn to leave. As soon as Li Tao's figure disappeared, the entire private room erupted in chatter. What happened? Wow, is Jean Tian really that amazing? 5 million just like that. I never realized before, Jean Tian is actually a hidden rich guy. I even worked part-time with him before. Wang Ming, you have a good relationship with him. Did you already know Jean Tian has a background? Classmates looked at Wang Ming, who was now speechless. You guys are really wronging me. I truly didn't know Jean Tian was this capable. His performance has always been quite normal, and his family's background seemed pretty average. How could he have so much money? Since even Wang Ming said so, the others naturally had nothing more to say. By the way, what exactly does Jean Tian do? Some classmates couldn't help but ask. Who knows? When I first met Jean Tian, he told me he worked at Jean Tian Company. Oh, right, I almost forgot. He said the job the school introduced him to, he just quit it, and in a fit of anger, he registered a company himself, even claiming that Jean Tian Company was his. No way, that can't be true, right? Wang Ming, realizing this, widened his eyes. Jean Tian had clearly mentioned it before, but he didn't believe it at the time. Now, reflecting on it, Wang Ming was completely shocked. Jean Tian Company is his? If Jean Tian Company really is his, then he's incredible. I've heard the owner of Jean Tian Company is worth over 100 million, and their company account has several hundred million in liquid assets, and they recently acquired a huge platform. But that's not the main point. The main point is their employee benefits are just too good. Oh my god, if that's the case, we should definitely talk to Jean Tian and see if we can get jobs at his company. Yeah, after all, we're all in the same major. For a moment, everyone was buzzing about Jean Tian. To them, it felt like a bombshell. They thought Jean Tian was too low-key. Everyone believed Li Tao would be the one doing the best in their class, but unexpectedly, the person who was actually doing the best was Jean Tian, who usually had little presence. He had just graduated and had already taken care of their class beauty, giving her 5 million without hesitation. Jean Tian didn't care what they were saying. He drove straight back to the company after returning to school. He wasn't worried about Chen Xueqing running away. After all, in this day and age, it's not hard to recover money, especially since he had transfer records. Moreover, Chen Xueqing wasn't that kind of person. Although she was a bit aloof in class, she was actually quite nice, and Jean Tian had a fondness for Chen Xueqing. With such an opportunity, why miss it? Now that the company was on the right track, Jean Tian Company's reputation was becoming more and more prominent. A large gaming platform like the school motto platform had a very high value, estimated to be worth at least several billion now. After all, this platform had a huge flow of traffic, which many software developers hoped to obtain. With this platform, Jean Tian Company was about to enter a phase of steady development. This made many people see the potential of Jean Tian Company, and as a result, its reputation would only grow larger. Now, who knows how many job seekers were out there closely watching Jean Tian Company, waiting for it to open its doors so they could step in and work, especially since the benefits of a powerful company were so good, who wouldn't want to join? 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Jean Tian got up the next day to wash up and was about to go to work, he suddenly received a phone call. It was Chen Xueqing calling. Is this Jean Tian? I'm Chen Xueqing. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. I'm at my place. Have you taken care of everything? Yes, thank you. My parents' situation has basically stabilized now, and it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Send me your address, I'm coming over now. For Chen Xueqing, this was essentially a transaction. Now that her family matters were settled, she planned to go fulfill this promise. Whatever Jean Tian wanted to do, she would absolutely not resist. I'll send you the address right now. Originally, Jean Tian had planned to go to work, but since Chen Xueqing was coming over, he decided to wait a while. After sending the address to Chen Xueqing, about half an hour later, she arrived at Qin Tian's doorstep. When he opened the door, Chen Xueqing was standing there looking charming. Today, she was dressed particularly beautifully in a tight-fitting dress, with a small strap hanging from her shoulder. Her hair was casually draped over her back, complementing her fair skin and delicate features, which truly drew attention. Any normal man would be unable to resist drooling at such a sight, especially since Chen Xueqing had a fantastic figure. "I'm here," Chen Xueqing said, still maintaining her calm demeanor. "Come in and sit down." Qin Tian stepped aside and let her enter the house. At that moment, Chen Xueqing was also surveying the place. "Did you buy this house?" Chen Xueqing looked around in surprise. Although it was just a two-bedroom apartment, being able to afford such a place in the Magic City was no small feat. Moreover, the location of this house was excellent. Even a two-bedroom apartment in such an area would cost several tens of millions. People who could afford such expensive properties were certainly not ordinary. "I just bought this house not long ago," Qin Tian said as he poured a glass of water for Chen Xueqing and then sat down on the sofa. Now that Qin Tian was the boss of his company, he could come and go as he pleased, so he wasn't in a hurry and preferred to finalize things with Chen Xueqing first. "So that's how it is. Qin Tian, I really didn't see it coming. You're actually an invisible rich second generation. You're quite lucky, we had no idea before," Chen Xueqing said with a hint of emotion in her tone. But at that moment, Qin Tian seemed to have heard a joke. "I think you must have misunderstood something. I'm not a rich second generation, everything I have is earned through my own hard work." "All earned through your own hard work?" "That's right. Although I've only been out for an internship for a few months, I've been relatively lucky. I established Qin Tian Company, and fortunately, it's currently thriving, and the results are quite good." Qin Tian was quite satisfied with the current outcome. However, when Chen Xueqing heard the name Qin Tian Company, her eyes widened in shock. "What? You mean you started Qin Tian Company?" "Qin Tian Company was indeed started by me. Is there a problem with that?" This. For a moment, Chen Xueqing didn't know what to say. She had heard of Qin Tian Company. It was said that the owner was a wealthy person who invested billions just to build an employee dormitory. Such ambition was not something an ordinary person could compare to. "Ha ha. Qin Tian, you really know how to joke." Chen Xueqing didn't quite believe him. She believed that Qin Tian could run Qin Tian Company, but she didn't believe he built such a large company from scratch in just a few months. How much money would that take? It was absolutely impossible to say that Qin Tian had no huge family backing him. No one would believe that. "Believe it if you want, or don't if you don't. I don't want to argue with you. Since you're here, let me arrange your next steps," Qin Tian said, but before he could finish, Chen Xueqing stood up and let out a heavy sigh. "Qin Tian, I've already said before, as long as you give me 5 million, you can do whatever you want. I will definitely keep my promise. Come on, you can do anything now. Or rather, from now on, if you don't mind, I can be your girlfriend, or mistress, whatever you prefer." It seemed that Chen Xueqing had already made her decision, and her demeanor of offering herself made Qin Tian feel somewhat intolerable. With such a beautiful woman standing before him, it would be a lie to say that Qin Tian had no reaction at all. However, if he were to take Chen Xueqing right now, it would indeed feel like taking advantage of her vulnerability. Qin Tian didn't consider himself a paragon of virtue, so at this moment, he planned to let Chen Xueqing be his girlfriend. It had been a long time since he had been in a relationship, and it was just the right time to experience the feeling of being in love again. "Alright, since that's the case, from now on, you are my girlfriend. Go back and pack your things, bring your clothes over. I have 2 rooms here, you can stay in the room next door for now. Tomorrow, you can come with me to the company to handle your onboarding procedures, and then you can be my personal secretary." Having his girlfriend as a personal secretary seemed like a great choice to Qin Tian. After all, Chen Xueqing was beautiful, and having her by his side would surely feel wonderful. A personal secretary was completely different from an ordinary secretary. A personal secretary would follow him wherever he went. "Okay, whatever you say goes." Chen Xueqing didn't say much more and turned to leave, seemingly to pack her things. One had to admit, her straightforwardness was quite impressive. After all, that was just her personality. But at this moment, Qin Tian still handed her a spare key. After leaving home, Qin Tian went straight to the company, as there were still many business matters that needed to be handed over. The company had now gotten on the right track, and there were more things for Qin Tian to consider. First was the issue of the new office area. Although the business department was already working on it, the results were not very good. The landlord of the office building saw Qin Tian spending so lavishly and now wanted to raise the price. This was not good news for Qin Tian. Although the business department was negotiating the price, he felt the pace was too slow. After all, The procurement department had almost brought back all the computers and various equipment needed for work, yet the business department had not finalized the office area, which was a significant problem. Secondly, with the increase in personnel, the company would need more funds, and Shin Tian had to take this opportunity to find ways to improve employee benefits. He also knew that many workplaces had some special rules, which were essentially unspoken rules that could lead to dissatisfaction among employees. To break these unspoken rules, Shin Tian planned to reform the company's regulations. Overall, this would effectively weaken the power of various department managers and supervisors. This was quite useful for the company's development, as it could greatly tap into employee emotions. Additionally, Shin Tian had a very special plan. He believed that many young people felt that their working hours were too long, leaving them with little free time. When Shin Tian was working before, he also had this mindset. He had always fantasized about finding a good company where the work was easy, the atmosphere was pleasant, and one only needed to work 3 days a week. That would be a 3-on, 4-off schedule. Shin Tian had been contemplating this decision for a long time, and today he finally made up his mind to implement it before the company expanded. Not to mention anything else, if such a decision is made, there will definitely be a lot of employees in the company who will have huge emotional reactions. This is very useful for Shin Tian. So, after Shin Tian arrived at the company, Xu Mingyue and Lu Chuxia immediately came forward to report. After all, there are many matters in the company that require Shin Tian's approval, especially some financial transactions that need his signature to be executed. Shin Tian didn't waste any words. After a simple glance at the documents, he directly signed his name. You need to urge the people in the business department to speed up and secure this office area. Many of the equipment in the procurement department has already started to be moved back. If this drags on any longer, it will have a significant impact on the placement of our company's equipment. Shin Tian turned to Xu Mingyue and instructed. Okay, President Shin, I will talk to the people in the business department about this. However, the people in the business department are also acting in good faith. The landlord is clearly trying to raise the price. They are currently negotiating, but you may not know that the landlord has increased the price of the office area by half. This is clearly an attempt to bully our company, and we must negotiate to bring the price down. They are indeed going too far. The price increase is excessive. If we go by their quoted price, it will impose a significant financial burden on our company, so the colleagues in the business department are working hard to negotiate a lower price. That's right. Let the colleagues in the business department act quickly. If they really can't bring the price down, then look for some nearby office areas that are more spacious or see if there are any complete office buildings available. We could rent an entire building, which would save us from disputes later on. What? Rent an entire office building? Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxia was immediately stunned. In a place like Magic City, where every inch of land is precious, renting an entire office building would require a considerable amount of rent, and how many people would be needed to fill such a large building? Renting an entire office building would be much more convenient for our company. To be honest, I am not very satisfied with this office area because there are employees from other companies on this floor, which has a significant impact on us. Most importantly, this office building does not have an underground parking lot. We need to find a building with an underground parking lot, which would be more convenient for our employees and also make the company look more impressive. Secretary Lu, I will leave this matter to you. Please inquire nearby and see if there are any office buildings available. If possible, let the business department negotiate. President Shin, if you mean an entire office building, there really is one available nearby. A building has just become vacant. I heard it was previously occupied by a large company, but due to poor market conditions, they are about to vacate. If you really have this intention, I can have the business department go take a look. After all, Lu Chuxia used to work in sales and is relatively sensitive to information about such properties. Oh, really? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and let the business department negotiate. Have them secure the office building as quickly as possible. When they move out, we can move in directly. Remember, the equipment must be complete. President Shin, you can rest assured about this. I can't guarantee other things, but the shared facilities in this office building are indeed very complete, and it is equipped with an underground parking lot. Good, that's settled then. Let's secure this office building. Also, inform the HR department that there will be another secretary starting tomorrow. From now on, she will be my personal secretary, and as for benefits and treatment, let's go with the standard benefits. At this moment, Shin Tian also mentioned Shen Xueqing's situation. Lu Chuxia and Xu Mingyue were somewhat surprised, but they didn't say much. After acknowledging, they went out to do their own things. What? What's the boss up to now? Does he want to buy the entire building next door? My goodness, has he gone mad? That building next door has 12 floors, he wants to buy the whole thing? It can't be that extreme, right? I heard that one floor of the office area over there can accommodate 300 to 400 people. If he buys all 12 floors, wouldn't that mean over 1,000 people? With our company's current strength, how can we handle so many employees? Who knows? When have we ever been able to see through the boss? It seems this time the boss really intends to expand and strengthen the company. I don't know if that's good or bad for us. That's not the main point. The main point is I heard the boss wants to change our working hours. As soon as this was said, all the employees perked up. The boss finally came to his senses. Is he planning to adjust our working hours back? I've said it before, this way of working is not sustainable. Our overtime is too long, and the company's losses will be significant. Adjusting the hours back to normal is the right thing to do. To be honest, I think the 5-day, 8-hour system is a loss for the company. I believe the working hours can be extended a bit. 10 hours a day is also acceptable. I think so too. 8 hours a day is indeed not enough for the current company. 10 hours a day is the most suitable working time. I agree. And the overtime set by the boss is a bit excessive. Overtime pay is the biggest pressure for the company. What? You all think the boss wants to adjust the normal hours back? If you think that, you're mistaken, seriously mistaken. The employee said this with a bitter expression. What do you mean? Isn't that what the boss is thinking? The other uninformed employees were momentarily stunned. Of course, you all know what kind of person the boss is. To expect him to take away these benefits is impossible. I've already heard Assistant Chu say that the boss plans to change our future working hours to 3 days on, 4 days off. So that means we'll only work 3 days a week, and the other 4 days will be vacation. No way, has the boss gone crazy? Changing our 5-day work week to 3 days? Everyone was shocked. They initially thought Qin Tian wanted to correct the working hours, but they didn't expect such a result. How could they not be surprised? What do you mean it's not true? This matter is already a fact. You all know what the boss's word is worth. Once he says something, it will definitely be fulfilled. Moreover, the boss has instructed that this system should be implemented as soon as possible. I heard that working only 3 days a week, the rest will count as overtime, and we can choose to work overtime or not. What's more, if we do work overtime, it's double pay. Wow, this is too good, right? If that's the case, wouldn't the company's pressure become even greater? 3 days on, 4 days off? This rest time is even more than the working time. I've never seen a company with such treatment. The boss, he wants to ruin this market. In an instant, all the employees were discussing fervently. After all, among so many companies, there was none that could manage 3 days on, 4 days off. Starting a company means relying on employees to make money. They would love to squeeze more time out of them to earn greater profits for the company. But now, Qin Tian is continuously shortening the working hours and giving employees more time off. Most importantly, out of the 7 days in a week, if they choose to work during the remaining 4 days, it counts as overtime, with double pay. This effectively increases the opportunities for employees to earn money. For all workers, this is a blessing. However, the people in the company are worried about its future because Qin Tian suddenly acquired the building next door and is now providing employees with more earning opportunities. They fear the company might not be able to sustain itself. But they also know Qin Tian's temperament. Once he makes a decision, nothing can change his mind. So now, they can only feel anxious. Many are even discussing whether to do as they did last time, skip clocking in during overtime and not fill out overtime forms, so Qin Tian wouldn't know they worked extra hours. The boss really makes us worry, doesn't he? Clearly, the company is about to expand, and at such a time, he pulls this stunt. What is he trying to do? Does he think the company isn't under enough pressure and wants to add some difficulty for himself? I think so too. The boss is really something. I genuinely feel worried for the boss. He's putting so much pressure on himself. Is he trying to push himself harder? As employees, we need to help the boss relieve his worries. The next day, Qin Tian drove Chen Xueqing to the company. When Chen Xueqing entered the company, she still found it hard to believe that Qin Tian was the boss of Qin Tian Company, as it all seemed too unreal to her. Setting aside everything else, just the fact that he was the boss was enough to astonish her. After all, Qin Tian Company is quite the hot commodity in the market right now. Alright, you can go with Sister May to handle your onboarding procedures, Qin Tian instructed as they entered the office, where the HR supervisor was already waiting quietly. Okay, President Qin. Miss Chen, please follow me this way, Sister May said, her attitude very pleasant as she gestured for Chen Xueqing to go ahead. Soon, the two arrived at the HR department to complete the paperwork. Since Sister May had already prepared everything, the process went smoothly. Before long, the onboarding procedures were completed. Miss Chen, oh no, I should call you Secretary Chen now. You are officially an employee of our company. I need to register whether you will be dining in the company cafeteria. Also, where will you be staying? Do you need to move into the employee dormitory? These are all company procedures, so I hope Secretary Chen can help us with the registration. Your company really has its own independent cafeteria and dormitories? Although she had heard about it before, Chen Shuiqing couldn't help but feel surprised when she saw it for herself. Of course, the dormitories in our company are all independent, usually with one person per room, and each dorm is fully furnished with various furniture and color TVs. Plus, the company dormitory has a huge parking lot, and our cafeteria offers 36 different dishes every day. In addition, our company provides 5 insurances and 1 fund upon joining, along with dedicated transportation. These are all special benefits from the company. There are also some regulations within our company, and just today a new regulation has come down. I should let you know that starting next week, our company will implement a policy of working 3 days and resting 4 days, which means you only need to work 3 days a week, and the rest will be considered overtime. Employees can freely choose whether to work overtime or not. So we have already decided that from Monday to Wednesday will be normal working hours, and starting from Thursday, all will be overtime hours, and those overtime hours will be calculated at double pay. More importantly, our company has recently rented the building next door, and next month, we will be moving to the floor across the street. Do you understand all of this, Secretary Chen? Upon hearing this, Chen Shuiqing could only nod in a daze. That's good to know. I think your relationship with President Qin must be quite special, so I need to clarify these matters. By the way, there are some things I want to ask you, Secretary Chen. At this point, Sister May looked around cautiously, as if she had something very important to say. Sure, Sister May, feel free to ask whatever you want. Is your relationship with President Qin quite special? As for this question, I don't know how to answer you. My relationship with Qin Tian, well, I don't know how to put it. We were college classmates. Oh, I see. That's fine then. Secretary Chen, please answer my question first. Sister May didn't say much more and directly picked up her pen to prepare to take notes. I still need to use the cafeteria, but I don't need the dormitory. Chen Shuiqing thought for a moment and said, I see. Well, I'll note that down. Because our company's transportation service has fixed conditions, only employees living in the dormitory can have the transportation service, so the company will provide you with transportation and accommodation allowances. What? You want to give me transportation and accommodation allowances? I think that's unnecessary. Chen Shuiqing thought for a moment and then shook her head in rejection. Why? These are all company regulations. You don't live in the dormitory and don't need the transportation service, so the company will provide you with the transportation and accommodation allowances. Sister May spoke with some confusion. I currently live with Qin Tian, and I basically ride in his car to and from work. This is what Qin Tian told me, so I think the transportation and accommodation allowances are unnecessary. As soon as Chen Shuiqing said this, Sister May was immediately taken aback. What? You live with President Qin now, and you also ride in his car to work? But you just said you were classmates? Goodness, how could she say such a thing? They are already living together, and to say there is no relationship, who would believe that? My relationship with him is indeed that of classmates. This is an undeniable fact. Chen Shuiqing really didn't know how to explain her relationship with Qin Tian, so she could only say it like that. Moreover, she and Qin Tian really hadn't had anything happen yet. She had just moved her things over. Oh, I see. When Sister May said this, she couldn't help but stroke her chin. By the way, Secretary Chen, could I ask you for a favor? A favor? What is it? Chen Shuiqing didn't rush to agree. After all, this was her first meeting with the head of the HR department, and the other party was directly asking her for help, which was indeed a bit. I know it's a bit abrupt to ask for your help on our first meeting, but there are some things I really want to say. Since you have such a good relationship with the boss, I think there are some matters you really need to advise the boss on, especially regarding the regulations in the company. I find them to be quite unreasonable. At this point, Sister May couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. So I want you, Secretary Chen, to have a good talk with the boss and see if he might reconsider. However, Chen Shuiqing couldn't help but furrow her brows. Sister May, are you joking with me? The company's benefits are so good. How can you say they are unreasonable? I don't think so. It's precisely because the benefits are too good that they become very unreasonable. We've never seen a company with benefits this generous. We're afraid the company won't be able to sustain it, especially with the new work schedule of 3 days on and 4 days off just implemented today. I think this will put a lot of pressure on the company. As for the other benefits, I hope Secretary Chen can have a good talk with General Manager Qin to see if they can be revoked. What? What are you talking about? You mean changing the company's regulations is about this? Chen Shuecheng was momentarily at a loss. After all, changing company regulations usually meant improving employee benefits, but now the employees were actively requesting to cancel the benefits. What kind of joke was this? Chen Shuecheng had never encountered such a situation before, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Sister May, are you joking with me? I'm not joking with you, everything I'm saying is true. Sister May's face was filled with seriousness. What? What is going on? Sister May, I just joined the company, and I'm not clear about many things. Can you explain it to me? Chen Shuecheng was becoming increasingly curious about the company, so she directly pressed Sister May for answers. When Chen Shuecheng learned about the company's situation, her eyes widened in shock. This, Qin Tian is actually this good to the employees? Is he doing charity or what? No one knows. Anyway, General Manager Qin has always done things this way. The problem is that he is very stubborn. Once he makes a decision, not even a herd of cattle can pull him back. We want to persuade him, but there's no way. Since Secretary Chen has a closer relationship with General Manager Qin, you should talk to him and see if you can persuade him. Alright, I'll try to ask about the situation later, but Qin Tian might not listen to my suggestions. Chen Shuecheng nodded somewhat woodenly. Regardless, you should still suggest it to General Manager Qin. That's all Sister May could say at this point. After registering all the paperwork and materials, Chen Shuecheng returned to Qin Tian's office. General Manager, the paperwork is all registered now. I am officially an employee of Qin Tian Company. That's great. Your work position is right there, already arranged for you. You can temporarily work there, and once we move to the new office area soon, we'll arrange a separate office for you then. Qin Tian pointed to a desk in the corner of his office. After all, the current office area was limited, and Chen Shuecheng's work position could only be arranged in Qin Tian's office. Being a personal secretary, this was all acceptable. General Manager, there's something I want to discuss. Just now, when I was registering in the HR department, the HR supervisor told me that the company's benefits are too good, and the employees are all afraid the company won't operate well. They all want you to lower the company's benefits. The company's benefits are indeed too good, especially the 3 days on and 4 days off policy. Everyone feels there's no need for it, and they hope you can retract this decision. After all, everyone is genuinely worried about the company's operation. To be honest, when Chen Shuecheng heard about the company's benefits, she was also very surprised. I never expected the benefits and treatment at this company to be this good, especially the employee fund established by Qin Tian, which truly moved and warmed Chen Shuecheng's heart. Chen Shuecheng couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Having such an employee fund is simply a tremendous blessing for the vast number of employees. It's important to know that Chen Shuecheng had been overwhelmed by her family situation before, ultimately having to bow to others out of necessity. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to lower her head, but for the sake of her family, she had no other option. If she had been at this company back then, she wouldn't have had to worry about such matters. Just now, Sister May from the HR department had already told her that the employee fund is transparent to everyone in the company. Anyone can inquire about the balance of the company account. Moreover, this employee fund can be directly applied for when employees truly need it, requiring only Qin Tian's signature. There have been precedents in the company. Last time, the money that employee urgently needed was indeed provided by the company. This proves that the employee fund in this company is a genuine existence. Qin Tian is truly conscientious. At this moment, Chen Shuecheng's view of Qin Tian had changed to a certain extent. She even wondered if Qin Tian was indeed doing charity, otherwise, who would establish such a fund? And as soon as this employee fund was established, he directly donated several million. What a joke! Which boss is that generous? Everyone is worried that the company's operations might have issues. It's fine, the company's operations will not have problems. I know exactly what to do, so you can rest assured. Since I can do this, it proves that I have a plan. Qin Tian naturally wouldn't explain, casually waving his hand. But isn't this a bit excessive? Many employees are saying the company has just started and is in need of funds right now. You're spending all the money on the handle. As for this issue, I can clearly tell you that spending money on the handle is also effective. Whether it's the blade or the handle, both are very important. For example, if I need to use a knife, then making the handle more comfortable means the knife will be easier to use, right? These are all the same. If I improve employee benefits, then employees will work more efficiently, which is a good thing for the company, right? If employees genuinely care for the company, won't that create greater benefits for the company? So I say all of this is worthwhile. After all, talent comes from such environments. Only by providing them with a good environment can they wholeheartedly work for you and create unexpected results. I'm not as great as you think. I'm also considering the company's interests. When Qin Tian said this, it instantly left Chen Shuiqing speechless. It sounded reasonable, but upon closer thought, it seemed to lack substance. Alright, President Qin, this is your company. How you decide is your business. I just want to ask what I should do next? Just go to work as usual, Qin Tian thought for a moment and replied. Go to work as usual? Then what is our relationship now? This was what Chen Shuiqing was most concerned about, as her relationship with Qin Tian now had a hint of ambiguity. She had received 5 million from Qin Tian, which was equivalent to being directly supported by him. The current issue was that Qin Tian didn't clarify their relationship, so Chen Shuiqing wanted to confirm it. In my view, everything is based on mutual consent. Although this 5 million looks like support for you, I would never force anyone. Now you are my personal secretary. If you feel that we are not suitable for each other, then just be my personal secretary for now. We can slowly cultivate our feelings. If, in the end, it really doesn't work out, you can consider it as a debt to me, and you can repay it later. Qin Tian spoke without looking up. However, this statement left Chen Shuiqing momentarily stunned. At that moment, Chen Shuiqing felt a mix of emotions, somewhat touched yet confused. She also began to doubt whether Qin Tian was just saying empty words, so she decided to test him. After all, they were already living together, and sooner or later, she would figure out Qin Tian's true nature. In the following time, Qin Tian was focused on his computer, while Chen Shuiqing sat at her desk reviewing some company documents. As a secretary, she needed to understand the company's affairs, otherwise, she would surely be ridiculed by others. Since Chen Shuiqing had come to work at this company, she had to learn well, familiarize herself with the materials, and be a good personal secretary. Not to mention, given the benefits and treatment at Qin Tian's company, she had to work hard. The day passed very quickly. Soon it was time to get off work, but today was Wednesday, and the company's new policy had just come out. Tomorrow would be a holiday for all employees. They could choose to work overtime or stay at home. It was entirely up to the employees. What should we do tomorrow? Should we come back to work overtime? Some employees were hesitating, knowing that this meant double overtime pay. To be honest, I really don't want to put more pressure on the company, but I still have work that isn't finished. If I don't work overtime, I don't know when it will get done. Yeah, we have 4 days ahead. If the work stops for 4 days, I'm afraid there will be problems later. Then let's work overtime. What else can we do? Sigh. I'm really at a loss with the boss. I don't know how to solve this. Let's work overtime. Since it's the boss's rule, he must have his own considerations. We just need to do our work well, and the boss has said that anyone who wants to work overtime can do so at any time. There was no choice. Most employees chose to work overtime because their tasks were urgent. Taking a break now would leave them wondering what to do when they returned. As for those who had no work, they unhesitatingly chose to rest. This scene greatly increased the employees' sense of belonging. While driving home, Qin Tian suddenly received a notification from the system. Detected changes in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 3,500. Detected changes in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 5,000. In an instant, various notifications kept coming in. This made Qin Tian, who was driving, smile slightly. The feeling of money coming in was simply too good. In just a few minutes, Qin Tian received a large number of system points, which, if converted to cash, amounted to 2 billion. Goodness! Now the company's funds had reached several billion, fully capable of supporting Qin Tian in a big venture. In addition, Qin Tian also received an extra reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an extra reward, extraordinary culinary skills. Hearing this notification from the system, Qin Tian felt a bit pleased. After all, the rewards from the system were unstable and random. Some were abilities, while others were useful items. In any case, whatever the system produced was bound to be of high quality. It just depended on what random reward the system would give. It was as if this extraordinary culinary skill could instantly transform Qin Tian into a culinary god, and the dishes he prepared were absolutely exceptional. This was the first time he had acquired such an ability, so Qin Tian was eager to give it a try. President Qin, what are you laughing about? Chen Shuiqing, sitting in the passenger seat, noticed the smile on Qin Tian's face. Nothing, I just suddenly remembered something happy. By the way, it's still early, so let's skip the cafeteria and cook for ourselves when we get home tonight. As he spoke, Qin Tian drove the car in another direction. He was heading to the market to buy some ingredients to show off his skills. Cooking for ourselves? But I can't cook, Chen Shuiqing said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Although her family was somewhat average, her parents had spoiled her since childhood, resulting in her not knowing how to cook even now. Don't worry, I can cook. I'll buy some ingredients for you to taste my skills, Qin Tian said cheerfully, not minding her lack of cooking ability. Soon, he arrived at the market and bought a large amount of vegetables before driving back home. As soon as he got home, Qin Tian went straight into the kitchen with the ingredients and began to get busy. In the past, he was someone who had never touched a drop of water in the kitchen. He had no cooking experience at all. But now, he found that his mind was filled with a wealth of culinary knowledge, as if it were etched in his brain. Despite having never cooked before, he now felt like an experienced chef, effortlessly preparing the dishes. Qin Tian was overjoyed. Although this extraordinary culinary skill seemed somewhat unnecessary for him at the moment, it didn't matter. Having more skills was always beneficial, and the system's rewards would be plentiful. Although Chen Xueqing was sitting in the living room, she eventually came to the kitchen and opened the door. President Qin, is there anything I can help with? No need, just relax outside. I'll handle everything in the kitchen, Qin Tian replied, feeling too happy about trying out his culinary skills to let Chen Xueqing interrupt him. Chen Xueqing opened her mouth to say something but couldn't find the words. With a sigh, she turned to leave, only to notice the ingredients on the cutting board. Wow, she realized that all the vegetables on the board had been prepared, and they were done very neatly. More importantly, some of the vegetables were cut so uniformly that they looked like they had been machine sliced, all arranged perfectly. The feeling was simply wonderful. President Qin, did you cut these vegetables? Chen Xueqing asked, incredulous as she looked at the neatly arranged ingredients. Of course I did. Who else would have cut them? Your knife skills are that good? Absolutely. I've put in a lot of effort to learn how to cook, Qin Tian said proudly. Chen Xueqing had nothing more to say and turned back to the living room, now feeling a bit excited. She wanted to see just how good the dishes Qin Tian had prepared would taste. About half an hour later, a table full of delicious dishes was served. The entire living room was filled with the aroma of the food, making Chen Xueqing's mouth water. All right, the food is ready. Come and eat. Qin Tian took off his apron and sat down at the dining table, drooling at the sight of the delicious spread. The dishes laid out on the table were all vibrant and flavorful. At this moment, Chen Xueqing was already sitting at the dining table, inhaling the aroma wafting from the dishes, and a special sparkle appeared in her eyes. It smelled so good, truly too good. Chen Xueqing couldn't wait to pick up a piece of green vegetable and put it in her mouth. I must say, the cooking was absolutely amazing. A simple piece of green vegetable, yet the flavor was quite unique, and the blanching time was just right, not too soft, not too hard, very chewy, and it didn't feel tough at all. Instead, it gave a refreshing sensation that almost made Chen Xueqing exclaim in delight. It was simply delicious. Unable to resist, Chen Xueqing tried some of the other dishes, and once she tasted them, she was completely captivated. These dishes were just too delicious. The green vegetables were sweet and crisp, and the flavor was excellent. As for the steamed fish, it was even more delightful, refreshing and tender. Each dish was a culinary masterpiece, making Chen Xueqing wish she could swallow her own tongue. Having never eaten such delicious food in her life, she forgot all about her image and picked up her chopsticks to eat continuously. Seeing Chen Xueqing like this, Qin Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really that good? It's really delicious. Qin Tian, did you make all these dishes? Chen Xueqing mumbled as she devoured her food. Of course I made them. Didn't you see? I personally cooked all of this. How is it? My cooking skills aren't bad, right? Not just good, it's simply explosive. There's no denying it. Chen Xueqing couldn't help but give a thumbs up at that moment. Oh, in that case, eat more. Qin Tian was very pleased with such a response. After all, being praised by others felt great. Moreover, this also allowed Qin Tian to directly test the rewards given by the system. This extraordinary cooking skill was truly impressive. Even Qin Tian himself couldn't help but give a thumbs up after tasting the flavors. Not bad, not bad, it really is quite good. It seems that in the future, he should definitely aim to obtain more system rewards like this. So, the employee benefits should be improved as well. However, for now, eating was the most important thing. After a full half hour, the two finally finished all the food on the table. Both were in a state of extreme satisfaction. They sat on the sofa, watching TV and chatting casually. I really didn't expect your cooking to be this good today. By the way, how did you manage to do it? Chen Xueqing asked with some confusion. How else could it be? Cooking skills are developed through practice. The more you cook, the better you get. Qin Tian naturally wouldn't reveal the real situation. Developed through practice? Do you often cook? But you're the big boss of a company now. Does a company president really need to cook for themselves? In Chen Xueqing's impression, someone like Qin Tian, a big boss at this level, would never cook for themselves. Generally, billionaires like him would eat out, and even if they didn't, They would have a housekeeper at home. How could they possibly cook? Chen Shuecheng, you really don't know me well. Although I am indeed the boss of Qin Tian Company now, before this, I wasn't the boss, I was just an employee. How could I not cook? The more you cook, the more familiar you become with it, Qin Tian explained. In fact, what Qin Tian said was true. He came from an ordinary family and knew how to buy groceries and cook. Isn't your family background supposed to be quite good? Chen Shuecheng felt very confused. After all, for such a large company, it would be absolutely impossible without a huge family backing. Who said my family is great? My parents are just ordinary wage earners. This company was only established a few months ago. Before that, I was just a worker too, but I was relatively lucky, which is why I started this company. Qin Tian was not lying about what he said. It was indeed luck that allowed him to establish this company. What? You mean you started this company all by yourself? Qin Tian, you're not kidding me, are you? A company this big, and you managed to do it all on your own? Chen Shuecheng clearly found it hard to believe. Of course. Otherwise, how do you think this company came about? I established it myself. You can check when this company was founded and see if I relied on anyone else. I had to rely on myself. As Qin Tian said this, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, in today's society, many things are indeed unreliable. If it weren't for the emergence of this system, he wouldn't know what his situation would be like now. So, you're saying you started from scratch? Chen Shuecheng looked astonished. Not exactly from scratch, I can only say I was lucky. Your luck is indeed quite good. Speaking of which, you're quite handsome, and you're so skilled at cooking and it tastes so good. You must have a lot of girlfriends, right? Chen Shuecheng asked tentatively. Her view of Qin Tian had completely changed. Setting aside everything else, Qin Tian's abilities were enough to make many girls swoon. Chen Shuecheng herself had high standards, and under these circumstances, it would be a lie to say she wasn't a little moved, especially after that meal, which had truly touched her heart. Many people say that to win a person's heart, you must first win their stomach, and Qin Tian had directly captured Chen Shuecheng's stomach. Actually, I don't have any. I'm still single. Otherwise, why would I invite you back? I just plan to cultivate our feelings and see if we can become a couple. Qin Tian's words made Chen Shuecheng feel a bit unaccustomed. Are you really this direct? But it's true, I accepted 5 million from you. If you want, I can become your girlfriend right away. Although Chen Shuecheng's pretty face turned a bit red, she didn't refuse at this moment, as she had already mentally prepared herself when she came over. No need to rush. We can cultivate our feelings first. I think for things like this, it's better to develop feelings first. It might be more intense and enjoyable. What do you think? Qin Tian found it hard to accept the idea of jumping straight into things upon first meeting. After all, he had no experience in this area. Although he was quite handsome in school, he had always been quiet and reserved, and with an average background, he never had a girlfriend. To this day, he still lacked experience. For someone inexperienced, it was naturally impossible to just dive in. Chen Shuecheng nodded. Actually, I feel the same way. Although I'm already yours, there's no need to rush into things. It's better to cultivate our feelings first. That would indeed be better. Although Chen Shuecheng usually held herself in high regard and many said she had high standards, she was actually a very conservative person. It was indeed hard for her to accept jumping straight into things, but some matters were not up to her to decide. Alright, then it's settled. Qin Tian decisively made the call. This is what you said, not what I said. Chen Shuecheng's voice was weak as she spoke, clearly lacking confidence. After all, she was the one who had agreed to Qin Tian first. This is indeed what I said. Hearing Qin Tian's affirmative response, Chen Shuecheng felt much more at ease, and her gaze towards him softened considerably. With Qin Tian's current achievements, she had begun to regard him with respect. However, given the current pace, it was something that an ordinary person would find hard to accept. Having some time to cultivate feelings would naturally be a good thing, and it would be very gentle for a girl. By the way, Qin Tian, I heard that your company has established an employee fund. Why would you do something like this that loses money? An employee fund is essentially a charitable endeavor, and setting up such a fund will only burden the company. What Chen Shuecheng cared about most was this employee fund established in Qin Tian's company, as her family had experienced similar matters and understood the importance of such funds. For an ordinary employee who felt powerless, this was incredibly significant. Of course, it's for the company's future development. I think you should know that the market competition pressure is immense right now, especially for those outstanding employees, who are hard to come by. If I improve the company's benefits, I can attract a large number of talented individuals. When I gather the elites in the industry, it will be difficult for my company not to grow. Chin Tian had considered this matter as well. Although the system could provide rewards, normal company development was also possible. Improving employee benefits could win their hearts and attract a large pool of talent, making it a win-win choice. Chen Shueqing nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense, but do you really need to make the company benefits this good? Besides the employee fund, there are also dedicated cars for pickup and drop-off, and even dormitories and canteens for them. Isn't that a bit excessive? Excessive or not, it's not excessive at all. This can cultivate employees' sense of belonging, and such a sense of belonging is even more important for the company's development. Don't you notice? Many large companies have a core group of personnel who work wholeheartedly for the company, and only then can the company develop rapidly. I'm following this path now, so everything I'm doing has its reasons. I know many employees are worried about the company's operations not being sustainable, but there's no need to worry about that. I have my own considerations. Chin Tian's confident demeanor was somewhat charming. At that moment, Chen Shueqing could only choose to applaud. However, she didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer, as she really didn't understand company operations. What she wanted to know more was Chin Tian's opinion of her. Chin Tian, I have a question for you. When we were in school, what did you think of me? Chen Shueqing kept her eyes on Chin Tian as she spoke, eager to see what kind of answer he would give. I thought you were quite nice, always beautiful, and with a great figure. Although everyone said you were aloof in school, your character was genuinely good. Look at all the beautiful girls in school, they all had many rumors, but you had none. I actually had a good impression of you. I even had a crush on you back then, but the gap between us was too big. You definitely wouldn't have looked at me. Chin Tian was quite direct in his speech now. Chen Shueqing was momentarily at a loss for how to respond, but her pretty face turned red. Because what Chin Tian said now was equivalent to a confession, Chen Shueqing had no experience in this area and didn't know what to say. I never said I looked down on you, that's just what you think. I'm just stating the facts. So let me ask you, what did you feel about me back then? Well, I might as well tell you the truth. At that time, your presence in the class was so low that I almost forgot you because you hardly spoke. When Chen Shueqing said this, she couldn't help but laugh, as that was indeed the situation back then, and Chin Tian couldn't help but laugh too. The atmosphere between the two was quite harmonious. After getting these words out, the awkwardness between them lessened. By the way, are you going to work tomorrow? If you are, I'll give you a ride. I also want to check out the company since the new office building is being prepared. Chin Tian had forgotten about work tomorrow. After all, it was supposed to be a day off. As long as you go to work, I'll go with you. If you don't go, I won't go either. Then let's get up early tomorrow. I'll go to work with you. Chin Tian, actually, I have another question for you. Is this work schedule really good for the company? Others feel that working 7 days a week isn't enough, and you're reducing your workdays and adding overtime. Many employees want you to change the hours back to normal. I think it's a good thing. This matter is settled, and there's no room for negotiation. Faced with Chin Tian's firm attitude, even if Chen Shueqing wanted to say something, she couldn't continue. But now this news had already spread in the industry. Wow, it seems Chin Tian's company really wants to stir things up. Does he want to ruin this market? I think so too. Others feel that working 7 days a week isn't enough, and he only wants to work 3 days a week? What kind of joke is this? I heard that the remaining time can also be worked, all calculated at double overtime pay. Wow. If that's the case, then how much would the salary be at the end of the month if you worked a full week at Chin Tian's company? This isn't just good benefits, this boss is genuinely a good person. This is a paradise for workers. You can't find a company like this in 8 lifetimes. I must get into this company. I heard that Chin Tian's company is expanding its recruitment. We have a great opportunity. What? Their company is expanding? Is that true? As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. After all, so many eyes were already on Chin Tian's company. As soon as they announced they were hiring, everyone would rush in. Now that they heard Chin Tian's company was expanding, how could they not be happy? I heard that they are planning to expand to a very large scale, and they have already rented the entire building next door. It looks like they intend to expand into the whole building, and they are likely to hire at least 700 or 800 people this time. Wow, if that's true, then our chances just got bigger. The boss of Chin Tian's company is really hard to understand. He just changed the work policy and then boldly starts hiring, and it's a large-scale expansion. I thought Chin Tian's company only needed 100 or so people this time. I didn't expect them to recruit hundreds. If that's the case, our chances are really huge. Bro, if you think that way, you're very mistaken. It's not just us who want to get into Chin Tian's company, can't you see? Now there are so many more people around here, and all of them are coming for Chin Tian company. Moreover, I heard they even posted job openings online. With Chin Tian Company's reputation today, do you think the number of applicants will be small? Our competition will only grow, so we should showcase our professional abilities even more. You're right. I need to hurry back and prepare, or I'll get eliminated, and then we'll regret it deeply. I think I need to stay up all night preparing materials to fully tackle this recruitment by Chin Tian Company. For a moment, almost the entire city of Magic City went crazy. Countless workers are now paying attention to Chin Tian Company, constantly doing their homework, waiting for the moment the company announces its recruitment. However, this scene made many employees in the company feel worried, especially Mei Jia, the head of the HR department, who is responsible for recruitment. As a supervisor, her salary is quite high. In the past, earning over 10,000 was already the ceiling, but now with overtime, her monthly salary is nearing 20,000. Plus, the company provides a cafeteria and dormitory, so she doesn't have to spend on food and housing, allowing her to save at least over 10,000 each month. At her age, she certainly needs to save more money. In just 2 months, her savings have already exceeded 20,000. If this continues, it won't be long before she can save enough for a down payment on a house. With such a company, how could Mei Jia not want to stay? More importantly, her husband also works at the company, and they have been assigned an independent 2-bedroom apartment, just for the two of them, which is equivalent to being given a welfare house. Naturally, Mei Jia has to consider the company. Mei Jia, it won't be long before we start recruiting externally. What do you think about this? Another employee in the HR department asked helplessly. What can I do? This is a decision from the boss. You know how stubborn the boss is. If he says we need to hire, then we have to hire. All we employees can do is to do our jobs well. Haven't you heard? The new girl, Chen Xueqing, is Chin's girlfriend. Even living together with him hasn't resolved this issue. How can we manage? That's true. Chin's temper is just too stubborn. Once he decides, not even 9 oxen can pull him back. I'm really worried about the company, but Chin is indeed very capable. He has built the company up so much at such a young age. It's precisely because Chin is so capable and young that we worry he lacks social experience. If things go wrong, even though our company has such a large platform supporting it, no one knows how the internet will develop in the end. This platform is popular now, but who knows if its popularity will decline. If problems arise then, it could be serious. So we need to be vigilant when hiring, aiming to recruit industry elites. This time, I have posted recruitment information online and specified the requirements. Anyone who comes will be selected from the industry's elite. Speaking of which, Mei Jia indeed holds considerable power now. As the head of the HR department, she is almost solely responsible for recruitment. Chin Tian rarely interferes in these matters, and since he trusts her so much, she must select the best talents for the company. After all, having more talented people in the company makes everything easier. Now, let's take a look at the work atmosphere and state within Chin Tian Company. As soon as work hours begin, everyone is focused on their tasks. Some people are so engrossed that they don't even take a sip of water, continuously working on their projects. In most companies, those who slack off during work hours are definitely in the majority, as no one would work hard for the boss during office hours. Usually, it's all about finding ways to take it easy. But now, not only is no one slacking off, but there are also people urging others to stay on task. A young man in the company just finished his work, stood up to stretch, and immediately a colleague chimed in, "Hey, you need to pay attention during work hours, you can't slack off, right? The company's projects are so urgent, we can't afford to be slow now. We're in overtime, don't forget how the boss treats us. If you don't want to work here, we do, so don't hold us back." With one person reprimanding, others began to chime in as well. The young man was left speechless. I mean, do you really have to be this tense? I want to work here more than anyone. I used to be a total spendthrift, but now I can save 7 or 8,000 every month. Do you think I don't want to work here? I just finished my work, stretched a bit, and was checking if there was more to do. If not, I'm leaving. Hearing this, the others awkwardly scratched their heads and smiled. Oh, so that's how it is. Sorry, we misunderstood you. No problem, no problem. I'm going to ask my team leader if there's any work for me. If not, I'm out. The young man didn't say much more and went straight to ask his team leader, who told him that the part of the project he was responsible for was already completed. He didn't say anything further, just grabbed his things and clocked out, without any hesitation. Such a thing would be absolutely impossible in other companies. After all, there are no slackers during work hours, and overtime pays double. Where would you find someone as straightforward as this guy? If there's no work during overtime, it means you can just play games or whatever, and no one would know. Who wouldn't want to earn double overtime pay just by playing games at the office? But now, no one in this company does that. They finish their tasks and leave immediately, never taking up any company resources. In fact, every project in the company has a strict allocation. Generally, projects are assigned to team leaders, who then distribute tasks to each member of the team, and of course, everyone's tasks are basically the same. Once a task is completed, it essentially means that person has finished that project, so usually, the team leader won't assign more work. Therefore, in this situation, those who finish their work end up with nothing to do. Such a relaxed work environment is something everyone loves. But now, no one chooses to stay and fake overtime pay because they don't want to burden the company. At this moment, it's lunchtime, and the people from the surrounding companies are heading downstairs for takeout. Noticing those who are taking cars back to their dorms, they can't help but feel a sense of longing. See, this is the importance of finding a good company. Look at our normal, tough work life. They just get off work and have a car to take them home. I heard their car service has no restrictions. As long as you're working, you can call a driver anytime. Wow, is it really a dedicated car service? It truly is a dedicated car. Is that all? I heard that their company's policy has changed. Now they only need to work 3 normal days a week, and the remaining 4 days are all considered overtime, with overtime pay at double the salary. What's more, it's completely voluntary. If you want to go, you can, and if you don't have to. Oh, this is simply tailor-made for me. Just 3 days of work a week, and I can earn over 10,000 a month? What kind of amazing treatment is this? That's just fate. They found a good company, not only with high salaries but also with special transportation. They're living like bosses. I've never seen a company where workers can live like bosses. Look at the dishes in their company cafeteria. There are 36 different dishes to choose from every day, and it's all you can eat. Now look at what our company offers, just a pitiful meal allowance. Every day after work, we have to eat those small lunchboxes that cost over 10 yuan, with no nutrition at all, while they feast on meat and fish in their cafeteria. It's practically like a restaurant. Enough said, I have to get into Qin Tian's company. This scene made many people determined to join Qin Tian's company. Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing were now also working at the company, but everyone knew that Qin Tian and Chen Xueqing were living together. So when they were eating in the cafeteria, everyone greeted them continuously. Since Qin Tian was the boss, he had a separate private room in the cafeteria, so he and Chen Xueqing were essentially dining separately. However, it was Chen Xueqing's first time eating in the company cafeteria, and she was unfamiliar with many things. When she actually went to get food, she was genuinely surprised. The variety of dishes was beyond her imagination. She thought the employee meals would only have a few options, but to her surprise, the cafeteria offered a buffet with over 30 dishes to choose from, and the white rice was unlimited. She could take as much as she wanted. Looking at the soup next to it, it was all rich, slow-cooked broth. Qin Tian, is this really the company's cafeteria? Why do I feel like there are more dishes than in a restaurant, and the food tastes pretty good, way better than those fast food places outside? And this white rice, can you explain to me why it's so good? What kind of rice is this? Chen Xueqing fired off a series of questions. She really didn't know how to express her thoughts. The food was rich and flavorful, and the rice was clearly of high quality, each grain distinct and obviously not cheap mixed rice. The cafeteria uses only the best ingredients, whether it's the dishes or the rice, everything is fresh. After all, this cafeteria isn't just about cooking, it also sells food to the outside, so what we serve customers has to be good. But it doesn't need to be this good, right? I think there should be a distinction between what employees eat and what is sold outside. Otherwise, how much can you afford to provide? Chen Xueqing was genuinely surprised, looking at Qin Tian with a completely different gaze. Qin Tian, however, casually continued eating. I think this is fine. After all, if the employees eat well, they can focus better on their work for the company. Life is short, just a few decades at most, and most people are eating fast food. Since I own this company, I think it's fine for the employees to eat well. It doesn't cost that much. At this moment, Chen Xueqing gasped in surprise. Now I understand why the employees in the company are so protective of it. The benefits and treatment here are simply explosive. They are treated like gods. How could they not care for the company? Chen Xueqing had made a special trip today to observe the situation outside and found that all the employees were very conscientious. In other words, if you wanted to find a lazy employee, it would indeed be a difficult task. Chen Xueqing had been there many times and had not seen a single person slacking off. At first, she was puzzled as to why the employees in this company were so strange. Logically, with over 100 people, there should be at least someone slacking off, but after wandering around for a whole morning, she found nothing unusual. So, this proves that the decisions made in my company are correct. As long as the employee benefits are well taken care of, everyone will think of the company. These are all resources of the company. As long as there are talents in the company, why would we fear not making money? Qin Tian said with a face full of certainty. However, this left Chen Xueqing unsure of how to respond. What you said does make sense, but it also sounds like it doesn't make sense. Isn't that enough? This is my decision for running the company, so there's no need to worry. By the way, do you have any thoughts or suggestions regarding the employee benefits in the company? Employee benefits? Qin Tian, I don't really understand what you're talking about. The current employee benefits are already at this level, and you want to raise them further? What's so strange about that? Raising employee benefits is itself an incentive for the employees. Qin Tian, I really have no suggestions on these matters. The current employee benefits were already at such a level. What more suggestions could there be? If they were to raise the benefits further, even Chen Xueqing wouldn't know what to say. Because in Chen Xueqing's view, such benefits were already good enough. No other company in the market could offer such treatment. If such benefits were to continue, then the company would truly become a charity organization. Now, this platform for school motto has been maintained by the company, so many issues within the platform are now being resolved by Qin Tian's company. Currently, Qin Tian's company has begun to assign personnel to maintain this gaming platform. However, there are still many problems. For example, some issues with coordinating with the merchants, as many personnel in Qin Tian's company lack experience, leading to many instances of unskilled maintenance, which allowed many people to take advantage of the situation. In just a few days, some problems arose in the platform's maintenance, especially regarding the promotion and recommendation of certain games, because Qin Tian's company does not have enough manpower and everyone lacks experience. Many things have come to a halt, leading many merchants to come forward to complain and demand compensation. It should be noted that many of these merchants are taking advantage of the situation, trying to gain more leverage, so complaints like this have become increasingly common. The company's staff were also somewhat at a loss when faced with this situation. Lu Tianyu, the operations department manager, was already unsure of what to do, but now that such a significant problem had arisen in maintenance, he could only turn to Qin Tian to admit the mistake. President Qin, regarding this platform maintenance and handling, we have made many inappropriate actions, which has now led many merchants to demand compensation from our company. In the face of this situation, if we compensate, it will bring a certain degree of loss to the company. So we don't know what to do now. President Qin, you decide how to handle it. Lu Tianyu now didn't know what to say, so he willingly accepted all of Qin Tian's punishments. After looking over the materials at hand, Qin Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alright, since it's like this, there's nothing more to say. This is our company's first maintenance, and we have no experience. Let's just consider it a lesson for the company. You all need to remember this well and never make such mistakes again. We understand, President Qin. We guarantee this won't happen again next time. That's good. Tell the finance department to compensate fully for what needs to be compensated. After all, we just took over this platform, and we can't let our reputation be ruined. Lu Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qin Tian. Is it really okay for President Qin to just let this go? What kind of punishment will our operations department face? Lu Tianyu clearly couldn't process it. Generally speaking, when such a big issue occurs, the necessary punishments would be unavoidable, but it seemed that Qin Tian had no intention of punishing them at all. This is fine. I know this is your operations department's first time handling such matters, and you have no experience. I don't blame you. Just consider it a lesson. If it happens again next time, then wages will be deducted. Hearing Qin Tian say this, Lu Tianyu nodded vigorously. Don't worry, President Qin. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again. I assure you, we have gained a certain level of experience now. We'll handle these matters well and learn more from them. After leaving Qin Tian's office, Lu Tianyu returned to the operations department and explained Qin Tian's intentions. What? President Qin just let the operations department off so easily and doesn't plan to punish us at all? Oh my gosh, I was even prepared for a wage deduction, considering such a big issue occurred. President Qin is too easygoing, just treating it as a lesson for the company and taking on all the compensation. Good boss, he really is a good boss. If it were the CEO of another company, they would definitely find a way to deduct from other areas. In an instant, everyone in the operations department was applauding. Alright, everyone stop talking about this. From now on, you all need to prepare well and make sure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. We must not disappoint President Qin's goodwill. Understood. We will definitely work hard and not cause any trouble for President Qin again. The news about the operations department quickly spread throughout the company, but the employees' reactions were quite significant. No way, President Qin just let the operations department off? This was their mistake. Yeah, the operations department caused our company to lose such a large sum of money. Logically, they should be punished, but President Chin only criticized them verbally. Isn't this just adding trouble for our company? Really, the people in the operations department are too careless. Many colleagues took out their phones and began to vent in the colleague group. You people in the operations department are too careless. You messed up such a big thing and made the company lose so much money. Do you even deserve President Chin's trust? Exactly, President Chin has provided us with so many benefits, and this is how you repay him? Not only did you fail to solve the company's problems, but you also brought trouble to the company. What is the operations department even doing? Faced with the various curses in the company colleague group, no one from the operations department dared to speak up, as they felt they were in the wrong. Even though they were being scolded, they didn't dare to make a sound. I think such things should be properly addressed to prevent them from happening again. Next time we encounter a major issue, we can discuss it well in the group, especially for those who are indecisive. Otherwise, when it happens again, the trouble it brings to the company could be enormous. Chu Mingyue, this is indeed a good choice. The company is currently in its startup phase, and if there are problems at work, the impact on the company could be significant. We cannot add trouble to the company. When faced with uncertainty, it's right to ask everyone for their opinions. Lu Chuxia, Assistant Chu, is absolutely right. The current situation of the company cannot be wasted any further. Who knows when President Chin can hold on and when he can't. Although we cannot interfere with President Chin's decisions, we must contribute to the company. I agree with this decision. I agree too. In an instant, the entire colleague group was buzzing with discussions about this matter. Everyone decided that next time they encountered an issue, they would resolve it directly in the colleague group. At least everyone could help brainstorm ideas, preventing the company from ending up in such a situation. Just then, the manager of the business department stood up. Since that's the case, we happen to have a matter in the business department that we can't decide on, so let's discuss it. Recently, many merchants want to join our platform, including a large game company that wants to settle on our platform. We are currently negotiating the fees for joining, but we don't know whether to set the fees high or low. After all, this game company is quite well known, and their current game has been promoted very well in the early stages, bringing its own traffic. If this game joins our platform, it could bring a certain level of traffic revenue to us. But the problem now is that their conditions for joining are very low, and we don't know whether to accept them or not. We have already asked President Chin about this, and he said to let us decide for ourselves. Now our business department really doesn't know what to do. While these employees were discussing these matters in the colleague group, Chin Tian suddenly received a message from the system. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 5,000. Ding! Detected a change in employee emotional value, belonging value plus 4,600. A series of sounds continuously echoed in Chin Tian's mind, and the random rewards provided by the system made him even more excited. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received an additional reward, Super Hacker Technology. When this reward appeared, Chin Tian's eyes widened in surprise. Super Hacker Technology, did this mean that Chin Tian would become a super skilled hacker from now on? Incredible, this was truly amazing. The reward given by the system was beyond words. In this world, hackers are always a sought-after profession. As long as your skills are high enough, you can enjoy a good life. As for the funds obtained this time, it directly reached 4 billion. Now Chin Tian's assets had exceeded 100 billion, and he felt more confident than ever. However, Chin Tian still wanted to try out the rewards given by the system, especially the super hacker technology, which needed to be tested. Taking advantage of the free time, Chin Tian directly opened his computer. He knew that the employees had formed a private colleague group, and everyone except him was in it. Now, Chin Tian used his hacking skills to break into this group. Goodness, it took him less than 30 seconds to hack into this group. Chin Tian felt a rush of excitement. The rewards offered by the system were indeed not simple. However, as soon as he broke into the group, he saw his colleagues discussing the issue of game entry. Mainly, we can't make a decision right now. If we use these low conditions to secure this client, then other clients will also use this method to negotiate for the lowest conditions, which won't bring higher profits to the company. If we raise our conditions, the other party might just turn to other platforms, which wouldn't be good for us. After all, there are not just us on the big platforms. This is indeed a tough problem. Why don't we ask President Chin for his opinion? We already asked him. President Chin said that operational matters and these issues are to be decided by us. He wants to train our business capabilities and vision. We can't let President Chin down. With such problems arising in the operations department, we are also quite anxious. If we mess things up for President Chin again, and the company loses money, what should we do? Yeah, it's not easy to have such a good hand. We don't want to ruin it for President Shin. Looking at the chat in the colleague group, Shin Tian finally understood what was going on. No wonder the system suddenly offered such high rewards. It turned out that the employees' sense of belonging had increased. Shin Tian was very satisfied. What he wanted was for the employees to treat the company like home. Only then could they achieve a higher sense of belonging. Without saying a word, Shin Tian directly exited the colleague group. However, at that moment, Shin Tian also created another account to enter the group. After all, this colleague group was also an important existence. From time to time, he could see what the employees were discussing, which would help in making adjustments to the company's welfare conditions. Given the current situation, the company's welfare benefits had reached a certain level, and to continue gaining a sense of belonging, they needed to show concern for the employees. Therefore, hacking into this group was very necessary. But now Shin Tian was pondering whether the employee benefits were insufficient. Should he give the employees more power? Letting employees feel freer in the company would yield even more sense of belonging. Now Shin Tian was starting to feel troubled. It was already quite difficult to manage the benefits at this point. How could he increase the employees' sense of belonging even more? Previously, Shin Tian had already learned that the more sense of belonging one gained from the system, the more generous the rewards would be, especially after entering the second stage, where the rewards were even more substantial. If possible, helping the company employees more was actually very necessary. Now, Shin Tian's company had become increasingly well known, especially with their school news platform, which attracted many people. Setting aside other matters, just based on their current reputation, the traffic on the school news platform was continuously increasing. After all, this is an internet society. Any standout company would instantly attract heated discussions among netizens. Nowadays, Shin Tian's company had quite a loud reputation online, with many netizens praising it as a conscientious company. A company that treats its employees like customers is truly a rare sight. It's important to know that most people online are workers, and they can resonate with such matters. Not to mention, Shin Tian company is really impressive. I have a friend who works near their company, and I've heard that the benefits and treatment inside Shin Tian company are absolutely explosive. I've heard that the boss of their company is like a philanthropist, treating employees like they are the bosses themselves. Not only do they have dedicated cars for pickup and drop-off, but they also provide employee dormitories, which are even better than the welfare housing of state-owned enterprises. I must say, in today's world, there are not many conscientious companies like this, so we must support such companies well. I won't say much more. I must promote this school motto platform and see if there are any good games on it. I also quickly added some money to the school motto platform to show my respect for this boss. Such news spread instantly across online forums. Now, countless users are flocking to the school motto platform, attracting even more people wanting to join. Because of this, the business department of Shin Tian company has become bustling with activity. After all, everyone follows the trend. No matter which game developer it is, they all want to get their games onto a larger platform, especially one with such broad traffic. If their games are on this platform, the exposure will be greater, making it easier for them to become popular. Everyone knows how significant the profits can be when a game suddenly becomes a hit. There's no need to imagine that. Alright, everyone, please don't rush. Let's take it one at a time. Our business department is currently short-staffed, so let's sit down and talk slowly. Yes, everyone, please take a seat. Let's discuss some basic conditions for joining our platform. The entire business department is currently overwhelmed with work. The presence of these game developers can generate enormous profits for them, so they naturally won't refuse. In fact, whether a large platform can continue to develop depends on the traffic it attracts. The traffic of a platform largely depends on whether there are any popular games on it. At the same time, it also depends on the variety and quantity of games available on the platform. The more types and numbers of games there are, the more games in the library, and naturally, the more people will stay, attracting more customers. In such a situation, it's impossible for their company to develop everything alone. What they need to do is attract more people to join and enrich the game library. The presence of these developers is definitely a good thing for Shin Tian. Therefore, the people in the business department are doing their best to retain these developers, as this is a great opportunity for their company. Most of those coming to discuss cooperation today are game developers, and they are all quite large in scale, providing a certain number of games each month. If they can negotiate with these people, they will have more games entering their library every month. Of course, their game entry also has two models. One is a rental model, where they rent the platform to host their games, paying a certain amount of rent each month. In this model, whether their games make money or lose money has nothing to do with the platform. Another form is the revenue sharing model, meaning that they sign contracts with game developers to host their games on the platform, and when profits are made, they share the revenue according to a certain percentage. This is somewhat similar to the streamers signed by the platform, so the business department has a lot to keep busy with. At the very least, they need to assess the overall strength of these game developers. If the games they produce are average, they will sign contracts based on a rental model. If the other party is strong, then it will undoubtedly be a revenue sharing agreement. Although rent is stable, once revenue sharing starts to earn, the profits can be much greater. This requires the business department to conduct thorough investigations, so these matters need to be discussed. Due to a severe shortage of personnel in the business department, the manager can only lament in the group chat, hoping someone will come to help. At this time, many people have just finished their tasks and, upon hearing the call from the business department, rush over to assist without hesitation. For them, the company's affairs are their own. As long as the company needs help, they will immediately step in. Meanwhile, those in the break room are constantly refilling tea and serving the visiting clients. Let's go see if there's anything we can help with. After all, these are all company business. If we can secure these deals for the company, it will definitely increase our revenue, and the company's operations will be stable. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over to help. It's our duty to assist the company. In no time, many people are paying attention to the situation in the business department. After all, the business department is responsible for the company's operations. The more projects they take on, the more stable the company's operations will be. Everyone hopes the business department can secure all these deals, so many are standing by, ready to assist with any requests from clients. Chin Tian has not commented on this. He has almost completely entrusted the company's business and operations to the company itself. Currently, Xu Mingyue holds significant power. Although she is Chin Tian's assistant, he often does not concern himself with the company's various decisions, only stepping in for very important choices. Thus, Xu Mingyue effectively acts as the general manager of the company, handling all matters, while Lu Chuxia and Chen Xueqing, as Chin Tian's personal secretaries, do whatever he instructs. Chin Tian has not only ignored these company matters but has fully delegated them to Xu Mingyue. During work hours, he simply comes to the company to browse online materials, never bothering with other affairs. When it's time to leave, he just walks out, as being the boss means he decides whether to work overtime or not. After a full week of hard work in the business department, all the projects have been secured. At the moment all the projects were finalized, all the employees present began to applaud continuously. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Although the clients secured this time may not bring significant immediate profits to the company, in the long run, this represents the foundation of Chin Tian's company. It is important to note that when the business department signs contracts with these companies, it is explicitly stated in the contracts that their company must host a certain number of games or software on the platform each month or they will face certain penalties. Although such situations are not very common, they are relatively good. This is the first time that Chin Tian Company has secured a project, so everyone is very happy. Oh my god, this is wonderful. We've been at the company for so long, and we've finally secured these projects, which means we've created a certain level of profit for the company. Yes, I think we should celebrate such a joyous occasion. Exactly, I also think we should celebrate. How about this, after work, we invite the boss to a team building event, and we employees can chip in. With someone proposing this, everyone agreed, as they had saved up quite a bit of money, all thanks to Chin Tian. Since they now had this opportunity, they should spend some money to build a good relationship with Chin Tian. Moreover, it is quite normal for employees to have team-building events, but inviting the boss changes the nature of it, which would also be very face-saving for the boss. I agree too. After all, the last time the boss took us out for a team-building event, it cost quite a bit. Now we should treat the boss to some enjoyment. With so many of us, if each person contributes a few hundred, it will be enough for our company gathering. Xu Mingyue, being the person with the most power at the moment, naturally had to speak up. If everyone has decided this, then I will go in and report to President Qin now. After work, we can go directly to the gathering? What do you need to report to me? At that moment, Chin Tian happened to come out of the office and, upon hearing their conversation, asked with great interest, with Chen Xueqing following closely behind him. President Qin, it's like this. The people from the business department have secured all the clients that came over and provided them with the best conditions, which is very beneficial for the company's current situation. Since this is our company's first time successfully securing a project, everyone has decided to go out to celebrate tonight, and we would like to invite President Qin to join us. Xu Mingyue said with a smile. So that's how it is. I was wondering why everyone was so happy. It turns out you secured this project. Since that's the case, if you all want to go out to celebrate, then go ahead. As for me, I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I won't join you. But it doesn't matter, you all go have fun, and the company will cover all the expenses. Qin Tian had already agreed with Chen Shueqing to meet a female classmate he hadn't seen in a long time that evening. Speaking of which, this female classmate was also Qin Tian's classmate. Back in college, Qin Tian had a good relationship with her, and it had been quite a while since they last met, so it was a good opportunity to catch up. The company will cover all the expenses? No, President Qin, this is a gathering and celebration among colleagues, so we can just go Dutch, we don't need the company to pay. Thank you, President Qin, we can handle it ourselves. After all, this is our small gathering, not a team-building event. As soon as they heard that Qin Tian wanted to cover the expenses, the employees immediately became anxious. Goodness, how can the boss spend money so freely? The company's situation has just improved a bit, and they worked so hard to secure these projects. If he covers this expense, wouldn't that be a huge loss? It's important to know that the business they were discussing today wasn't very large. If you calculated it, the business wouldn't even compare to the cost of this meal. However, businesses like this are long-term, so it's different. It's fine. To celebrate our company receiving this kind of business for the first time, this expense must be covered by the company. No need to say anything more, it's settled. You all can pay for the meal first, and then bring the invoice to the company for reimbursement tomorrow. Chu Mingyue, you follow up on this matter. Qin Tian instructed Chu Mingyue, and then directly left the company with Chen Shueqing. The others wanted to say something, but Qin Tian didn't give them the chance. Hey, President Qin. If we had known it would be like this, we wouldn't have mentioned it to President Qin. Look, now President Qin has taken care of this expense. Oh my god, we did this for the good of the company, and President Qin just wrapped up the expense, making it so we don't even feel like celebrating now. Maybe we shouldn't go after all, but we're so happy today. If we don't go, I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. I have an idea. Let's go celebrate, but we just won't claim the reimbursement later. We can handle this ourselves. Good idea, let's do it that way. Once everyone had a plan, they didn't linger much longer. After finishing their work, they all left together to celebrate. This was a moment for the company, receiving a client, and they genuinely felt happy for the company. Celebrating now could also boost the company's morale. Anyway, they didn't plan to bring the invoice back for reimbursement, so it was a voluntary choice. They had a great time. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and Chen Shueqing were already driving towards the agreed location. They had arranged to meet at a large hotel, where the other party had already booked a luxurious private room. When Qin Tian and Chen Shueqing arrived in the room, a beautiful woman was quietly waiting inside. The woman was dressed very fashionably, wearing the trendiest short skirt and a black jacket on top, looking quite comfortable. Qin Tian, Shueqing, you finally made it. Come, please have a seat, the woman said as she quickly stood up to greet them. The woman's name was Zhou Qing, a classmate of Qin Tian from university. Zhou Qing often sat in front of Qin Tian, and among the entire class, she and Qin Tian were the ones who chatted the most. However, back then, Zhou Qing was a standard academic overachiever, very serious and focused in class. While many young people in university were busy with passionate romances, Zhou Qing was completely different, dedicating all her thoughts to studying. Moreover, during her internship, due to her outstanding grades, she had already been pre-booked by major companies. So now, Zhou Qing was not just an ordinary employee, she was already an elite in the industry. After all, Zhou Qing was a very talented person, and her talent combined with her hard work made her shine brilliantly. It must be said that Zhou Qing was even more beautiful now than she was in school. Back in class, she hardly dressed up because all her focus was on her studies. Her attire was very ordinary, unlike other classmates who wore makeup and took care of themselves. So although Zhou Qing was quite pretty back then, no one really paid much attention. Now, seeing Zhou Qing after she started working, it was clear her mindset had changed. After all, becoming an elite in the industry requires not only ability but also various talents. Therefore, after starting her internship, Zhou Qing began to understand how to present herself, as a good image is very important for industry elites. Now, Zhou Qing looked both beautiful and capable, to the point that even Qin Tian almost didn't recognize her. Oh my god, Zhou Qing, you've become so beautiful now. It seems that the saying a girl changes every 18 years is really true. Qin Tian gave Zhou Qing a thumbs up. Zhou Qing smiled modestly. Qin Tian, don't say that. You've become even more handsome. I really didn't expect it. You've been hiding it so well. You're actually an invisible rich second generation, and you've just finished your internship and already built such a big company. To be honest, Zhou Qing was equally surprised, thinking she had misjudged him. Back in school, she and Chin Tian had talked the most, and at that time, she thought he seemed quite ordinary, with nothing particularly special about him. But now, he graduated and directly made such a big career for himself, which clearly showed that she had misjudged him back then. What invisible rich second generation? You mustn't say that. I worked part-time with you back then. If I were an invisible rich second generation, would I need to do a part-time job? If I had that kind of money, why would I go through all this effort? Everything I have is earned by my own hard work, and it has nothing to do with my family, okay? Chin Tian shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Who wouldn't want to be a rich second generation? Who wouldn't want to be born with a golden key? But everything depends on fate, and Chin Tian just didn't have that fate, so he could only choose to strive for himself. If that's the case, then Chin Tian, you're quite capable. Now that your company is so famous, you're still so low-key. If the classmates hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known you were the boss of Chin Tian Company. No, I'm just doing a small business to support myself. It's not a big deal. Chin Tian scratched his head a bit shyly. If what you're doing is still a small business, then how are other people supposed to live? Chin Tian, you shouldn't be so modest. Zhou Qing was a very lively person. At this moment, everyone started chatting among classmates. Chen Xueqing had a good relationship with Zhou Cheng, and now everyone was laughing and talking. However, Zhou Qing suddenly brought up the relationship between Chen Xueqing and Chin Tian. By the way, I heard from classmates that your relationship is quite special now. Upon mentioning this, Chen Xueqing adjusted her emotions and expression. Indeed, theoretically, I am already Chin Tian's girlfriend. Whether Chin Tian actually likes me depends on him. Theoretically? Zhou Cheng looked at Chen Xueqing in surprise, then turned to look at Chin Tian, involuntarily starting to size him up. Why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. I just find something very strange and wonder if I can ask. Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment but ultimately asked out of curiosity. Just ask whatever you want. Chin Tian didn't mind at this point. What exactly is your relationship with Xueqing? By the way, do you two have that kind of relationship? Chin Tian and Chen Xueqing exchanged a knowing smile and then shook their heads in unison. This expression instantly surprised Zhou Qing. No way. You two are already living together, and yet you don't have that? If you say that, I doubt anyone would believe it. It wasn't that Zhou Qing was exaggerating, it was just hard to believe. After all, Chen Xueqing was quite beautiful, and her figure was excellent. Any man would definitely find it hard to resist. Moreover, Zhou Cheng also knew that Chen Xueqing was essentially being supported by Chin Tian now, and if she wanted it, she could have it any time. The fact that it hadn't happened yet made Zhou Qing wonder if there was some problem. At this moment, Zhou Qing's gaze towards Chin Tian changed a bit. Don't look at me like that. Feeling Zhou Qing's unusual gaze, Chin Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's not that I doubt you, Chin Tian, but I'm seriously starting to wonder if you have some issues in that department. With such a stunning beauty living under the same roof, and you haven't reacted at all or done anything? As she spoke, Zhou Qing kept sizing up Chin Tian. I mean, Chin Tian, do you really have a problem? Science is so advanced now, if there's an issue, you should see a doctor quickly. Come on, I not only have no problems in that area, but I'm also quite impressive. If you don't believe me, we can give it a try. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing's pretty face instantly turned red, but she couldn't help but laugh at Chin Tian's words. Chin Tian, don't be so funny. I'm not saying you definitely have a problem, I was just asking out of pure curiosity, no other meaning. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. After all, this is your private matter, and I won't interfere. I'm just a little curious as an old classmate, Zhou Qing said, covering her mouth and giggling. At this moment, Chen Xueqing's small face also turned red. Zhou Qing, don't say that. The reason Chin Tian and I haven't done anything is that we just met, and jumping into a relationship like that feels a bit abrupt. So we thought we should take some time to develop our feelings first. Oh, I see. You two really know how to play. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. In fact, besides catching up, I have some business matters to discuss with you, Zhou Qing said, getting straight to the point. After all, she had invited Chin Tian out for dinner not just to reminisce but also to discuss business. You know, I've been working at Dongming Company since my internship, and now I'm a project manager there. Recently, I have a project on hand, and I'm struggling to find a good company to take it on. Your Chin Tian company is quite well known now, and I think handing this project to you would be a good choice. So, what do you think? Are you interested in this project? If you are, we can have a good discussion and then collaborate. Zhou Qing was indeed here for this project. Back in school, she was a top student, and after entering the workforce, she naturally became a workaholic. Although she was just a project manager, she had always prioritized work. Chin Tian was a responsible person, and since it was her project, she needed to find a reliable company to help her. No problem. As long as it's a project suitable for my company, I'll definitely take it on. We can discuss it thoroughly, but for business-related matters, you should talk to the people in the business department. How about this? I'll have the general manager of the business department contact you tomorrow. In fact, Chin Tian wasn't very familiar with these business matters, so it was natural to leave it to the business department. No problem. Let's settle it this way. You don't need your company people to come find me. I'll come to your company tomorrow. I also want to see what this famous Chin Tian charity company is like, Zhou Qing said, her face showing interest. After all, many people wanted to join Chin Tian's company, and if she could visit, she would love to take a look. Then it's settled. Tomorrow you come to my company, and I'll have someone from the business department receive you to discuss the details of our collaboration. Sounds good, Zhou Qing readily agreed. Speaking of which, Zhou Qing's attitude is indeed somewhat different now. Generally, if someone has a project on hand, they would definitely act like a big shot, waiting for others to come and take their project away. But Zhou Qing is not the same. She won't casually hand over her projects to others. She carefully selects and ensures that each project is well done. It is precisely for this reason that Zhou Qing is looking for people to take on projects everywhere. She wants to see if this company has the capability to handle the task. To be honest, Zhou Qing, you are an academic powerhouse, and your abilities are strong. If possible, coming to work at my company would be a great choice, especially since my company has just been established and is in need of people, Chin Tian said with great interest. To be honest, he really wanted Zhou Qing to come work at his company. After all, he knew better than anyone how capable she was. She was inherently talented and worked hard, so her future achievements were bound to be significant. If he could recruit Zhou Qing to be the general manager of the company, it would definitely be a great choice. First of all, thank you, Chin Tian, for your recognition. However, I currently have no intention of changing jobs. Of course, if one day I feel I can't continue at this company and want to seek refuge with President Qin, I hope you can give me an opportunity, Zhou Qing laughed. No problem. I can't speak for others, but as long as it's you, Zhou Qing, if you ever want to come to my company, I will definitely be the first to warmly welcome you. The next day, Zhou Qing arrived at Chin Tian's company as promised and was discussing cooperation with the business department. Speaking of which, the project Zhou Qing was working on was to establish a large-scale game. Their company had high hopes for this game, so Zhou Qing had very strict requirements for its production. She needed not only capable programmers and designers but also hoped that it was a company with a sense of responsibility. In fact, Zhou Qing came to Chin Tian's company to assess its specific capabilities. It must be said that Chin Tian's company was indeed impressive. The technicians in their technical department were all highly skilled, and the equipment in the company was complete. More importantly, they all had a strong sense of responsibility, which perfectly matched Zhou Qing's requirements. A wise person can see the specific situation at a glance, especially the atmosphere during work hours at Chin Tian's company, where everyone was focused and dedicated. As a workplace elite, Zhou Qing could easily tell whether these people were genuinely serious or just pretending. The people at Chin Tian's company were indeed not pretending. They worked not only with high efficiency but also with high quality. After nearly an hour of touring the company, not a single person was slacking off, and even when they went to the restroom, they returned as quickly as possible. This surprised Zhou Qing. Chin Tian's management skills were truly impressive. How did he manage to manage the employees to such an extent? Was it just because the benefits were good? That shouldn't be the only reason. Zhou Qing couldn't figure this out at all. Manager Zhou, I believe you made the right choice in selecting our company. Everyone here is an elite, each with a strong sense of responsibility, ensuring that your project will be satisfactory, the manager of the business department said, walking alongside Zhou Qing and speaking highly of the company. In fact, Zhou Qing had already decided to hand this project over to Chin Tian's company when she was having dinner with him. Now, seeing this scene, she was even more determined in her thoughts. The morale of the employees in the company is very important. Right now, all the employees are full of energy. Generally speaking, the potential of a company like this is still quite large, and handing projects over to them is definitely a good choice. Very well, I am very satisfied with the current state of your company. Let's go sign the contract now. Since the decision was made, Zhou Qing was straightforward and went directly with the business department to sign the contract. Once this contract was signed, it meant that Chin Tian's company had secured a big deal, which could bring in at least tens of millions in revenue. Zhou Qing herself was a workaholic. After completing this task, she turned around without hesitation and left without any delay. The employees, upon securing this contract, immediately jumped up in joy. This is fantastic. we can finally say the company is open for business. Securing such a project means we've brought in tens of millions. It's truly a cause for celebration. But it seems this deal was negotiated by the boss. I heard that manager Joe just now was a classmate of the boss. No matter what, as long as the company has business, that's all that matters. The rest is not important. Let's hurry and report this good news to President Chin. Right, let's make sure President Chin gets to celebrate too. Naturally, this kind of thing was left to Chu Mingyue to report. After learning that the company had secured the contract, Chin Tian smiled and applauded. Not bad, not bad. As the boss, I congratulate everyone on successfully landing this project. Since that's the case, let's celebrate again tonight with everyone in the company. Another celebration? President Chin, that might not be a good idea. We just celebrated last night, I think we can skip it. Hearing Chin Tian say this, Chu Mingyue became anxious. With so many people in the company, a casual celebration would cost at least several $100,000. No matter how wealthy the company was, it couldn't be spent like this. It's fine. Anyway, today is such a happy day, what's wrong with celebrating a bit? Tell everyone that tonight we will eat to our heart's content, and the company will cover the bill. In fact, Chin Tian had just arrived at the company and had already heard from the finance department that no one had come to reimburse any invoices yesterday. Sister May also informed Chin Tian that they hadn't even issued invoices, and he knew they were trying to save money for the company. But the more they did this, the more he couldn't let them. No, this celebration is a must. Have everyone prepare. After work, we will all go to a big hotel for a nice meal, as a reward for everyone. Okay, I'll go out and notify them. At this moment, Chu Mingyue didn't know what else to say. She understood Chin Tian's temperament and could only nod in agreement. By the way, I heard that the office building across the street will be moving out tomorrow. Have someone go over to handle the handover and see if there's anything that needs to be prepared over there, then have someone get everything ready. In addition, inform the HR department that they can start recruiting externally. As for how many people to hire, let them decide. It would be best to coordinate with other departments to see what kind of talent they need, and also have the team leaders and department heads report what kind of talent they require to the HR department. I think it's time to start the selection process. Okay, understood. After leaving Chin Tian's office, Chu Mingyue directly gathered the team leaders and department heads and explained Chin Tian's intentions to them. This startled the heads of various departments. Are we really starting to recruit so soon? But we haven't organized the office building over there yet. Starting to recruit people in such a hurry makes me worry that we might not be able to handle it all. That's not a big deal. Our company's interviews aren't just about meeting someone and hiring them on the spot. We need to assess candidates over 2 or 3 days. I think that time is enough to prepare everything. After all, the procurement department started purchasing a few days ago and can bring the equipment back at any time. Sister May offered her suggestion. Alright, if that's the case, let's start recruiting from tomorrow. Chu Mingyue made the decision directly. All departments, please submit your lists of required talents and the number needed. At least I can explain the situation to everyone during the selection process, which will also facilitate recruiting other talents. I think this will trouble Sister May. President Chin has already said that this external expansion is purposeful. We must complete the company's structure, and we need talents from all aspects. So, Sister May, please tally up where our company is still lacking or missing personnel and recruit them all. As for the number of people, let's calculate based on how many can fit in that office building. Understood. Everyone responded in unison at that moment. By the way, besides that, President Chin also said he was in a good mood today, so after work tonight, the company will treat everyone to a celebration. This is a team-building event for the company, so all expenses will be covered by the company. What? Team building? No way, it hasn't been long since the last one. President Chin is organizing another so soon? We just finished a team-building event last night, and now we're doing it again? Assistant Chu, can't you talk to President Chin about this? Chu Mingyue sighed helplessly. If talking to him would help, I wouldn't be saying this to you now. You all know what kind of temper President Chin has, who can persuade him? Alright, let everyone prepare. I see President Chin definitely has something to say. This news quickly spread to the other employees, and they began to discuss among themselves. My goodness, we just celebrated yesterday, and now President Chin wants to organize another team-building event? Maybe we should skip it. With so many of us, it would cost hundreds of thousands. It would be better to keep that money in the company's account. President Chin is really too generous. I don't even know what to say. So what should we do now? President Chin wants us to go for team building, and that will cost tens of thousands. Should we go or not? Yeah, the pressure on our company is already high. We don't want to add to it. I have a good idea. Even though President Chin says he wants to take us for team building, we can choose not to go. After all, team building is voluntary. If we don't want to go, President Chin can't do anything about it. But if we say we don't want to go, will President Chin think we're disrespecting him? Are you silly? Who told you to directly say to President Chin that you don't want to go? Can't you think of another way? Another way? What other way? Can't you be a little clever? Just tell President Chin that you have something at home, and that should work. Good idea, really a good idea. President Chin was currently sitting in his office, searching for information online, when Xu Mingyue walked in. President Chin, I think we don't need the team building event tonight, Xu Mingyue stated directly as soon as she entered. What's wrong? Why wouldn't we need it? President Chin felt a bit puzzled. I just counted with everyone, and most people can't attend the team building tonight, so the consensus is to cancel it for now. I see, that's fine. Let's cancel the team building for now, and when everyone is free, we can continue with it. Since Xu Mingyue and everyone else had already said this, Qin Tian naturally had nothing more to add. He could only cancel the team building for now, as they would soon be busy with the company's expansion. Qin Tian had already discussed everything with the finance department and the senior management in the company. The expansion and regulations would be based entirely on the current welfare conditions of the company. Various benefits needed to be well prepared, so the finance and HR departments had to hand over responsibilities, especially since the number of new hires was quite large, and they needed to prepare the most basic things. As for the procurement department, that was even more straightforward. Once the people from the other company moved out, they would need to move in the equipment and arrange everything, as all the company staff would be moving over. When the news about Qin Tian's company hiring was released, the entire labor forum exploded. Wow, Qin Tian's company is finally hiring. Brothers, let's get ready, the spots are limited, and if we miss this chance, there won't be another one. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I can't miss it this time. Even though there might be several hundred spots, there are thousands of people on the forum. I'm curious, normally there should be a lot of replies on the forum at this time, but why are there so few now? Dude, are you out of your mind? Who has time to chat on the forum right now? What do you mean? Oh my god, with your IQ, do you think you can get into Qin Tian's company? Right now, everyone is lurking around Qin Tian's company, waiting for tomorrow's work to go in for interviews. After all, the spots are limited, and the earlier you get there, the better your chances. Wow, I didn't realize that at first. You guys are really clever. No way, I can't give up. I'm heading over there to stake my claim. I might as well not sleep tonight. For a moment, the entire forum fell silent as countless people rushed towards Qin Tian's company. Even though it was still a little past 8 in the evening, the area downstairs at Qin Tian's company was already packed. Nearby hotels and rental places were instantly full. Many people wanted to rent a place nearby but couldn't find anything, leading to a lot of them wandering around aimlessly. What are we going to do? All the rentals and hotels nearby are fully booked. Where are we going to sleep tonight? Dude, I heard you booked a room nearby, right? How about this? You let me have your room, and I'll pay double the price. As long as you're willing to give it up, I'll pay triple. I'll pay quadruple. Alright, stop with this. I booked this room for resting tonight. I plan to get up early for the interview tomorrow. If I give my room to you, what am I going to do tonight? The guy who booked the room immediately rejected the offers. A room booked at this time couldn't just be transferred for any price. After all, it was crucial for his upcoming work and life. Right now, the salary and benefits at Qin Tian's company were the best in the entire city. Even the employees serving tea and water reportedly earned over 10,000. More importantly, they didn't have to pay for meals or housing, so that salary could be entirely saved. In this urban setting, accommodation and meals are always the largest expenses in life, and many people eat poorly to save money. However, at Qin Tian Company, there is no such worry. Their company cafeteria offers an abundance of dishes, and everyone eats very well, with a rich variety of nutrition. In fact, the food is even better than what they get at restaurants. Moreover, the dormitories they live in are all in a new community. In the current rental market of the Magic City, even a small single room costs several thousand yuan. But the dormitories provided by Qin Tian Company are individual rooms, and they are decorated in a community style, fully furnished, with no rent to pay, completely provided by the company. Given this situation, everyone knows what kind of company to choose. These benefits are even better than those of state-owned enterprises. Working at such a company not only offers high salaries but also allows for savings that far exceed those at ordinary companies. People work to earn money, especially those in the salaried class who want to save for their own deposits. Who doesn't want to buy a house in the Magic City? Who doesn't want to return home in style? Who doesn't want a comfortable job? Chintian Company is exactly the kind of ideal company they envision, so no one wants to give it up. The price of booking a room can only be compared to one's future. Hey buddy, you should really think it over. If it doesn't work out, I'll offer you 10 times the price, how about that? One guy, feeling bold, said this outright, but the other guy shook his head without hesitation. No sale, no sale. This isn't about how much money is involved, it's a matter of principle. I can't miss out on such an opportunity. I need to rest well tonight to face the interview at Chintian Company tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, feeling anxious. After all, first impressions in interviews are crucial. If things go poorly, they could be eliminated right away. Brother, since you're not willing to sell, how about I give you double the price? We can share the room tonight. It's like co-renting. What do you think? Co-renting? Hey, that's actually a pretty good idea. The rent for this place is quite high, and if someone can share the cost with me, that would be a great option. This guy was reminded and quickly realized that, after all, they are all grown men, and it's not a big deal. If someone can help share the rent, that would be quite nice. Alright, buddy, let's settle on that. How much is your room? Upon hearing about this co-renting option, everyone present immediately reacted. Yes, since they're living alone anyway, it would be better to share the rent. This would not only alleviate their booking pressure but also reduce financial losses. More importantly, others would have a place to stay, a win-win situation. Suddenly, everyone began looking for those who had booked rooms, hoping to share the costs. This led to a noisy scene. At this moment, the employees of Chintian Company had just finished work. When they arrived downstairs, they found that the area outside the company was already crowded with people. What's going on? Why are there so many people at our company's entrance? What else could it be? Our company is starting to recruit tomorrow, right? They came early to wait for the interview. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Waiting here for tomorrow's interview? Don't they need to sleep? Brother, you know how good our company's benefits are. That's true. With the benefits our company offers today, even if it were me, I would do the same. Relatively speaking, my luck has been very good. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. We've worked all day and we're tired, so let's hurry back to rest. After all, there's still a lot of work to do tomorrow. Everyone stopped discussing those matters and headed directly towards the special cars arranged for the company. Seeing the employees of Chintian Company getting on the company shuttle, the people on site felt increasingly envious and resentful. They secretly vowed to enter Chintian Company. After all, the feeling of watching others go to work and directly board a shuttle was simply wonderful. If they could enter the company, they too would enjoy such treatment. Brothers, did you see that? That's the shuttle specifically for Chintian Company employees. My goodness, riding that luxury bus to work every day must feel amazing. Exactly, everything we've done tonight is worth it. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. To enter this paradise for workers, I'm willing to fight for it. I'm not saying anything else. Even if I don't have a place to stay, I will wait here until dawn, and then I'll go straight in to submit my resume. Are you planning to stand at the door all night? Of course. What's wrong with standing at the door all night? I think it's quite good. This way, I can queue better, and maybe I'll even get a head start. That makes sense. Now, many people who couldn't find a place to stay had made the decision to wait right at the door. Many others were thinking of going home first and coming back early tomorrow. For many workers in the Magic City, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. And such news naturally spread in this internet society, especially on certain video platforms where many people recorded the scene and posted it online. This scene was quite spectacular. Now, many netizens were joking about it. It seems that the paradise for workers is indeed different. As soon as they heard there were job openings, everyone rushed over. Just look at this grand scene. If you didn't know better, you'd think there was money to be given away. Not to mention, in this situation, there really is money to be made. Chintian Company seems to be doing charity, the benefits inside are explosive, and anyone who gets in is living the good life. But it doesn't have to be that exaggerated. You upstairs don't understand the importance of salary and benefits in today's society, especially since the work at Chintian Company is quite easy. No wonder these people are queuing up so dramatically. This feels a bit like queuing to grab concert tickets. Goodness, if it were to buy something and there was such a long line, that would be one thing, but to queue this long just for a job interview? I've truly never seen anything like it. Forget everything else, I need to take a screenshot and post it on my social media. Speaking of which, who exactly is the boss of Chintian Company? How can he attract so many people to interview at his company, even to the point of waiting at the door? I don't know about anything else, but I've heard that the boss of Chintian Company is a really good person, and the employees there think highly of him. That being said, it's no wonder so many people are going for interviews. This must be hype, right? In this day and age, which capitalist doesn't exploit their employees? Who would genuinely consider employee welfare? You can't deny it, people's eyes are sharp. The reason so many people are interviewing at Chin Tian Company is for a reason. I've heard that many elites from various places have gone to Chin Tian Company. As discussions online swirled, Chin Tian sat in the living room, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. For him, the more people who came to interview at his company, the better. After all, he had ample funds at his disposal and had no reason to fear an increase in employees. The more employees he had, the greater the rewards he would eventually reap. Such matters were undoubtedly better in abundance. Now that so many people knew about Chin Tian's company and wanted to join, he could seize this opportunity to gather all the elites and talents in the industry. Chin Tian, have you seen those short videos online? So many people want to join the company, it's clear your strategy is working. This way, you can bring in a large number of industry elites, Chen Shuiqing said, giving Chin Tian a thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiration. After all, with so many people coming to interview at Chin Tian's company, it meant he would have plenty of choices and could select the best talents from among them. In today's society, development relied on talent. The more talent one had, the greater the chances of success for the company, as many achievements were built on the accumulation of talent. Why are you only realizing my brilliance now? You only see that my vision is correct now? Weren't you the one who kept advising me to lower employee benefits? Hearing Chen Shuiqing say this, Chin Tian couldn't help but feel a bit smug and winked at her. Over time, their relationship had gradually softened, it was no longer as stiff as before, and they joked more often, naturally growing closer. Now, they dared to speak freely with each other. Okay, I know you're amazing, is that enough? Chen Shuiqing rolled her eyes. Ha, you're only realizing it now. I tell you, everything I do has its reasons. I know many people don't understand my actions and think I'm just a fool with money, but I don't see it that way. Sure, you're the best, alright? That's more like it. Speaking of which, you've really hit the jackpot here. I spent 5 million to support you, and unexpectedly, you found a capable son-in-law? Chin Tian laughed heartily. Chen Shuiqing rolled her eyes again. Just keep being proud of yourself, but you still need to handle the company matters well. I really don't understand your recent expansion plans. I think the company's business isn't that large yet, you don't need so many people. You should at least expand the company to 1,000 employees, and the costs will be even higher then. It's fine. As long as we can attract talent, these aren't really business issues. We can take our time to find and negotiate. As long as there are talents in the company, why worry about not getting business? Alright, you say it's fine, then it's fine. This is your company, I can't offer much advice. Besides, you're so stubborn, who can persuade you? Upon hearing this, Chin Tian burst into laughter. So, do you have a crush on me now? You, don't say such things. Chen Shuiqing's face instantly turned red, but she didn't deny it or say anything overly harsh. I'm not saying anything outrageous, I'm just asking you. So what if I like you? And what if I don't? Chen Shuiqing raised her chin, speaking somewhat arrogantly. If you like me, I think we could solidify our relationship. If you don't, we can just nurture it a bit more, Chin Tian said with a grin. You. For a moment, Chen Shuiqing was at a loss for words, her pretty face flushed, but at that moment, she didn't know what to say. I don't want to talk to you, I'm tired, I want to sleep. After saying that, Chen Shuiqing turned and went back to her room. Seeing her like this, Chin Tian knew that this girl was on the verge of falling for him. If he gave her a little more time, he would definitely win her over. Although he was already wealthy, Chin Tian was not the kind of person who would mess around just because he had money. At the very least, such things had to be mutual, only then would it feel more genuine. There was no rush for this. Chin Tian wanted to focus more on the company. As Chen Shuiqing said, the company was already starting to expand, and soon he would have to face even more challenges. Chin Tian would have to manage more people, and to make these employees feel a greater sense of belonging, he naturally had to improve employee benefits. Creating a paradise for workers would indeed require some effort. It's quite amusing, really. While others racked their brains for the development and interests of the company, Chin Tian was racking his brains for the welfare of the employees. The contrast between the two was too great. The current issue was that all the employees' basic needs had already been addressed in the benefits, so what could be done next to enhance their sense of belonging? This was a question worth considering. Recently, Chin Tian had searched for a lot of information online but hadn't found a better solution. Now that Chin Tian had joined the company's colleague group, he could take this opportunity to see what the employees were discussing. Today I was really clever, saved the boss hundreds of thousands. Yeah, the boss wants us to do team building, and it easily costs tens of thousands. We just say we have something else to do, and that money is saved. I think we can keep doing this in the future. After all, the HR department is starting interviews tomorrow, and with more employees, the boss will have more pressure. We should help the boss share the burden. Let's agree on this. If the company makes a lot of money and the boss wants to do team building, we won't refuse. But if the boss wants to do team building over something trivial, we'll collectively refuse. That should settle it, right? I completely agree. Looking at these comments in the colleague group, Shin Tian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It seemed these employees were really thinking about the company. But the more they thought about the company, the more Shin Tian had to improve their benefits. Wait. Yes. He almost forgot about this. Employee benefits included not only their financial treatment but also how they were treated and the benefits they enjoyed in the company. Although there was already a tea room in the company, allowing many people to enjoy hot tea, Shin Tian could make these offerings even richer. When he was an employee, Shin Tian had fantasized about various facilities and measures in the company. Just like in school, where there were all kinds of fitness areas, this way, employees wouldn't have to worry about social conditions and could attract more employees. For example, a gym was quite important for employees. In today's white-collar era, many people simply didn't have time to exercise. This led to a significant portion of the white-collar class exhibiting sub-health symptoms. Establishing a gym or similar recreational facilities in the company would definitely be a great help for employees and would significantly enhance their sense of belonging. Thinking of this, Shin Tian had already begun to plan out the gym in his mind. Speaking of which, planning a gym also takes time. First, there's the issue of space. If it had been before, Shin Tian would have been quite troubled, but now he felt no worry at all, because tomorrow his company would be moving into a newly opened office building. The entire building belonged to him, and he could easily allocate one of the floors for the gym. With that, there would be no problem at all. Tomorrow, Shin Tian needed to discuss this with the finance department. The next day, early in the morning, the area outside the company was already packed with people, to the point where it was almost impassable. The company's shuttle buses had basically arrived at the entrance, and now the employees of Shin Tian's company found themselves blocked from entering. There was no choice. The shuttle drivers had to get out of their vehicles and shout to the crowd at the entrance, "What are you all doing? Hurry and clear the way. We need to get to work, don't block the road. And why are there tents set up here? Who put these up? Yeah, if you're blocking the way, how are we supposed to get to work?" The employees of Shin Tian's company got out of their vehicles and began to complain. Although they knew that many people were coming for the company's job fair today, they hadn't expected so many to show up. Now, getting to work had become a problem. Hearing that employees from Shin Tian's company were arriving, the job seekers quickly made way, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. After all, seeing them get out of the shuttle made the contrast stark. They themselves had to endure the daily grind of walking to work or squeezing onto a bus. They believed their abilities and qualifications were not inferior to those of the employees, so why did they get such treatment while they received significantly less? The reason was quite simple: their luck wasn't as good as those who had already entered Shin Tian's company, which only fueled their emotions. Since they relied on luck, they would have to rely on their own abilities to enter the company, thus obtaining even better treatment in the future. The HR department was already overwhelmed with work. They had just started their day when a large group of people began submitting their interview materials. Such materials had to be submitted. Whoever managed to get their documents in first would have the earliest chance to interview, and naturally, the chances of being accepted would increase. This building had an underground parking lot, and Shin Tian drove directly to it, then took the elevator up to the company. During this process, he didn't see a crowd, otherwise, he would have been quite pleased. However, upon arriving at the company entrance, Shin Tian found it already crowded with people. "What are you all doing?" After stepping out of the elevator, he noticed there was no space to stand. "We're here for interviews," one person replied. "You can't block the company's entrance for interviews. Look at this mess. What if a client sees it? You need to clear a path." Shin Tian knew that being so crowded could easily lead to accidents. Any commotion could result in a crush of people. "Sorry, boss, there are just too many people coming in. We can't help it." The security guard quickly approached and saluted Shin Tian, explaining the situation. "Even if you're here for interviews, you can't do this. It's very easy for accidents to happen. Here's what we'll do: let half of the people go down, and once the interviews are done, we'll let them come back up." Shin Tian certainly couldn't allow any issues to arise for the company. This crowding was unacceptable, and he had to get half of the people to leave to prevent any potential problems. After saying this, Shin Tian directly took Chen Shueching into the company. The people in the corridor began to discuss among themselves. Oh my, is this really the boss of Chin Tian's company? How can he be so young? Right, I didn't expect the boss of Chin Tian's company to be so young, and he looks quite handsome too. This is truly a young talent. Starting such a high-level company at this age is impressive. Did you see how beautiful his secretary is? It seems that these big bosses really are different, surrounded by beautiful women. Alright, stop talking. Those of you further down the line should go wait elsewhere. Don't block the company's entrance. Otherwise, if an accident happens, it won't be good. The security guard had no choice but to drive half of the people downstairs, otherwise, the company would be completely blocked, which would greatly affect its image. Chin Tian had now returned to the office, and since the HR department was busy, he didn't go to inquire about the specific situation. There weren't many employees in the company at the moment, and relatively speaking, Chin Tian had come in quite early today. Chen Xueqing had been by Chin Tian's side these days, so she was quite familiar with his temperament. As soon as they arrived at the office, she went out to pour him a cup of tea. President Chin, there are so many people coming for interviews today. I believe we will definitely find many suitable talents for our company, so you can rest assured. Chin Tian and Chen Xueqing had basically agreed that at home, she would call him Chin Tian, but at the company, she should call him President Chin. After all, with so many people in the company, directly calling him by his name would not be good for his image. I'm not worried about that. With our company's current reputation, attracting talent shouldn't be a big deal. I'm currently pondering something. What is it? Last night while I was sleeping, I suddenly thought of something. Nowadays, many white-collar workers put all their thoughts into work, neglecting physical exercise, which is not a good thing. In fact, they should exercise more to improve their health. But most people don't have the time for that. I'm considering establishing a company-exclusive gym. All employees of our company can enjoy the gym facilities for free, which would also help enhance everyone's physical fitness. Put. As soon as Chin Tian said this, Chen Xueqing, who was drinking water, immediately spat it out. President Chin, what did you just say? You want to establish a gym in the company? Chen Xueqing never expected that Chin Tian would have such an idea. This is indeed something I was considering last night. Recently, I've noticed many employees looking exhausted, and some are overweight while others are quite thin. It's obvious they lack exercise. In my opinion, many companies don't have dedicated gyms, which is a form of exploitation for the employees. After all, the reason employees are in a sub-healthy state is because they've worked hard for the company. I think the company should provide a gym for them. What do you think of my idea? Chin Tian asked with great interest. Chen Xueqing was at a loss for words. President Chin, don't you think you're being a bit excessive in focusing on employee welfare? We are running a company, after all. If you set up a gym, won't that increase the company's burden? After all, gym equipment isn't cheap, and it would also require dedicated personnel for maintenance, which is quite a high cost. With our company's current scale, I feel that this gym is completely unnecessary. More importantly, our company is already planning to expand, and when that happens, the number of new hires will only increase. If we build this gym, it might not be enough, so it would be better not to do it at all. Chen Xueqing had been at the company for a while now, and she had a rough understanding of Chin Tian's temperament. She didn't know why Chin Tian placed such great importance on employee benefits, treating it almost like a business. To be honest, this was something Chen Xueqing could never quite understand. I say, President Chin, isn't this a bit too much? I think the current employee benefits are already good enough. If we keep going like this, could it harm the company in any way? People outside are already calling you a philanthropist. If you keep this up, people might really think of you as someone who is foolishly rich. I think we should be a bit cautious about this. Chin Tian shook his head. I'm not afraid of that. What others say is their business. What I care about is the establishment of this gym and how to manage it. After all, employees can't be working while exercising, right? I think we should tailor a special fitness program for them. This way, we can solve the problem of employees being in suboptimal health. As long as their health issues are resolved, they will definitely be able to work for the company with more peace of mind, and it will increase their sense of belonging to the company. It's a win-win situation. Why not do it? It's settled then. I think we can find some specialized fitness trainers to come back. Their responsibility would be to customize fitness programs for the employees, which would be very beneficial for their health. What? You want to hire a fitness trainer for the employees? I say, President Chin, are you feeling alright? Even if it's for employee benefits, it shouldn't go this far, right? Chen Xueqing even wanted to reach out and touch Chin Tian's forehead, wondering if he had a fever. You're the one with a fever. Every word I'm saying is serious, and I'm not joking, okay? Let me put it this way, having a gym in the company is no longer a strange thing. Other companies have similar cases, right? In fact, the reason these companies have implemented gym projects for their employees is for a certain degree of purpose. We can learn from this experience. Whether it works or not, I'll find out. Just in time, we are about to move to a new office building, and there are many floors there. We can completely vacate one of the floors to serve as the company's gym. Then employees can go to the gym during their free time. It's settled then. Now help me call the finance department over. Qin Tian's decisive tone left Chen Shuiqing speechless, but since Qin